That crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished, and now it's time to replenish, huh? You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chillin', yeah. No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I'll tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, huh? One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, that'll make you feel solid. Go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attach to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest, forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it, I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off, I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose, until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get that nail. 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 I get that I get that Don't be a fool. You know how I do. I be so cool. That's what I do. They be like, yeah, insane. I must be out my mind. I'll be on my grind, working hard over.
smoke, so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they never fade this dog like some skyscrapers. Steady stepping on the scene like some fly papers. And even aliens be contemplating why take us. What your name is really? Now once upon a time, listen, that's a different story. About to take it to the top, but it's for the glory. All these people bore me, but they all adore me. What your name is really? Just take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, baby. It's funny money, listen, never lose the show masses. 20/20 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What your name is really? Hey, yo, patience is the virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is the new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up.
Represent for hot man. We bring the fire. Burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang. Jump them loud. Girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho pero en acá faltan mucho de su chen. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. A mí. Ven y pégate a mí. A mí, pégate.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No question in your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want the fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gon' get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestigious. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. Well, I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe.
Este puro tiempo es verano. Todas las guiales con su tanguita, todas las guiales con su bikini. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura que le en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo un after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina.
Hay un after party en la piscina, llegó la policía. Dice que la bocina se escucha hasta la otra esquina. Oficial, usted tranquila, tomo mucho de tequila. Y si quiere comida, venga y pase a la cocina. No sé sinceramente qué le pasa a la vecina. Si yo solamente invité un par de amigas, Pamela, Carolina, la Daniela y a su prima, Susana, Catalina, Mia Califa y a Cristina. En hilo de estar bailando en agua en cristalina. Pura guiale dura, nada de que latina. Europea, china, morena, la latina. Racataca, oye, ya no importa, voy pa' encima. Están haciendo fila desde la marquesina y mi vecina de al lado asoma por la cortina. Artistas que en tarima llegaron en limusina. El esquí con los racas que tú comes que adivina.
Fiesta en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Pura guiale sexy en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Tengo una after party en mi piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Foto en bikini en la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina, la piscina. Yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es muy original. La racataca yo la pongo a gozar, le gusta mi estilo que es la. Vengan pa' acá, si buena música tú quieres escuchar. No busquen más, los racas ya llegaron con lo que te gusta. En su hilo dental, en el hilo dental, en su hilo dental, se ve bien criminal.
reach the top. It's all about the money, out here looking for the crop. Y'all be acting funny when you see just what I got. I'm out here trying to get it, I'ma get it when you not, when you not. Been a boss on my life, I'ma go take that flight. Party on all damn night, I'ma be dope damn right. You ain't even know I'm cold, I'm taking over, yeah, I've been that. Money in the vault, I don't care about the internet. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. I'm a boss. Yeah, I handled my business, did it all independent. Better check out the digits and get the money and spend it. Y'all be looking and looking, y'all need to mind your own business. Cause I be cooking and cooking, I be all up in the kitchen and I'm controlling it all. Got it locked overall. When you see me, then respect me, that's the one protocol. I'm the one that they call, I'm the real, not a fraud. People claiming they the boss when they know it ain't all. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me.
I attracted friends while you press record. If you really bout to strike, then you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty, Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal, got you fighting lords. Gotta put the cord to your fear, ain't no need in that here. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, like at a bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest, legacy before lames. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane.
Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Play the game and get school. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mood, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it under hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's so hot when I run it back. Modi keep it stacked. That's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, soul, go where you got the money.
No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Stand up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Throw your flags in the air and then put your hands up. Fresh out the huddle with no rebuttal and no remorse. I'm in the trenches with dogs, the type who stayed the course. This the season of winning, no need to reinforce. A big deal like we got endorsed. Crowd screaming as we walk through the tunnel, we bout to rumble. We the type to step on the field and force a fumble. Blaze of grass turn to a flame with every step. And I'ma get this game my last with every breath, Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up, they gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up, This ain't no competition, I'm here to defy the odds. Here to complete a mission, I'm out with 100 squad. Might shoot it from the half or run it 100 yards. This is the game that separates real from the facade. I'm running up, time to turn the stun up. Points on the board, putting numbers up. Tails tucked, yeah, they might have seen me coming up. Just because you in the game, that don't make you one of us. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Hands up, everybody stand up. Throw your flags in the air and then put your hands up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Run it up. Okay, stack it up. No way. Pack 'em up. We gon' turn it up. Gotta lose. You can put it on breaking news. I ain't never ever been a loser. Gotta put the work in till they can't outwork then. And when they interview you, lights out, camera flash, ain't fast. Gotta use that to fuel you. All got no brakes, spectators. Wanna figure out how you do it. Oh, you can tell the truth. Put your hands in the air and then bust a move. When you know you the one, never play the two. Tell them we gon' turn it up. This is how we do. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Talking greasy on the field like I'm mic'd up. Yeah, I'm hyped up. They gon' turn the lights up. Understand, I'ma run it till the time's up,
call it perfect timing. I work so hard that my stock keeps climbing. I want those rings with the big fat diamonds. Let's just say I understood the assignment. My team's the nicest, your team is frightened. Under 2 minutes, crowds getting hyper, lights getting brighter, palms getting tighter. All I wanna know is who in here trying to get wilder, who getting louder? If the neighbors come through, crank up the volume. Shoes up from Prada, flight to Osaka. Eating sushi with my rib, watching Harry Potter. Spur of the moment, call me Twin Towers. Ducking on your man and I'm Robinson's partner. Give me about an hour, the blackjack power. Now we up 24, gon' hit the showers. Do it for the doubters and the unbelievers. Better pray to Jesus if you need a breather. You're still undefeated.
Please turn that speaker up.
Who in here trying to get Yeah, it's been a minute. Call, shining hard. Got a ball on them. Put in work till I'm tired. Bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right till the day I expire. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I grow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished. And now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chilling, yeah. No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel something. Go get it, get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back got attached to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urge is to be the the greatest, forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it, I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off. I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get it. I start then they finish. 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 I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hate it on me. I got the latest. I got the latest on me. I am the greatest. I got the flavor on me. Yeah, I be knowing they feeling it. They just be feeling my feminine. Murder she wrote, I be killing it. I just want all of my dividends. I don't be running my mouth. I don't be looking for clout. I'm on a mission to get it. My vision is vivid. I'm crushing it down. I get it. I start then they finish. I handle my business. Yeah, that's how I'm living. I go where I fit in. And I ain't got no limits. Ain't no pretending. I just keep winning. Yeah. I just keep winning. I just keep winning. Yeah. I just keep winning. Yeah, I just keep winning. I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hate it on me. I got the latest. I got the latest on me. I am the greatest. I got the flavor on me. I am the greatest. You cannot take it from me. I know they hate it. I know they hate it on me. I got the latest. I got the latest on me. I am the greatest. I am the greatest. I get it. I start then they finish. I handle my business. Yeah, that's how I'm living. I go where I fit in. And I ain't got no limits. Ain't no pretending. I just keep winning.
I'm focused on what's in front of me. Opposition only makes the competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. I was born ready to play. I hustle and I grind for it every day. They say I'm battle tested in every way. Catch me if you can, I'm ahead and you ain't. I came too far for me to backslide. I took off and didn't land, I'm that fly. If you need the job done, I am that guy. Go and ask them, they'll say I am him. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough. Give your all while never giving up. There's an iron wind.
and I am him. There's an I in win, and I am him. If you get knocked down, get up. Yeah, I know that's right. If you get knocked down, get up, get up, get up.
Time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a wrap. I cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put that record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a we on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on a vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. 2 play, it'll be played. Get up out my face. We are not the same. Get down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no pain is safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, pick a side. Okay, is you on for the ride? Okay, new kid on the block, next up, best up on the rise. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. I'm the one they talk about up in the streets. I'm the big bad one, don't approach me. Real cute and I'm crazy when I see. Kiss you with my tits, you won't be sleeping for a week. Don't fuck, don't touch, yeah, I bite back. I'm sick in the head, but you like that. My body's the epic, you'll never be me. Supersonic psycho got you down on your knees. Sitting in the micro, got you addicted to how I told you when the it's fire. It's getting down to the wire. She's just like a good fight. I'm so hot, you're on fire tonight. Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Welcome back to First Stand, day 4. We're going to be seeing the second series for Lyon, Gen.G, JDG, and Loud. Winner of this first series will move on to the semifinal. Loser of the second series will be going home. Got some nice signature moments here as well from Gen.G and Lyon.
How much do you judge the signature game?
Okay, I'm completely judging Dokla. That was horrendous.
Best signature?
That was bad. He just, in big letters, Dokla.
Someone made me work on my signature 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Because it was bad.
Yeah.
And it's still not good, but it's better than it was.
I think the entire world can forge my signature.
I know I can forge your signature.
Okay, well, yeah, you know what?
Emily just admitted to fraud.
Yeah.
She did.
Let's look at our group
I'm sending
stage
this one to the
brackets
police.
from what we've seen so far at First Stand. Group A is almost resolved. The only thing left is the qualification match tomorrow between G2 and BFX, which is hoping to be a close, good series. Raz, you had something to say?
I mean, I just said gulp for the European fans out there after the last series.
No gulp necessary for Gen.G versus Lyon. They have 2 tries.
True.
We're still on our... we haven't lost a life yet.
Yeah, good news for everybody here.
Let's go, Lyon. Good job. They beat Loud. Doesn't matter that it was a 5-game series. That's what we can expect now.
Exactly.
Between
5 years from
LCS
now,
and
people will
CB
just see the W, and that's all that matters.
Yep. They did look shaky in the opening series,
Yes,
though.
absolutely. Yeah,
I don't want to
think-
talk about it.
We're going to talk about it.
We made content about this?
All right. Yeah, we have to talk about this because I think the big thing was sometimes it was unforced errors, like even Dokla admitted after coming on the desk. But it was also stuff like this where with this composition, they just looked really desynced, right? You see the Maokai ult up, but it's not really synced with the Jin ult. And this was actually the play in this specific game that got Envy 2 kills, and then he just ran rampant over the game, right? So some of these compositions that they were piloting, they didn't necessarily look super comfortable on. You see the junglers that Inspired won with. It was a very specific type of jungle style. So we're hoping to see a little bit more coordination out of Lyon today.
I mean, they just didn't respect a jungler existing on the side of Loud. Like, Ballin got ganked numerous times. We got to see, like, both Redbird and Gen.G, like, finding ganks through mid. There was a timer, of course, where Ryze found a pick. That was actually the first one where Vayne was, like, hard engaging towards the Scion, and then the Ryze Realm Warp, probably, like, pretty telegraphed. That it came to. So like that was just mistakes upon mistakes. You don't want to see that in today's games, of course, because that's a big level up in competition.
For sure. And one thing that I've learned about Inspired teams that I think is accurate is when he's having a good game, the team is way more likely to have a good game. And it's very hard for the team to win if he's having a poor game. And I'd say part of this, even though Inspired throughout his career has played many champions, in this series, a very similar archetype gave him his wins. Pantheon, Wukong, Xin.
Yeah.
They're generally all the AD Sundered Sky junglers. And then when he moved to Mundo or Maokai, the game was just very different.
Yes.
Even though you'd think Maokai would be able to provide some of the early ganking pressure that these ones do, I thought his Mundo game was horrendous. He has technically won a Mundo game in LCS lock-in playoffs,
yes,
but they were losing most of the game. He got a good pick on Rahel later on. That's, you know, way in the past. But I want to see if they're going to control these games. Just keep Inspired on the very meta stuff and let the other guys do the crazy things like Dokla top lane counterpicks.
Yeah, and even like the Maokai composition, I actually like the way that composition works together, but they looked pretty uncomfortable in terms of piloting it. So just scrap that one entirely too.
Yeah, and
for Lyon specifically. I mean, Gen.G might lock that in and absolutely dominate. I'm just saying.
And I just feel like in general, you rely on Inspired to do a lot on that team. So
yes,
like,
he does.
Yes, you do.
After they lose,
yourself,
the coach gets out of his chair, Inspired sits down. I think we should go. just does it all.
this rotation, damage, engage, draft, sure.
They're up against Gen.G,
yes,
who we barely saw. Had they even played at this tournament? Because in fact, they had the fastest LPL versus LCK best of 5 ever.
Yeah.
It was a speed run.
Yeah.
77 minutes, 26 seconds.
I know we come in early, but it felt like JDG was their breakfast. Like that was very quick in terms of a series. And so to be able to see them play as well as they did at the beginning of the event, I'm scared. Usually you would expect a little bit of ramp up time, some maybe experimentation. No, we found the experiments and it was in game 3 with like maybe 3 or 4 minutes of a longer game time.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, and I'll talk about this later today, JDG did have slightly better setups in that third game.
Okay.
But I think the big thing was Gen.G are dominant in so many ways in terms of the way they play, right? So it's like, okay, if they fall behind early, they can still get you in 5v5 team fights, but they're also insanely good with side lane pressure. And here we see their overall match history. This is the best domestic record in Tier 1 in 2026, only dropping 2 matches.
And I don't even believe that they lost to DK. That's just an aberration in the data.
I mean, it's incredible too, because you look at some of these wins against BNK, like 23 minutes, 27 minutes, 24 minutes. The longest game that they had that they actually won was 44, and that's a huge outlier. Then you go to 36 minutes. So it's just, I don't think people realize this is 23-2 now when you count the JDG series on the year.
It's insane.
In the most premium league in the world, the LCK, last year when they were completely dominant, they had an 80% game win rate. Now it's over 90%. This team, aside from semifinals at World Championships, keeps getting better.
It keeps getting better, and it's frustrating because if you're trying to formulate a strategy versus them, you're like, okay, well, they started the split looking towards their bot lane because Ruler, Duro were playing incredibly well. In laning phase, the Ezreal Karma was like finding lane advantages and ridiculous team fighting. You're okay, maybe bot lane's the problem, right? Then you look towards top lane. Keen, yes, is incredible on Cassante. You take that away, and then his carry performances are like, well, maybe we can't play through Keen. Like, maybe we can't abuse that top lane matchup. And then we don't even talk about Chovy. So it's like every aspect of this team is incredibly flexible, and they have been on point. So good luck to the coaches.
And the player you didn't necessarily mention is Canyon, right? Because I did feel like he had a bit of a down year, like compared to his previous performances. However, this year he's been insane. And here we have Inspired looking over. I did not know the Photoshop was going to look like this. I requested this. It's a little bit cursed. It's perfect. Thank you, graphics team. But this is, Inspired has talked about how Canyon is a good jungler that he looks up to so much for what he does in game. Canyon's just been on a tear this year. He's been insane. But this is Inspired versus Canyon, the history. Looking pretty great on Canyon's side.
Hey, plus 79 gold. He's rich. At least we got that Inspired. At least we got that going.
The full clear
The full cleared, yes.
But like Canyon means so much to this team, and knowing that he is such, like, he's a jungler that your favorite jungler is their favorite jungler is Canyon, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, Inspired has a Canyon to overcome because Canyon individually this year is performing so well.
And in every interview that you hear from Inspired, when the question is posed to which jungler are you looking to face against an international competition, or who do you think is the best jungler out there, he will always say Canyon. And it's interesting because they faced off against each other so frequently. And so it's like, it's fun to be able to see that aspect of like, oh, this is a player that you've gone up against. When you have gone up against them, you've tried like different strategies. The Nunu is one thing that people looked at when he was on FlyQuest, or like, you try and go at it in an unorthodox fashion, because yes, Canyon is, for a long time, a top tier, one of the best junglers in the world. But then, of course, he's flanked by players who will always play for him.
Well, that's the thing. Talking about Gen.G can always seem so difficult as an analyst, because you watch their games against some of the best teams in the world, and they make the best teams in the world look average to bad.
Yeah.
But then also, we say that all junglers look up to Canyon, yet if Chovy starts building Proto Belt, every mid in the world will start building Proto Belt.
True.
If Ruler starts doing something, if Ruler plays Vayne, every other AD carry thinks they can play Gain. And I feel like Keen is approaching that level as well in top lane. So across every single lane, they have a player who all pro players look up to at some point in their career.
Yes.
Which makes them so formidable when you play against them. They're the team, they don't have all the world championships, but they have that respect of their peers. And you know, everything outside of world semifinals, we keep saying.
1000%. Even on the small note of like, oh, lethal tempo Ezreal, like, and Karma, that was being really played frequently. It was a lot, beginning of the split, it was because of how dominant Ruler was on the pick. And then yes, like, you can't really argue against picking Cassante as a top laner when Keen is doing it regularly and is able to find performances where it's like, oh, is it a low damage composition? No, I think Keen just got a quadra kill in a team fight.
Speaking of which, I'm getting word from our producers that Keen's opponent today, Dokla, actually has a prediction to share.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Hola, Dokla here. Woke up at 7 this morning and feeling pretty good. Slept enough. So I was trying to get the odds on like what are the chances that we win today, and then I called Dr. Strange, and then I asked him, and he just hung up on me. He said, "Stop wasting my time." So there's that. I was yesterday years old, or 2 days ago, I found out Gen.G only lost 2 games this year. 2 games. So, yeah, let's see what the series has in store for us today.
Hey, to be fair, DK was one of those games. If they can do it, anyone can. I'm just kidding. I'm just vibing.
Okay, Dokla, I could use more positive self-talk.
Yeah.
But let's see what the fans at home have to think with our MasterCard fan prediction for Gen.G, the team that almost never loses and everyone looks up to, versus Lyon,
It's gonna be so
who
one-sided.
did win the LCS and beat Loud.
Yep.
Okay, 15%.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Give us a chance. Wait a minute.
I'm surprised-
33%
I'm
fan
surprised
prediction
there's
success
a
rate.
15.
They've been wrong too often. 33%. It feels like this is another example of it.
Perhaps, Raz.
No, never mind.
Perhaps.
I agree with them. I agree with them. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know about
So-
that, guys.
We've heard a lot of positive about Gen.G.
Yeah.
But what if I could make a case for Lyon?
I'm open.
I've been looking at some of the statistics, and there is a path towards victory.
Yeah.
I know he called Doctor Strange, but I'm going to do my own version. So,
Okay.
Dokla, my man, you do have an international buff. In history, you've beaten G2, knocked them out, but also you've gotten solo kills against top international competition.
True.
That's a correct point.
Do you remember last year at World Championship, Raz?
Yeah.
Check this out.
I remember
do
taking
remember
down
this.
Ben.
Well, check this. How about taking down Owner with a solo kill as well?
You're making a great point.
What about Doran?
A double kill?
Oh, and how about this one? The creme de la creme, Bin. He mind controls him to go through the turret. So Dokla's got something special. Dokla's got something special going on. Also, inspired.
The reg cycle.
Inspired. Raz, come here. The more you believe it.
Okay.
Emily as well,
I'm
please.
gonna back away. You're not
Inspired,
getting me.
a year and a half ago, was actually playing against Gen.G. Don't mind that he had 4 different teammates. First blood into 2 victories. Was 1 game away from actually eliminating Gen.G from the World Championship.
I'm starting to like what I'm listening to.
With Xin, a champion he still plays today, to this day. So this was an incredible series. We call Lyon like FlyQuest-esque.
A little bit.
Mainly because inspired.
Just inspired.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do
So
we?
pretty similar.
A little bit.
Let's keep going though, because we've only covered Inspired and Dokla. There's something for every player. Saint, this is a shocking statistic, is 8-0 versus Gen.G affiliated teams.
Is this true?
Gen.G Global Academy
Yeah,
in LCKCL.
against Gen.G.
In fact, it's Gen.G. It's even better.
Yeah, Gen.G. So, he's already beaten the future of Gen.G. Can he beat the present of Gen.G? We'll see. Berserker, this one was a little harder to make work, but he is 0-9 against Chovy all time.
Okay, well.
Well, hold on, Raz. You know what happens when you lose 10 times in a row? You hit your power spike.
That's true. Maybe he'll play Yasuo today.
Power spike. Please,
Okay,
power
well,
spike.
you know what?
He's
I'm
hitting his
liking this.
power
This
spike.
is just making me get further and further away from you.
No, he's got to keep spitting. You got to keep spitting. Keep it going.
I thought
Keep
we
it
had a no
going.
10 power spike slot. I'm sorry. And Isles has also never lost versus the LCK.
That's what I like. Do we got more
That's
than
what I
that?
like to hear.
Emily, come on.
That's it. That's it.
Emily, come on over here.
I'm glad you guys are having a good time, honestly. It makes me happy.
Yeah.
That you're
So-
having fun.
Okay, let's get to predictions. Raz, I think all this together is going to allow Lyon to take a game.
One game.
One game. Let's
One
go.
game.
3-1,
Let's
baby.
go.
3-1. We can do it.
That's what I'm talking about.
As you
Emily?
can see, I'm going 3-0.
Producers, can we update Emily's score?
To 3-0?
No. We
What?
unfortunately cannot.
Yeah, what?
Gen.G
No.
has been dominant. They have beaten everyone. Lyon has their work cut out for them. Let's see if they can make magic happen today.
哦，接下来每一场确实都是关键我们的生死的吧。所以其实不管打每个对手，我们都不会轻敌。
사실 김동현 팀이 굉장히 강하다 생각해서 최대한 좋은 모습으로 다음 매치에 나타나는 게 제 목표입니다.
我们会晋級的，所以不会对你们手下留情的。
저는 팬분들을 위해 한다고 오늘 경기도 굉장히 응원을 크게 해주셔서 힘이 났고 꼭 이기고 싶었는데 꼭 좋은 모습으로 보답해드리겠습니다.
It's always nice to play against the best team in the world. Because once you are in the game, you don't really think about the crowd.
그래도 너무 많이 알려주셔서 제가 이렇게까지 될 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
With the knockup, Ruler forced away. TP coming in from Keen as he wants to join the fray. Ruler might fall here, but Gen.G dive in and protect him. The Gleaming Quill to heal everything onto Ruler, and there's the Gnar back from Keen.
저희가 늘 하던 대로 하면은 3대0 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, playing against Gen.G, it's for sure gonna be really hard. But the games like that are very exciting.
And welcome back to First Stand 2026, where we are here for Gen.G versus Lyon. A David versus Goliath, a battle of the leading wolf and the underdogs, or cats, I guess, in the case of Lyon.
I like underdogs and overdogs.
Overdogs,
yeah.
Okay, sure.
Gen.G definitely the overdogs in most matchups that they end up having.
Yeah, having a great performance so far this year. 23-2.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah, 23-2.
Yeah.
Huge for Gen.G. Lyon struggled a little bit in the regular season of LCS lock-in. Had to go through the lower bracket, but then did make a tear through the lower bracket of LCS.
Definitely ramped up over time, whereas Gen.G kind of hit the ground running. But also, you know, they are a team who kept the same roster, right? And they've always been very domestically dominant. Kind of continued on that, and now looking to continue that at First Stand. And I think coming into the tournament, everyone was like, okay, this is the team to beat. This is the team who are the favorites. They haven't missed a beat since arriving.
No, they have not. Demolition of JDG in one of the top 10 fastest best of fives we have ever had internationally on day 2 of the tournament. And here we'll see if Lyon can try and slow down the LCK Juggernauts.
That's the question. You know, we heard all the copium from the desk, and that was enough to get them to predict a game.
Yes.
And I think for a lot of fans of the LCS, a game, just a challenge would be enough. I think even to go as far as to say a win is so lofty, but just some competition. At the end of the day, Lyon on out. If they lose this, they still have another chance. And there's an opportunity to challenge Gen.G later in the tournament if they get there. But you want to put up a fight. You don't want to get bowled over in a 3-0 manner, because I think it's just so demoralizing. I think I've seen a lot of players, not specifically from Lyon, but even Kellen was saying like, oh, you know, everyone is beatable apart from Gen.G. You really don't want to have that mindset, but it's hard not to.
Especially with the elimination matches being played tomorrow, you want to bring some momentum into those series. You don't just want to be demolished by Gen.G 3-0. We'll get into picks and bans. Gen.G chose first pick as the highest seed. Lyon are coming in with blue side as their selection. So it's going to be Karma and Pantheon taken away by Gen.G, and Rise and Varus removed by Lyon.
Yeah, Gen.G been consistently banning the Karma themselves, but a lot of these just general power picks we've seen. I think there's been a lot of differences between different regions and what the side selection's been. The LCK was always just like, you have side selection, we're going first pick. It was only later in series you'd sort of see second pick get more priority for most of the teams.
Well, we'll see if it continues to adapt as we get through the rest of First Stand. Rumble, the final ban from Gen.G, trying to negate some of the power of Big Dokes in that top lane. A player that on his day can challenge the best, but on his day can also struggle to have as much impact as he would like.
Yeah, and I think one of the picks that stands out to me, Orianna, still available, Vi, still available. So Nocturne gonna get taken out, so you won't have the Orianna Nocturne combo, the potential, but you could still secure the Orianna here for Chovy, or if you want to get a jungle pick for Canyon, the Vi is available. He's been an absolute menace on that. It's been very frequently banned in this situation, just generally in this tournament and in the LCK Cup as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a push towards that Vi. Instead, the Orianna is going to get locked in for Gen.G. Such a strong pick. Generally in the mid lane, doesn't have a huge amount of bad matchups, and later on obviously team fight pressure, zone control with the command attack and the shockwave just gives you so much ability to win out on those team fights. We'll see where the Lyon want to go.
So I think denying the Vi definitely going to be important, and then it's, do you take something immediately to pair up with into the Orianna, or they're going to go for the Ashe. So I think Ashe, Vi could be a pretty strong rotation here. You save the Seraphine for that third pick. It does mean you have less flexibility. because you have to kind of secure a support to go with the Ashe. We've seen that often, but we have seen sometimes like the Braum come through. If they go something like the Nautilus, there's the option for that. I know Duro has a really mean Blitzcrank, so that's definitely a threat that you might have if you do commit to the Ashe and the Seraphine, but instead, Inspired going for the Xin Zhao. Another jungler, super high prioritized, but I think Canyon probably just goes towards the Vi then.
Jack will be happy though, because when Inspired played up against Gen.G, that's 18 months ago, different roster and different bot lane for Gen.G, it was on the Xin Zhao that he was able to pick up one of his 2 wins. So, in Jack's mind, this game is basically already done.
And it looks like Gen.G toying with the idea of denying the Seraphine. I mean, Seraphine as well with the Ashe so strong, but also Enchanters with Xin Zhao super powerful. We've seen, years ago, it's like Lulu, when Lulu was a mid laner, Lulu Xin Zhao was super strong, but just buffing up when he gets in those fights has a lot of strength. I expect it's going to be the jungle here for Gen.G to match, to round things out, but we'll see if they have some different ideas.
Do you still want to look for something like the Vi here? Her going in with an Encore on top of her does give you a lot of control over areas of the fight. Into the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao does trade relatively well into Vi early game, can knock it out of her Bolt Breaker, and because of that, perhaps Gen.G have decided, okay, we're just going to put them all onto the dance floor in the Cataclysm and make them do the Foxtrot for us.
I mean, Jarvan and Orianna, super strong combo, especially into an Ashe using a mobile AD carry. And it looks like they're going to go for potentially the Ashe Lulu, so an Enchanter that pairs well with the Xin Zhao. Not as strong a pairing with Ashe in terms of the lane, but still can buff it up pretty powerfully. But it does just make me think that, the Cataclysm wombo combo that you have with the Seraphine Orianna, there's 2 great targets already I'm looking at in that bot lane.
Super low mobility bot lane already from Lyon. We'll see if Canyon decides to path down there, maybe skipping a camp to get there a little bit earlier. We have seen some invades towards the blue side red buff as well early on, and then rotate, come back round through the Krug area to find early ganks towards bot lane. We'll move into the second set of bans. Ezreal taken away by Lyon. They want to get rid of some of the poking and the prodding that Ruler can do on that pick. And Akali taken away by Gen.G.
Yeah, trimming out some of the mid lane picks available to Saint. I wonder if maybe like an Ahri ban comes through as well. A pick we've seen, one of the few mid laners that wasn't sort of toned down on this patch. And obviously something that would be able to circumnavigate a lot of the engage that Gen.G does have available for Lyon, just trimming down options for Ruler in this situation with the Ezreal being taken away. I think he still has a ton of tools. The Jhin, a lot of follow-up, and also a lot of laning power. I think Jhin, Seraphine into Ashe Lulu, you're going to have a bit of a tough time in the 2v2 if that did come through.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, especially with the Deadly Flourish combination with the beat drop coming out of Seraphine for that extra CC layering. And we'll see where Gen.G decides to go with their final ban, whether they want to just get Dokla onto something perhaps he's a little bit less comfortable on, get a bit of a tank for Lyon. They have a wealth of options, and yeah, going to get rid of the Gnar. It's good engage for Dokla in that top lane and gives you follow-up on something like an Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well.
A pick he also had a ton of success on when he had that series up against Loud, was a menace in the side lane. Also maybe indicates that Keen could just be going towards like a Renekton pickup, especially he's going to have to blind in this situation. We often see Gnar have a lot of success, but we know Dokla is willing to bring out other range tops as kind of picks. Now, the Sylas, not the most fun time in lane. This is definitely a lane where Saint kind of has to survive it. But the ults that you can pick up here, like the Encore is just so good. Yeah. Such a great one to be able to take away, especially with the added boost of having the AP ratios from a mid laner compared to a support.
Even stealing away things like the Cataclysm just to try and get onto that Gen.G backline, really be able to isolate someone out. And there is the Renekton for Keen. Have to blind it with Dokla having last pick for Lyon, so no real surprises that we see something that is stock standard and relatively safe. The Gnar being one of the true bullies for Renekton up towards that top side. And now Gen.G looking towards their AD carry. There's not a huge amount of backline threat yet from Lyon, so something like the Cogmore could just stand back and deliver those auto attacks.
Yeah, definitely feels like they're leaning towards a hyper carry from what they're hovering. Yeah. There's a lot of options available, but they actually switched up and go to the MF. I mean, you have the setup for it. This is kind of the composition that you think back to when you were, in gold, and you're like, let's pick like a wombo combo composition.
Yeah, it's just missing the Amumu.
Yeah, and this is honestly a bit of a look we've seen more for Gen.G this year compared to previous years. They changed their coaching staff, they brought Ryu in, and I feel like last year was so much more finesse comps, like a bit harder to pilot, but it's Gen.G who make it work. They're so much more likely to pick like, oh, we just have strong team fight, press all the buttons, we win. and it really makes it hard to match them as a result when it gets to those 5v5s, which is so excellent at. We do see Dokla pick up the Cassante, though, in the end, just to have a bit more frontline.
Yeah, I think at Lyon, in terms of frontline, they have it. They've got a bit of pick as well with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Silas there for an encore to get some CC in team fights, but I feel they're much more around pick rather than being able to have like really solid team fights, whereas Gen.G, it is a press Archon. It's the Bronzodia when we used to talk about it, right? If they can get towards that second dragon that we saw them use so well against JDG and then just win a team fight around that, after that point they'll have a stranglehold on the game.
I think my concern for Lyon is the bottom mid matchup's pretty rough early on. Going to see a lot of prio afforded over to Gen.G there. And also when it comes to team fights, not as much damage on the side of Lyon, especially when you're cutting through the shielding of the Orianna, of the Seraphine. It's going to be a bit of an issue. And if you get caught with a lot of melee champions in those big wombo combos, it's going to be tough. So I think maybe not giving themselves the easiest tools so far in this game, but we'll see what they're able to pull off.
I mean, Inspired talked a little bit about it in an interview. He said laning phase against Gen.G is always going to be hard. You have to try and be as even as possible and then find a team fight. And there's a little bit more chaos. There's a few more options to find picks around team fights. Perhaps we can win through that. But it is a gargantuan, mammoth task ahead of Lyon right now, playing up against Gen.G. Undefeated so far in the tournament, only defeated twice across 2026. The lineup that made semi-finals of Worlds last year. Let's jump onto the Rift for the first game of day 4 here of First Stand. And we see both the junglers just meeting up on that top side river. No one's really going to find any deep vision at all.
Yeah, I don't see any interesting level 1s coming out. I feel like that maybe was also an angle, especially when you have like the Ashe and the Silas. If you get like an early stun level 1 and the slows from the Ashe could have been something to disrupt things a little bit.
Could be. Looks like Inspired is going to path up towards this top side. Wonder if perhaps he can try and punish Keen a little bit on this Renekton. And this is going to be hard to really find too much purchase down towards the bottom side. And Keen, in my mind, the best player this year for Gen.G. He's absolutely topping the charts, continues to impress.
Yeah, his numbers have been kind of crazy. His DPM was like outstripping most of the mid laners in the LCK. The only mid lane who had a higher DPM was Chovy.
Yeah.
So he was just doing so much work. And the thing is, he's not just a carry top laner, such a versatile player in what he can do. Very well-rounded. And live on patch 2606, check out Warbound Senate. A portion of the skin's proceeds will be shared across the LoL Esports team, so you can support your favorite team with that.
And perhaps have a better showing than Hans did on the Senate yesterday. Struggled into BLG.
It was a little tricky. Maybe need a bit more damage in the composition.
Yeah,
you know?
perhaps. Gen.G have a litany, a slew of damage. Inspired, after clearing his bot side, is going to work his way up towards this mid lane. We talked about how low mobility some of Lyon is. Well, Chovy also low mobility, has to flash away, and Chovy managing to escape that, as Gen.G have managed to escape losing much over the last little while. Their win streak now up to 9 series in the first 63 days of the year, as Keen trades onto Dokla, but won't be able to get enough damage now.
Yeah, they had a super long win streak last year in terms of series, in terms of time and the amount of series. Managed to get that one going for such a long time. It is daunting going up against Gen.G, but I feel like for Lyon, you know, I have a smaller goal for them right now. So Berserker, we saw in the pre-show, he's played 9 games against Gen.G.
Might have to hold that.
Might have to hold that for a second. We'll see what Canyon's looking for here.
And on his way down towards the bottom lane, Duro has that passive built up. We'll look for the beat drop. Whimsy, flash forward, flash heal. Isles the target now for Gen.G. He has to flash away as well. All but one summoner burnt for the Lyon bot lane, as Chovy and Saint trained in mid. Inspired's on his way across. Saint falling lower. Chovy doesn't have the mana for another command attack, and so will just back away, knowing his jungler is not in the area to protect him.
Yeah, so showing some of the difficulties the Silas can have in the lane, but yeah, Chovy not having the mana to follow through. But yeah, just going back to what I was saying, so Berserker's played 9 games against Gen.G in his career, and at no point in any of those games did they even manage to take a tier 2 turret. It's been a little tough, so we talked about maybe getting a game. My goal for Lyon, you know, let's start it small, baby steps. Tier 2 turret, that's what we're hoping for. That would be a career first for Berserker against Gen.G. We'll see if we can make it to that point.
I was dead.
Not a good start for that.
That is a bad start. Like, he oversteps a little bit, and like he manages to dodge the CC coming out of Gen.G, but it doesn't really matter because he just takes all the auto attacks. Now Inspired's coming down here, but with the ward in the tribe of Gen.G, can very easily just begin to walk away. Still have the flash on Ruler and the heal on Duro, meaning that even if Inspired was there, there's a risk that they would lose out that 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough lane, right? We saw the denial of the Seraphine and then having the MF as well. It's a strong lane for Ruler Duro. Add the impact of losing your summoners to that gank. But I think Isles is overstepping a bit too much. And as you said when Inspired was talking about it, like, you have to survive lane. This is not the start you want if you want to survive lane.
Yeah, 1,000 gold at 4.5 minutes as Canyon and Inspired.
Oh, he's been
spotted. Pathways, flash forward from Inspired. Canyon coming in, flag and drag, lands the double knockup, but now Inspired with no flash needs to try and get out of bounds. He can trade back onto Canyon, but Canyon still holds onto his summoner. Flashes away, survives the trade. Saint dashing back in here onto Chovy. Saint does have a flash, so if he is really in a precarious spot, he can get out.
Going a little bit worse now for Lyon in this situation. Don't think there's any other way to spin it. But trying to make the play there, and Canyon gets the spot onto Inspired before it comes in. And unfortunately, just for Lyon, lands everything. And is successful in the counter gang, so...
And then flashes out just before he dies.
Yeah, well, we can take stock. So bot lane, going pretty rough. Mid lane, going pretty rough. Dokla has not died yet, but...
still pretty rough.
Yeah, is down in farm a good amount.
He's down 2 waves of farm, man. It is a struggle in the laning phase for Lyon, and it would be a struggle in the laning phase for the majority of teams around the world. This is what Gen.G do so well.
Yes.
They make good teams look bad.
Yes. I do have a term for a game like this.
Okay.
It's called a roughy toughy.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it because they're the underdogs, so it's a roughy toughy?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah,
nailed it.
Thought so.
Okay, well, Canyon's having a good start to this one already. Obviously made his impact felt early, and with that massive amount of buff prio, and Saint's health bar, I think, feels pretty comfortable to go for this early dragon. Also, a Chemtech dragon feels pretty great because it's not going to be a Chemtech soul, but also the shielding and healing. You have a lot of shielding. That 6%, you know, Canyon's got a shield, Chovy, Duro as well, even the healing from Keen. It's actually a decent amount of value on that first dragon.
Should be able to get it.
I'd be able to do much.
He doesn't have flash,
so
and there's no blast cone for him to get in. So yeah, he puts a ward down, spots that the Drake's gone over to Gen.G, who now have a 2,000 gold lead 6.5 minutes into the game. And the evolution of Canyon, obviously a very storied player, but I think last year a few people would have looked at him as the weakest point of a still very good Gen.G.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But this year, he's really leveled up again.
I think the main thing was that last year, Gen.G, Canyon specifically felt less active, and it felt like Duro was kind of filling this role as like a second jungler, and he was doing a lot of, you know, moving around the map, ganking, and Canyon was a bit camp-focused, and at times it felt like that was maybe the weakness. They were still a very strong team. But I feel like now, this year, especially when there's more enchanters in the meta, Canyon has really been a big driving force, and we're seeing that already in this game, right? Already getting off 2 successful ganks, even though the bot lane gank didn't get a kill, it got all those summoners, that led to a kill later. Maybe another one.
is probably dead to the bullet type, flashes away. Double ultimates used from the Gen.G bot lane as they hit level 6 first. Isles is able to survive. The question is, can Berserker survive the damage that's going to come out? Can he stay underneath this tower, or Gen.G actually just going to look for a couple of plays? They will force Berserker back here a little bit, but he'll still be able to get all of the farm.
Yeah, both sums been by Isles, not ideal, not really optimal, but Berserker's still there to pick up the farm, and he's not fallen too far behind in farm.
That's the mercy for Lyon, right? Like, we talked about surviving laning phase. Saint in a bad matchup is, yes, he's 600 gold behind, but that's an amplifying tome and a refillable potion. Like, it is 600 gold, but it's nothing. It's not a K, you know, as Chovy is going to get absconded, abducted, Shockwave coming out. There's the polymorph from Isles as they look for the chase, but Duro's here in time, and even with the wild growth, Saint can't go any deeper. He's going to get forced low. As the chase continues with the shield from the help picks at Isles, Saint will be able to walk away.
Yeah, and I think a bit unfortunate as well for Lyon, because a lot was committed to that play, right? Both ults from the bot lane actually came through there, and we saw how the bot lane was struggling already, so it's going to be a bit harder for Berserker and Isles to match the 2v2 with those unavailable. Not having the wild growth when Isles doesn't have heal and flash. definitely puts them in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. But I like the fact they are trying for these plays.
Yeah, you got to do something proactive. Otherwise, you are just going to keep bleeding out. And you can bleed out a little bit, but 2,500 gold at 9 minutes is quite a substantial amount of blood loss, man. You're exsanguinating at that
You're the
point.
medical expert. You can tell us how much blood loss is okay.
There aren't enough tourniquets in the world.
Oh.
So that will be the force back. 2.5 minutes before the next Drake. Gen.G, if a team fights them at second Drake, they tend to win the game off that team fight after hitting those first item spikes. See Black Cleaver already keen.
They do just tend to win the game.
They do tend to win the game as well, okay?
Yeah.
But second, they love fighting around second Drake, you know? It's definitely something we've seen them do at least once. But they've kind of, you know, they do everything in every game.
Oh, we do see a comment. Lyon has a better mid-game than Gen.G there. Better. We'll see.
When is the mid-game is the question. Inspired's here. Double root coming out as Juro looks for a little bit of damage. Canyon on the flank as well. Lining up for that Cataclysm. Bullet time available. Encore 9 seconds away. And I wonder if that's why Gen.G held off. Now as Inspired walks away. Oh, Canyon's back! Inspired's on his way across, but with the Cataclysm down, Isles, the Encore, he doesn't want more from that. A Bullet time as well forces Berserker's flash, and Isles falls for the second time this game.
I love how the Cataclysm was just used as a gap closer to get the Isles. You know, they know the Lulu has no summoners, that's the focus target. Yeah. Not going so hot for Lyon, but Gen.G looking great.
Yeah, Gen.G looking great. And this is the thing, like the games at the moment, you are just going to praise Gen.G because of how well they're playing, but they are making their opponents look so poor.
Yeah. You know what? I'm so used to praising Gen.G.
Yeah, you are?
Yeah, it's I have done a lot of practice at it.
I think all of us have over the last couple of years, you know? It's just been so consistently good and keeping the roster continue to level up. I was looking for a little bit of vision towards the Grubs. Still 40 seconds on the Drake. Keen trading with Dokla. Not really too much going to happen there apart from the CS lead continuing to build up. I wonder what Lion's play is. Is it like try and survive the first item, give next Drake most likely? There's no real reason to force a fight around it when you don't have those first items.
You know what feels really bad? It's Chemtech Ocean, which... I mean, obviously it's situational, like Soul's always situational, but I feel like those are usually the worst two Souls. So the fact those are the first two Dragons, I just have a feeling Gen.G it's going to be Hextech Soul, right? And they'll just feel so bad.
I think they'd like Infernal as well.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, Infernal with the burst that you have out of the combos.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd go pretty well. So Lyon definitely will at some point have to contest Dragons. Not now, though. I think that was the right call. 4,000 gold deficit almost at 11.5 minutes. Rather large, rather substantial. I think, you know what's the craziest thing? Look at Duro's gold lead. Even the support has,
he got killed, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like even the support has a massive gold lead.
I mean, the other thing is, it's so much easier to get your World Atlas procs as a range support when your team is ahead and pushing in, right? You can see Duro's already completed the Dreamcatcher, Dreammaker, Dreamy thing, whereas Isles is still sitting on the halfway
and
there.
I mean, also just Seraphine into Lulu, it's so easy to proc indifference.
You chuck it out, you know? Beat drop, see if you can land a high note or something. There's Canyon here covering Inspired, working his way down towards the bottom side. Duro is ratting for vision on a Seraphine. Now, this is not something we too commonly see. Ratting for vision, where supports go deep like this, place a couple of wards, and then you often see it on a Bard or a Khan or sometimes an Alistar because you can just escape relatively easily. Seraphine is not the champion that you usually see going unaided into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I think a lot of confidence in this game, and maybe that's how they catch them out, right? I think Pix is definitely the way. Not Pix like Lulu's friend.
I assumed you were just lots of shields. You know?
Picking off members of Gen.G who are isolated. And it is the Hextech Soul as well. I just knew it'd be because that just really last nail in the coffin. If Gen.G can get that, which is looking likely. We'll see.
Likely. Inspired's going to be tracked through his entire path on this bottom side. Grub is an option for Gen.G. They'll start those up. Going to take all of the neutrals off the map. TP used by Dokla to get towards the top lane, but no contest really able to materialize from Lyon. So if you are Lyon, if we're Lyon in this point, you are miles behind. 4,000 gold. Gen.G, we know they're very good at closing games from this position. But how do we find a way back in?
I think it just comes down to, because right now there's no Mikhails, there's no cleanse. You have the Ash Arrow. You have things like the Cassante, which are pretty good for isolating a target. I think if you take a 5v5, you're losing. If you find someone by themselves, that's the way into the game, and you just try and do that as much as possible. But the alternative conversation I want to raise is, so we've seen League of Legends change quite a bit over the years. More things added to it, right? What do you view a perfect game as?
So my general view is nothing on the scoreboard.
Okay.
Right? So
if they got one grub...
If they got one grub, I think it is much harder to get a perfect game now than it used to be. I'll preface that, right? But if they get one grub, yes, I do think it wouldn't be a perfect game.
Even though like the 2 grubs is the one that gets the announcement.
No, but you've got something on the scoreboard.
Right.
I don't count plates because they're not on the scoreboard.
Okay.
Right?
Well, so far...
at the moment, yes, Gen.G are on track for a perfect game.
On track for a perfect game, okay. And so far, you know, we talked earlier about the no tier 2 towers for Berserker. They do need to make a bit more progress.
They haven't got a plate. Lyon have yet to get a plate. 2 minutes on the next Drake.
I thought they'd have an easier chance with the crystalline overgrowth to set that up, but right now it looks like Gen.G setting up for a fight.
Isles does have flash and heal, is forced away, uses the wild growth to knock up Canyon. Inspire trying to jump on towards that backline. They get the abscond that does onto Juro as well, but he flashes away in the encore. Inspired diving in with the crescent guard. He'll take out Rule at the bullet time. Not enough. Inspired going further. And Lyon, as soon as we talk about the perfect game, they are having none of that. They find their first kill of the series.
Actually, a great engage that comes through. Duro even gets this beautiful flash ult out, but it's not enough. Ruler tries to channel the bullet time right in the face of Inspired. And the perfect game is ruined.
I was so sure after Duro got the flash out that Lyon was just all going to die in that Cataclysm in the midst of it, but Inspired finding his mark. Summoners used across the board. We'll have another look at this because it is Canyon and Ruler and Juro stepping up looking for the fight.
I mean, Isles, this is a great wild growth to kind of disrupt. And then they go in, they go for the Ash Arrow onto Duro. Oh, we're getting more of a fight here.
It's not more of a fight, it's a very quick pick.
Yeah.
Very quick pick out of Gen.G.
Yeah, the redirect on the ult from Duro, really nice there, but just still not enough. And it's still very favored towards Gen.G. But Lyon showing, with the right setup, right situation, they can get a kill.
Yep, and they did manage to do that. Tower going down for Gen.G, though, in the top lane. Chovy going to be the one, the recipient of that. Some plates for Saint down towards the bottom lane. Lyon on the board in terms of plates as well. Still a 1.4k lead for Chovy, who is really popping off so far this first stand. At the start of the year, sometimes he was a little bit quieter, but obviously still Chovy.
I think the early stages of the LCK Cup, again, I feel like we put him to such a high standard that when he's playing at like a 8 out of 10, I'm like, okay, come on. But there was that series against G+ where he did like the 79k damage Aurora game. He was just insane. Now Chovy is Chovying, and Keen is Keening.
Yeah, Keen jumping onto Saint. And with Canyon coming across as well, Saint doesn't really have anywhere to go. Chovy will be there. Puts the Saint in a pew, says Church is in session. And secures that kill on the enemy mid.
Yeah, able to find that pickup. I think Saint staying a little bit too long for those plates. Dokla getting some alone time top though. There's something there at least.
It's also going to be third Drake Soul point for Gen.G. Hex Soul at 17 minutes. That's a 22-minute Soul if they take it immediately. And Lyon just can't really step in too easily. Inspired perhaps looking for the Wind Becomes Lightning Audacious Charge just to get the smite. Goes in late, stunned immediately. Wildgoat gets a massive knockup, but Inspired's dead before he can do anything else. The Crescent Guard not even used, and with the TP behind from Dokla, can't find an avenue into the fight.
Yeah, the immediate CC before he gets the ult out, pretty devastating. But, you know, I think you have to go for the steal in that situation. Yeah. Another death for Inspired doesn't actually mean that much. It's like a little bit more gold for Gen.G. If you get the steal, even if the odds are low, gives you a lot of reprieve. So I can't hate that he went for the play. No. I think it was the right move, just unfortunate how it panned out.
It's one of those you have to. And you also kind of expect to not manage to do it as well. It's Gen.G. Their objective control, unsurprisingly, pretty good.
Yeah.
And they keep him away from the pit long enough to secure it. Now with a 5,000 gold lead, 18 minutes in, Gen.G can take their time with it. They've got Rift Herald as well, if they want to use that to try and get a charge in, maybe crack through the mid-tier 1, just to open up the map a little bit more.
The thing I'm a little bit concerned about, because Dokla's kept up in farm pretty well. Berserker, even with bot lane being a rough matchup, has kept up in farm. Mid lane, less so. There is, like, Chovy has a whole item. It's like a whole item versus Namtome right now. And I feel like on Silas, you really, if you're weak, you'll just get exploded. Like, you're benefiting from being bulky enough to get rotations of abilities, That's just not going to happen if you're this 2,000 gold down in this situation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of damage as well on Gen.G's side. It's not like only the Orianna is damaged. You also have Ruler, who already has the Bloodthirst to complete and building up towards possibly an Infinity Edge second here. If you go in, you are just going to get burst. There's the Riptor going down, TP coming out as well. Gen.G look to be investing on a second charge, maybe a tier 2. If they can get it, the charge at least will come in. And Ruler continues to chip away at the tower. Chovy's TP more for moral support than anything else.
I think having the backup of the team, because there were some flank wards, one of them has actually died, but this is a moment where Lyon could potentially threaten, like, to come in. They don't have the TPs actually at the moment, but like if they could move in on the flanks and threaten. But Gen.G 5-man strong, really hard to approach.
Saint trying to mark Keen, but Keen has a 2-level lead over the enemy mid laner. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. That's really what Gen.G is setting up for, just trying to get some vision in here, steal away as many camps as possible. Chovy is going to find Saint as they both walk towards this blue buff area, just keeping them away from the minions. This is also something, the amount of times I said this is something Gen.G do really well in this game, but something that Gen.G do that I think not a lot of people will notice is how willing they are to sacrifice a couple of minions for themselves to make sure the enemy loses a whole wave.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I won't actually farm this last shot as Inspired is caught out, dives onto Ruler with the Crescent Guard. Encore coming across, Inspired flashes over it, but Ruler's healed and has the barrier, and even with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Inspired can't get enough to follow up. He almost had it, but Gen.G immediately come to the defense of their AD carry.
Yeah, just so much healing coming out from Duro there, and now one of the problems is Inspired doesn't have his flash. So that next dragon fight, getting access to it going to be so much more difficult. And Gen.G, enemy jungler down, don't even think of the prospect of going for Baron. They just don't even think there's no need. We have Hextech Soul in a minute and a half. We're just going to look towards that. In terms of the fight for the Soul, Ruler being down flash is something maybe Lyon can look to capitalize on, but the problem is even if you win the fight, which is I don't think is really likely, but if you win the fight but they get Soul, you're still going to be in a really bad spot.
It's also like, how do you get onto Ruler without his flash? Because now he can play a little bit further back. You've got the arrow. You have an all-out, like flash all-out from Dokla maybe, but he's never really going to be close enough for that. And then Inspired is usually the one that you'd be looking at. Can you get on towards this MF? But he no longer has that summoner.
I think with this comp from Lyon, you don't want to be grouped together. Yeah. I'm definitely not into what Gen.G has, but ideally, if you can get some deeper wards and go just multiple angles, you have TPs, you have to commit everything to this fight. So just TP in, go for flanks, throw everything at Ruler, and you either win the fight, you get the dragon, or you lose the game. You're 7,000 gold down. You know, it's all or nothing at this point. I think what's nice is that even though it being a Hextech Soul is really, really, really bad, the Hex Gates actually really help with getting flanks off and getting good angles of approach. So we'll see if they're able to make use of those. Right now, they've got some shallow vision starting to get set up, but
some in the back of the pit, which is nice for them right now.
Yeah, but Gen.G are moving in to clear out what they can find.
Let's see if they spot the one just sitting in the back of the Dragon Pit there. Canyon on his way down. Dokla a little bit isolated. Inspired did just finish his recall, but Dokla will just be spotted with the Demacian Standard.
That ward in the pit doesn't get spotted, actually, but
that's big.
That's it. That's it in the area, so a bit difficult to approach. You just see Dokla
TP's to the mid lane, fighting for mid lane prior. Canyon going in with a flag and drag. Dokla has that huge shield from the teleport. Wins the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Canyon heals up with the Sundered Sky. Dragon strikes the wrong way. Keen diving onto the backline. Crescent Guard coming out from the spiders. Keen slices and dices away. Dokla flashes in. Duro flashes out. Canyon going in with the Cataclysm. Berserker almost caught out. The Encore not hitting, but the bullet time does. Berserker taken down. Keen still chasing off Inspired. Dokla will get the kill onto Duro, but Ruler, Canyon, and Keen basically untouched will chase them down. A 4-for-1 in Gen.G's favor.
They try to look for it, they try to get onto Canyon there, but just unable to cut through him. Dokla takes out Duro, but it's a small consolation prize.
Oh, this is dead as well.
Oh no.
No, tasted purple. And as you say, small consolation with the Soul going over to Gen.G. Alongside it, the Baron begun by Ruler and Canyon.
Yeah. Well, it is a best of 5. There's more opportunities to get back in the series. I just think, yeah, so that's the MasterCard priceless moment of the game, securing the Hextech Soul. And I think at this point, you are looking towards game 2. It's not quite a 10,000 gold lead, but approaching on it. We'll get a replay of this fight, so they commit a lot to this Jarvan. Canyon honestly uses that Q in the wrong direction, doesn't really get anything from it, but he's just so bulky with the healing and shielding from Duro. And Dokla ends up going for Duro, does actually take out the support, but in the meantime, Berserker dies to the bullet time. Chovy is there to take out Dokla, and Ruler's just basically untouched.
Also, like, Keen just burning the Crescent Guard at the start of the fight. She's like, okay, I'm standing on top of you, deal with me. And yeah, no real surprises. Gen.G pretty confident after
Lyon
that.
don't look too shaken up about it, right?
Good.
They kind of understand the position they're in this game.
Oh, goodness, Inspired.
Yeah.
Flash about to come off cooldown, but still not up for him yet. Tried to dive onto Chovy, but Inspired dies very rapidly to Chovy and Ruler. Charter Crystal out going down onto Canyon, but he's pretty damn tanky, even at only 2 items. Dokla, the only one with a gold lead here on Lyon. Can he maintain it? Goes in with the path maker, encore, lands onto 3, and Dokla will be cut to ribbons by Gen.G. The charm coming onto Canyon as Saint falls, Isles follow suit, Berserker joins him in the body bags, and Gen.G will march down mid.
Yeah, that should be game, and we will be going over to game 2. I think in this one, Gen.G, a lot of power in lane, a lot of power in team fights, and I think the fact it was that Hextech Soul when they already had the Dragon stacked up early definitely did not help. Not exactly an unexpected outcome, but Lyon in for a rough start in the series.
A rough start for Lyon, strong start again for Gen.G. 17 kills to 3, a 12k lead at 25 minutes as they continue their undefeated streak here at first stand, going 1-0 up over Lyon.
Yeah, tricky one. I think
not for Gen.G.
Well, not for Gen.G. Gen.G, smooth sailing, you know. And we have had other series in the tournament where, you know, game 1 was really rough, like the BLG, B&K Fearx series, and you bounce back. I think a game like this, you just have to take it out your mind.
Yeah. Wipe it from your memory. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to remind you all, after you've wiped it, of exactly what happened.
Gen.G to Gen.G things is how I feel about this one.
Yeah, I want to wipe that from my memory.
Too bad, Raz. We need to talk about it for 4.5 minutes,
over the
sir.
game.
Didn't the people just saw that game? We don't need to. It just happened.
It's just pain. It's all it is pain. Hey, listen, that game was longer than the first game against JDG.
Yeah.
It's fine if Gen.G bullies everyone in the world, right?
I agree.
Anyway, player of the game, tricky choice for us. Both of y'all voted Canyon. He is going to be the player of the game as well. Early game was completely dominant for them, and we just have a reel of really where the game was decided, where we felt like it was decided, and it was in the early game, Emily.
Yeah, I think the big thing to me is, because it also could have gone to Chovy, right? But the big thing to me was that in so many of these situations, it's going to start in bot lane with Isles just stepping a little bit too far forward and then just dying for it. This is what I wanted to talk about, though, right? Because Inspired thinks he sees an angle onto mid. They're trying to get Saint into a good position, knowing that he's going to have a tough time against Chovy. Canyon is already there, ends up killing Inspired, and here's another gank onto the bot side from Canyon.
And this one was really fun because, like, they cut out Xin Zhao, who was basically hunting for a gank, and then pushed him off. He then walked towards his, like, the Jarvan walked towards his own control ward in Tri-Bush, and then just took the gank anyways. Like, that was really creative. Then being able to match Xin Zhao after you got flash off Chovy, so he was basically everywhere and matching Inspired, which is what you expect out of him, but it was a masterclass here.
Yeah, and we have an update on Gen.G's speedrun update.
Okay.
They have beaten JDG very quickly. They also did beat Lyon very quickly. Game 1 with Lyon was, I believe, we need to populate it here, but 23 minutes was their game 1 against JDG. This game was like 24, 25 minutes by the time they ended.
They survived longer than
game
1.
Silver linings, but really we pulled up the lane economy snapshot again for this one because of how dominant the early game actually was.
This is the big thing to me because Gen.G are so powerful right here. I mean, obviously this is expected. Bot lane does really well. There's just nothing over here. And going into this series, you know, Lyon have to know that the laning, just the raw laning power, before we even get to their objective setups and how much control Canyon has over the early game now, their raw laning power is insane, and you saw that dominance here.
Yeah, and this was not something that was going to be surprising. This is something that they had done domestically consistently, finding small incremental advantages and like just snowballing that. That was something that actually Inspired was very vocal about going into this one. He had an interview with Ethan from, specifically it was they're from DPM, but if you could just see it right here is a rift.gg, where he mentioned the aspect of like, hey, stall for 15 minutes, win team fights. They're so much better at laning and getting small advantages. And he talked about how kind of creative you can be in chaotic elements in team fights. And if they can find those moments, then maybe they have an edge there.
And this is constantly a debate about how LCS teams are supposed to play against the best Korean teams in the world.
Yes.
Do you try to spam early game or do you try and scale? I do think the one that I wanted to try was to spam early game when we were at Worlds back in 2020.
Yeah.
It worked against Suning, but it didn't work in other situations. This also has worked for Inspired in their first series against Gen.G a year and a half ago at Worlds 2024. And I just want to pull up the one good Lyon fight for why I think it's still possible that this could work, just not in a reliable way.
Please give me some hope. Any hope is good.
This was while they were down 4,000 gold. They're nearly one-shotting Duro. If they have one more item power spike, maybe they do.
Yeah.
And even the back end of this fight, killing Ruler, Duro getting out with sub 100 health, and then Chovy and Canyon both having to flash out, getting quite low. You could see if they were to kill 2 more people in that game, the game state could have actually been a little bit playable. They'd be down 2,000 gold, but have scaling. Listen, fully understand that is max cope, but that was at least the idea from Lyon going into the game.
Yes.
Yeah, I will say this is also one thing I want to bring to everyone's attention because
That's a lot of zeros.
We talked about
That's a lot of
this
zeros.
yesterday with Team Secret Wales versus BFX, right? It's looking very similar. Look at all these neutral objectives.
I don't want to do that.
That Lyon managed to get. Oh wait, there are no neutral objectives.
Camps are neutral objectives.
That's crazy. But it's at the same time, like, if you're actually trying to metagame it of saying, okay, we're losing every lane, we need to have as much power as possible for a post 50-minute team fight.
Yeah.
All the delayed power things like early Drakes is not something Lyon would even try and contest because they're just trying to like min-max as much power as they can for that mid-game team fight. So when it fails, yeah, you're gonna get perfect gamed. Pretty much. If it was gonna fail, if it was gonna fail more, it would have been a perfect game.
Yes, I will at least. Here's my small sense of cope. Because I think from the drafting perspective, Gen.G did it all. Even like having the Jarvan, banning specifically the Gnar and setting up for the Renekton, so you don't even get the weird kind of like counter picks that Dokla can go for. Now that's off the table. Hey, Keen now can't go for the Cassante or the Renekton, but he has every other pick.
Sure.
He has every other pick on the table.
Yeah, he can still play everything.
Yeah.
The draft felt fine to me for Gen.G. If there was a way that Gen.G has failed in the past, I think sometimes their drafts aren't that good, but it's because they win 90% of their games. It's hard to understand what they think is actually good and bad because if they're winning all those games. What we still have are memes though, Raz.
That's true.
You always
in the
have
pre-show,
memes.
if you're watching, we mentioned Berserker 0-9 all-time against Chovy. But what has potentially just activated? I think we need to point out the 0-10.
The power spike! I like it. I'm believing in it a little bit.
I'm less hopeful after this game, but I do
feeling pretty good about my 3-0 prediction.
I do love the Yasuo 0-10 Berserker power spike.
I had 0 faith, now I have 0.1 faith. That's all we need.
That's something. You're saying there's a chance. Game 2 after this.
Okay, me too.
Coming. Fight this.
Nice.
For the win becomes lightning audacious charge just to get the smite. Goes in late, stunned immediately. Wildcard gets a massive knockup, but Inspired's dead before he can do anything else. And Dokla will be cut to ribbons by Gen.G. The charm coming onto Canyon as Saint falls, Isles follow suit, and Gen.G will march down mid.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen.G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No question in your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. I believe, I believe, I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. Well, I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe, I believe, I believe. 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 I believe, I believe, I believe.
제가 오늘 3대 0으로 조금 깔끔하게 승리를 했다고 해서 딱히 자존심을 채워줬다 이런 건 없는 것 같고 늘 똑같은 기분인 것 같습니다. 제가 올해 그 LPL 결승전을 보면서 조금 화끈한 스타일인 줄 알았는데 JDG가 근데 막상 경기를 치르고 나니까 생각보다 조금 아쉽다라고 느꼈습니다. 옆에서 계속 제가 모르는 게 너무 많다 보니까 그래서 너무 많이 알려주셔서 제가 이렇게까지 될 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 늘 하던 대로 하면은 3대 0 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Welcome back to First Stand as we are ready and raring to go into Draft 4 Game 2. Lyon picking second pick. Gen.G have taken a blue side. They're going to get rid of the Rise, Karma and Varus removed by Lyon. That seems wrong. Because how did Lyon have 2 bans already if they're second pick?
Oh, so this is Lion's
that-
strategy? They've taken the Gen.G logo.
Genius.
And actually, if Lyon have Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Ruladuro, that's a pretty stacked roster.
Okay. So, yes. Lyon with Keen are coached by Rainover. Slight draft overlay weirdness going on here. We'll get that sorted out for you as soon as possible, obviously. We were as confused as you all were at home. So obviously just one of those things that can happen is where we sort everything out, but we'll get back into that draft as quickly as possible. You heard Duro talking about how the win over JDG didn't really excite anything within him.
I feel like he wasn't even trying to be like, he was just like, yeah, you know, we win everything. You know, it sounded so casual the way he was saying it.
Do you think, like, if they do win Worlds this year, which I think at the moment you would, on their current form, they should be favorites for Worlds. If we played Worlds right now, right?
Long way away, but
do you think it is worse to win Worlds if you just have won everything that year because it's kind of expected? Or do you think it's better to do like a T1 and only just sneak in 4th seed and then win Worlds from there because it's less expected?
Do I think it's worse to win everything in the year in Golden Road?
Yeah, but in terms of personal satisfaction with it, does it feel better to fight from being the underdog to win Worlds, or just be like, oh, we were always the best?
You know, I wouldn't personally know, but I feel like it feels pretty good regardless.
I mean, 100% feels good regardless, but it's like, do you get more satisfaction out of the trials and tribulations?
I don't know. It's hard to, you know, there's one player I know who can make the comparison. His name is Faker. I don't think many other players can make the comparison.
I mean, very true.
So
Very true.
We'll have to ask him.
Okay, let's get back into the draft. Lyon on the blue side, going to ban out Rise, Rumble, and Pantheon. Nico, Varus, and Karma taken away by Gen.G, and they will first pick the Vi.
Okay, now we get the first pick Vi coming through. So that point-and-click lockdown at pick Canyon definitely loves to prioritize. And does make you think, what will it be paired with? Right, the Talia is still open and available as an option, but we did see the Aurora come out from Lyon, which, you know, really strong pick, and also something that I think good to deny it from Chovy. That pick, he had a crazy game. I talked about it earlier, but the 79k damage game in playoffs, it was like 1.7k DPM.
That is,
it was absurd.
Incredibly impressive.
Yunara coming through as well, so a pick that Berserker could definitely pop off from. You don't have the Lulu to back it up, though, in this situation. With that being taken out in Game 1, I know Yunara Lulu's been that really strong combo that people love to pair together.
Yeah, Seraphine gone as well, alongside Karma, so you don't have like a true easy enchanter. You could play something like the Melio if you wanted to.
Nico gone too. I know Yunara and Nico's been like a really strong team fighting combo, so it'll be interesting to see what comes through in terms of support combos. And Gen.G just going to slam down the Ambessa for Keen, so it's not a flex obviously with the Vi already there, but that is, oh, that's scary. If I'm playing Yunara and I see Vi, Ari, and Ambessa on the other team, Berserker's going to have his work cut out for him.
Add in like a Nautilus. It's like the pure, I just hate playing this game composition.
Fortunately, they have bans before they get to pick the support.
That they do.
So,
that they do. And it looks like it might not be the Ari. It might be Galio instead. A little bit less easily counterpicked is the Galio in mid.
Yeah, interesting they switch to that. I feel like the Ari has that mobility, that momentum in fights, but you know, a lot of global pressure afforded by that Galio and a pick that Chovy. I mean, there's a lot of picks he's very good on, but definitely excellent on.
Very true. And with the Vi and Ambessa diving onto the back line, Hero's entrance on top of it, you know, it does exactly what you want it to do. Lyon looking towards perhaps an Ari of their own.
Yeah, so putting the Aurora in the top lane, and Dokla, a player who very often we've seen Lyon put his pick late in this in the draft, often getting a counter pick, but here they've ended up flexing to essentially give him that and giving him a ranged top matchup into the Ambessa. So, you know, last game we saw Keen get a pretty solid CS farm advantage. This time it's going to be Dokla who should have control of that lane. You know, we've seen him bring out like the Varus top, the Vayne top.
I think this is the first Aurora top we've seen from him this year, though. As far as I can recall.
I think it makes sense, though, fits in with the style of play. He's brought out a lot more this year. Last year, I think it was less common for him to be doing this, but now having that range top matchup, they have a lot of advantages. And you see Lyon taking out the Nami, preparing with Corki and Lucian, so a lot of strength there.
Also just a lot of pressure in the lane. The ability to go in and dash onto the Yunara, who does need to build up that cultivation of spirit to really be able to trade back into you effectively or to hit the Arc of Triumph as well. Poppy banned away from Isles, no real surprises there. Probably his best pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like Lyon probably want a pick that can like disengage and peel. I feel like for Gen.G, like a Rakan would be really strong with what they have already. I mean, Alistair too has a lot of value, but I think the Rakan still being open, I could see that being paired up. Honestly, we saw it played in the tournament. It's not something Duras play, but even like a Camille support would be crazy here.
True.
I think just accentuating what you already have in terms of the dive, and then Ruler can play something to follow up. I feel like Ruler here could just play the Jhin.
Yeah, you could Jhin. I was also thinking if you just want to dominate the lane, you could go like Caitlyn Bard and just like really harass this Yanara. You're not going to have last pick. We'll see if Lyon decides to keep that for support, but Caitlyn Bard on the backline, tempered the fate there for the either disengage or for the initial engage for the Vi, and then better to follow up on. I could see it working.
Yeah, Wukong ban is big, because I was thinking what does Inspired assume he's going to pick here, and they leave support to last, and I think Wukong was one of the picks on the forefront.
Inspired's Viego, he made a name on this champion all the way back in his days in the EU LCS, I think it was at the time, maybe the LEC, picking up a pentakill on it, and it will be locked in.
So there's a ton of momentum in this composition. You get a kill, the resets are going to feel really strong. Question is, who is getting you that first initial kill? They don't have like a primary engager yet, so that support pick going to be really important. It is leaving it to last pick, leaving that last option available for Isles to have the information. And Gen.G, it looks like they probably will just go for that Rakan. Really simple, just to follow up with the Vi. And also, I think Rakan Galio is just so strong.
Oh, it's gross. It is grotesque. Rakan Corki gives you pressure in the lane. See Rakan not as strong level 1 as some other supports, but if you use the Gleaming Quill and you trade in well with the Gatling Gun, Corki kind of covers that for you.
I think also having the Corki compared to something like the Jhin, the fact you have that dash.
A little bit of mobility, yeah.
Yeah, and it means that there's no real easy target. When you think about the sort of reset potential of Lyon, there's not like a target you can think, oh, we can just jump on them immediately. They're an easy one to take out. That being said, one thing when you are getting resets with the Viego, if the champion has a dash, feels really good. There's a lot of dashes. If you start getting, like, you go onto Rakan, grand entrance in, get a reset again, and you just keep...
dash, get ambassador, 100% see it.
Speaking of getting that first kill, getting that momentum, Nautilus, he's the king of single target lockdown.
Oh, we needed lockdown from this Lyon squad, right? You look at the rest of it, you've got a Charm, and you have a Spectral Maw. And that's all of your CC. Like, you have a slow from the weirding, I guess, right? But really, you needed something with quite heavy CC. Need to have someone that can be that initiator. The problem is, on something like a Nautilus, and this is why the Nautilus Death Fund exists, if you fall behind, you're gonna die a lot, because that is just what happens when you are the primary engage for your team. And Gen.G in game 1 showed us that in terms of laning, they can force Lyon behind. I like what I'm seeing from Lyon though. It's heavy skirmish. We didn't see them take that many fights deliberately in game 1. Apart from that one around the river where Inspired was able to pick up Ruler, I'd like to see a little bit more impetus, a little more get up and go from Lyon in this game.
If you let Gen.G pull off their engage, I think you're going to have a really rough time. But if you get that first initial pick with the Nautilus, with the Ari, you get the momentum, that's where I can see the avenue here. I do really like Gen.G's composition, but I will say something Lyon have secured here compared to last game, better lane matchups. We saw mid lane really be a struggle, bot lane really be a struggle, top lane, I think Dokla was doing better than the other lanes, but still behind in terms of farm. This time, I think you have an advantageous matchup in the top lane. You know, you have range first melee in the mid, and bot should be more stable.
Yeah, I have to see if Lyon can keep things stable through the early game, as Chovy on this Galio is just going to spot out Inspired. For Gen.G, business as usual. It's a very Gen.G comp, right? You have solid dive from Keen and Canyon. You've got Ruler on an AD carry that can do a huge amount of damage later on. You've got Duro there. His ability to be everywhere on the map, get vision in before objectives, but also be that follow-up engage. And Gen.G loving life with these 5 picks.
You know, it's interesting because we saw the change that did happen for Gen.G that we've talked a bit about was Ryu, who was the coach for BNK Fearx, coming from that team over to Gen.G. And I feel like these sorts of drafts were very indicative of how BNK Fearx wanted to play last year and the sort of things they would draft. Having like that late engage, easy sort of, and we've had this game and last game. It's like you have your go buttons, you charge in, and with the team as strong as Gen.G in those 5v5s, it feels a bit unfair.
It's one of those, I think a lot of people, when they look at great teams, will say, oh, they play complex things well. As Ignite goes down onto Ruler, doesn't have the Valkyrie right now. Gleaming Quill available for Dura, but he can't get in range to heal up Ruler. Great trade from Berserker and Isles there.
Yeah, really good trade, and I love they go for the Ignite. So normally we've seen heals so much for supports, but Dura doesn't want to heal there because the healing's reduced, so he holds it, he saves it, and that means you don't get the movement speed, so Ruler's trapped into the trade for longer. Berserker and Isles, you know, game 2, they're coming to play.
Yeah, really nice early trade. Good hook from Isles to start things off. Level 2 now for Ruler and Dura does mean they're a little bit safe. Another hook's going to land. Gleaming Quill on Dura will heal up Ruler as well.
Hey, look, we're 2 minutes into the game.
Two
this
hooks.
is already looking way better.
It's massive. Good stuff all round for the Lion bottom lane. Slight leads in every role apart from support right now for them. Dokla getting the push into Keen with that ranged into melee matchup, and Keen having to sacrifice at least a couple of minions out of this wave just because of how much pressure Dokla can put down. Area was used by Berserker in bot lane to make sure that he got his recall off.
Yeah, good move there, picking up the coal, so has that investment coming through. And Ruler not going to be able to max out as obviously he wants to get his tier.
I mean, Carl is so good on Yunara as well. All of that lifesteal, or pseudo lifesteal off from it with your Cultivation of Spirit, the Q. Wave start to push towards Dokla, especially with Keen thinning it out like this, but Keen's struggling a little bit because of that range disparity that is there. Canyon actually foregoing the bot side Scuttle Crab, even though he was on that side of the map, is just saying, okay, we're going to get 1 for 1. I'll run up to top, delays me by 8-10 seconds or so, but we'll make sure that I don't lose out on a fight in that bot side river.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that Lyon are putting these lanes in an uncomfortable position, so you have to kind of be respectful. And Canyon is the main one who's suffering right now in terms of, okay, my lanes don't have prio for the most part. Obviously the wave is bouncing back now for Keen, so he's covering there. But Canyon has to be careful because he's not going to have the immediate support, the immediate backup. Now, though, Keen could end up in trouble here.
Keen weirding for the slow. Inspired spotted on the Tribush ward, and Keen will just start to walk away. Inspired, you do want to get towards that level 6 as quickly as possible on the Viego as well, so with his Krug spawning, wants to get back there, doesn't want to spend too much time stopping Keen from being able to push this wave in. Keen, with the push, will now just be able to back away, but Dokla freezes the wave slightly. Going to see Keen, not even actually get his recall off there. Good weirding from Dokla to stop it in the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, just keeping the wave in an uncomfortable spot for him as well. And kind of just biding the time. Not letting him get that reset up, getting full HP.
Another good hook from Isles as Ruler's chunked down to half HP. The Ignite down as well will chip away at his health bar, but in the end, apart from just getting some of that health away from him, not actually costing Ruler too much in terms of CS. Saint's going to get taunted up here by Chovy. Smashes him with the Petrocite hands that he has.
I think that's the thing that's, you know, as much as things are going good for Lyon, and we know that from what Inspired said before the series, the game plan...
Ooh, Valkyrie down onto Isles. He has to flash away, but the flash follow from Ruler and Dura is enough. The auto comes out. Isles just oversteps a smidge. Berserker now getting chased out as well. His barrier almost back off cooldown. Inspired coming in from the side as well. Flash, Spectral, more knock up with the ground entrance barrier as well. Inspired look for the kill, but he's CC'd. He'll get it. He'll go into the corgi. Valkyrie's over onto Dura, who flashes away. And Inspired will pay for his kill with his life. Canyon takes him down.
Oh, the barrier buying so much time there. Feels really unfortunate for Lyon. If Inspired was able to get more momentum there, get the kill onto Ruler, then Duro, would have maybe be able to escape even from Canyon, but unfortunately slowed down so much. The peel in that comes through, able to delay those resets from coming out. Isles just overstepping a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit too far forward, but still, really good start for Lyon. They are within 100, 200 gold, 6 minutes in. Public execution not hitting from Keen as Dokla uses the ultimate of his own just to dodge away. Keen, though, does have this wave in a really nice spot, and Dokla doesn't have too much mana. Let's have the TP if he just wants to go back and then teleport to try and break this freeze.
Yeah, neither top laner having reset yet. Both just kind of holding out, keeping each other accountable in this situation.
I'm going to kick off the Drake. That's the first move. Canyon only just coming past his inhibitor now. So this will be the first neutral objective of the series for Lyon. Let's have another look at this. Isles there, procs the Aftershock early and then keeps going in for the fight.
Yeah, Aftershock down, shield down, gets CC'd, and Ruler Valkyrie's over him. And the Valkyrie, even level 1, does so much damage. She's caught off guard. And then here, Berserker's trying to trade back, but has to back away eventually. And then here, Inspired sees the free kill, but the barrier comes through, the healing as well from the Rakan.
Dougla should be able to walk away from this one, but perhaps not from Canyon, who's on his way across. No flash for Dougla. Cease and desist. He smashed with the fist, and a Vault Breaker out means that Canyon gets his second.
Yeah, the fact Canyon can get out of there without having to burn the flash feels really good in that situation. So kill set up by Keen, but finished off by Canyon, and they will have a gold lead now. But still not super substantial. Lyon did get that early dragon.
Oh, knock up here onto Berserker. Good hook out of it, but Ruler hits level 6, has those missiles, hits the first onto Berserker, hits the second too. Not quite enough to take down the Yonara, but will force Berserker out of lane.
Found a great angle there. Ruler hitting the level 6, having that power spike. You know, the Yonara's level 6 so strong, but not being available. And also Duro using the Spellbook Ignite for that extra pressure. So we see some heavy trading back in return.
Yeah, ping's coming out towards the blue buff area from Gen.G. I think they were wondering if perhaps they could go for the invade onto Inspired here, but they'll back away. You can see Canyon just going up towards his own blue side, wants to farm through and perhaps make his way towards Keen on the top side. Grub's up in 20 seconds. They were pretty delayed in game 1. Lots of teams now kind of are leaving them until there's a very large window just to take it. It's like, I don't really need to be doing anything else here.
I think as well, a lot of junglers will just do like the 1 for the extra XP.
Public execution onto Dougla, but he goes between worlds and dodges away. Keen trading back in with that shield. Has the Hex Drinker as well first hit. But rushing the Eclipse, as we see a lot of Ambessers doing, and Hex Drinker with the magic resist doing a lot of work into Dougla, who is struggling after being in control of the lane early game.
Yeah, Keen really playing for this lane matchup and starting to gain control. Could threaten a dive, maybe.
Weird and clears out most of the way. Keen looking for the dive. Okay. It wasn't a threat, it was a promise as Keen takes the kill. Just solos out Dougla in topside.
This feels rough, honestly.
Yeah.
Having this flex pick that you put the Aurora in top lane in this matchup, and I know Canyon ganking definitely didn't help Dougla, but Keen getting the solo kill there just makes you really concerned, especially with how strong Ambessa becomes on the one-item spike. It's not going to get better.
Spike delayed a little bit because of that slightly different path through the Hex Drinker towards the Eclipse. Canyon did take the grubs while this was happening, and Rulu and Duro wisely back away from the bot side, knowing that, well, where could Inspired be? He's somewhere down here, most likely. Canyon gets a little bit of a down. So, yeah, that voice line, that wow, I guess every time we cut to it, someone recalling. Rulu will clear out the wave. And after 6 minutes, we were talking about how it was only 200 gold difference. Now Gen.G 1.6k ahead of Lyon, who just have that single kill and Drake to their name.
Yeah, I think with the lane advantages, Lyon's not getting as much of a farm lead as maybe they would have hoped in comparison to like Gen.G game 1. But, you know, Inspired, as he said before the series, the hope is just to stabilize lanes and get to a mid-game where they can fight. So that's what we're looking toward. It does feel unfortunate that game 1, Gen.G got the early dragons. They get like the Chemtech Ocean into Hextech Soul. Lyon get Hextech Mountain.
Yeah.
If it's a terrible soul, I'm going to feel so bad for them.
They do still have to do the next steps of taking the next dragon and then playing for the soul as well.
That's true.
And so I was spotted out on vision. He comes towards topside. Inspired here as well. Has the Kraken Slayer complete on the Viego. Looking to see if they can burst down Keen. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Saint knocked up with the Justice Punch, as Chovy takes him down to about a third HP.
And now this is concerning because Chovy can start to move towards top. They have info this dive is coming.
Depth charge onto Keen. Public execution to dodge the CC. Isles caught underneath the tower. Still Keen surviving through it. Isles will fall. Dougla will follow. Inspired will come third. Oh, flashes away from the hero's entrance. A double though for Keen as the TP comes in from Duro. They look to collapse onto Inspired, but he will be able to escape.
The fact that Inspired gets the kill and manages to get out before Chovy, it could have been even worse. Yeah. It could have been 3 kills coming through. Duro even coming through with a teleport. Just a devastating situation for Lyon there, trying to kill Keen and 2 go down. 3-1-1 now for the Ambessa. This is
and
not
while
good.
It happens, Berserker is forced away from his tower on the bottom lane. 3 plates, 4 plates, 3 plates go over to Ruler. He has a 15 CS lead as well. It's almost 900 gold ahead now for the Corki, and Keen is still 1,000 ahead himself.
Oh man. Yeah, going from bad to worse in this situation. This Ambessa is going to be a problem. Yeah. So see the buffer on the ultimate from Isles, beautifully played. and then just buying as much time with the cooldowns, gets that shield in as well, focused down on Lyon who had aggro. Dokla grabs it with the tower ramped up, and then Inspired dashing and then flashing to get out of the knockup just in time. Because with how ramped up the tower
he was dead.
Yeah.
One or two more tower shots would have definitely killed off Inspired. Gold lead shrinks a little bit for Gen.G, but with the quickness going down onto Isles, he does have the flash, might try and dash out of this one. Charm onto Berserker as well, who continues to trade in. Isles perhaps looking for the hook onto Duro. Has a flash of his own, goes for Ruler. Ruler flashes back into the bush, but Berserker continues to trade in. Flash in from Isles, Ruler low. Lion winning the 2v2 bot, but Canyon's here to stop them in their tracks. Canyon will come across. Berserker gets another! 2 for 2 in a 2v3. Lion's bot lane coming alive.
Huge play there from Berserker and Isles, managing to get the 2v2 kills, and unfortunately for them, Canyon cleans it up, but still outplaying Ruler and Duro. Not something that many players find the chance to do.
Really nicely done from Lion's bottom side. Because Canyon was there, though, it will be their first Drake of the game going over to Gen.G. Canyon now 4-0-0 on this Vi, and you can see the comparison in the Coinbase gold grind between Canyon and Inspired. Pretty even in terms of gold, but Canyon has been having a whale of a time when it comes to picking up kills.
I think it kind of shows that Inspired has been keeping up. He got those couple of kills, has been farming quite well.
Good
but,
look onto Duro. Death charge there for the follow-up. Saint looking with the Spirit Rush. Isles will take the kill. The chase continues. Great charm from Saint, just clipping the heels of Canyon. He has to Vault Breaker away, but another hook. A hero's entrance. Canyon survives. Sees goes in. Back in. Canyon dies. Will they follow up onto Chovy? Inspired's going to steal away the Vi. And Chovy just gets out alive. Meanwhile, on the top side, Keen continues to win the 1v1.
But it's good news across the rift for Lion. Even though Dokla is not having a great time in the matchup, he does escape. That's the main thing. And that play for Lion was huge. They get the initial pick, and this is what the comp wants to do. The reset potential is huge there. And the gold lead less than 1,000 now.
Yeah. Really good stuff all around from Lion. Isles setting up as well with a couple of great hooks, and then Saint coming in with the follow-up. Look at this. Duro thinks he's safe, but a good first hook into Depth Charge means that Duro now looking to battle dance to Canyon, can't get there. Saint with a great charm just on the heels of Canyon.
Yeah. And then here, Canyon goes for the short dash to try and get around the wall.
Yeah, bend the bullet.
But it's not enough. And then he goes back in. He's like, I'll set it for Chovy. Just ends up going down himself. I think probably could have just walked away.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you can see they were looking for Inspired, but Inspired, when you get the passive out of the Viego, you get that health back. Makes it so much easier for you. Saint now 1,200 gold ahead. Had a real struggle in the lock-in Swiss stage on Lion. Lion generally had a real struggle going 1 and 2, but in playoffs, this guy really came to life.
And starting to do so in this game with a big gold lead now. 1,200 to get ahead of Chovy. And if you have a Fed Ari, a Fed Viego with this composition, it's going to be so significant when you get those first kills. The momentum you get is huge.
Lion in the lead. 15 minutes in, still 3 minutes before Chem Drake, so we've got a while. This
Chemtech, you know, Chemtech Soul, when they start to get dragons.
Not exactly what you want. And the problem for Lion is going to be Keen.
Yeah.
He is so damn big right now, and you have to, like, we saw yesterday PLG versus G2. We've seen Ambessa do a lot of stuff.
Oh, I did see that.
Did you see that?
I did see that.
Bin
yes.
absolutely smurfed on G2.
On G2?
Yeah, on G2
yeah.
specifically.
What region are G2 from?
G2 are from Europe.
Oh, Europe.
Yeah.
And that's the LEC, right?
That is the LEC.
Oh,
man, look, you can try and mock me here. LEC losing to LPL top laners is a time-honored tradition. If it's an international tournament, that has to happen.
At least you got a new cool screenshot.
It's true. It joins the 20 other ones of Aatrox's just slamming onto G2 on repeat. Or a cannon slicing Maelstrom or something. But yeah, like we've seen what an Ambessa can do, especially after you get towards the Death Dance, especially after you get towards a little bit of that sustain in the kit.
Yeah.
Now with the Eclipse complete, Dokla is just never winning that matchup. And I guess the question I'm coming to is, how do Lion actually start to pressure Keen in the side lane, or how do they negate the pressure that he's going to apply?
I didn't think his Dokla has a lot of wave clear and is hard to pin down. Keen has been pressuring him, we've seen that, but he hasn't been killing him the last couple of times. He hasn't been able to dive him.
Oh, public execution going on to Saint, who Spirit Rushes away. Saint loses half his health and his tower. And now even with the charm connecting, Keen very happy in this matchup because he has that Hex Trinket. Keen though, holding on to his flash for now, Inspired on the way across. Spirit Rush available to Saint, but Keen just dives in. Spectral Maul for the stun. Keen now beginning to retreat, realizing that he doesn't have a huge amount of armor, and Inspire claps him. Lyon, we asked how they could negate the pressure of Keen. Well, just exactly like that, yeah. As they go for more, Ruler's going to get depth charge. Inspire chasing forward, Charm coming out with the quickness. There's the Heartbreaker forward by Inspired onto Ruler. He gets the reset, he gets another. Inspired and Isles take down 2 more.
That's how you do it. Get the first kill and the resets come through Inspired. Now getting so much gold off the back of that play, and Gen.G downing kills for the first time this series.
Huge from Lyon. We wondered if they could bounce back after game 1. Well, they are bouncing back with a vengeance.
What game 1? You know, just forget about it. And Keen, I think, feeling very confident in his strength. Burns the ult early, chunks ain't out, but it's an Ari. You know, hard to get the follow-up in the end of the kill. And then here, I think Keen was waiting for the moment to flash against a Viego. You're thinking, okay, I'll flash still, I'm ready for it.
That final order did a ton
I'm
of
pretty sure
damage,
that crit.
Yeah. And then here, Ruler on vision, depth charge comes out. Inspire has so much mobility, we talked about it in draft, and they can follow up with a Heartbreaker reset into the reset, gets the kill. And Dura really can't do anything at that point.
Yeah, don't be scared though, they can't kill you ever. You are so OP.
Oh shit.
Twice I've cast a Gen.G series here at first, and one of them is Swan.
It's just a great way to describe the situation, you know, Inspired, given those sharp calls you've expected from him, where he's giving all the feedback to the team, saying what they should do. Ruler's like, yep.
Yeah. Drake taking for Gen.G. The focus for Dokla currently on the top lane tower. A 2,000 gold lead about to extend for Lyon right now. Items beginning to come in across the board. 2 for Berserker, 2 for Saint with the Malignance and the Rocket Belt, and 2.5 for Inspired. Collector, Kraken, Last Whisper.
Yeah, he's strong. He's such a threat right now, and honestly, he can just kind of run rampant in some of these fights. And I think one of the problems with, you know, with the Viego being so fed is if you try and focus him down, he has the ult to buffer. If he gets a reset, then when he has those frames where he's untargetable. A lot of the tools on Gen.G are very powerful at focusing down a single target. They're very telegraphed.
Yep.
And if you avoid them, Gen.G can suddenly find themselves in a really bad spot.
Very much agree. I do wonder if in the full team fight, its nameplate's on, but I still favor Gen.G's composition when it comes to a full 5v5. Even though they're 2,000 gold behind, it's like at some point Inspire can't just only use the Nautilus to walk in. You know?
I think it comes down to how the fights are structured. If they're kind of more clumped together and you get this flawless Gen.G engage, it's going to feel great for them. Whereas for Lyon, I think you want to find it a bit more split out.
Yeah.
Someone's like Duro's up to the side, maybe looking for a flank.
Team fights.
Yes,
yeah.
And you start it off with, you know, Duro was trying to find a flank angle, we killed him, and that immediate momentum starter for the rest of the fight makes it so much easier. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off. It's not obviously going to be the easiest thing, but this is such a great spot to be in this game.
Really solid stuff so far from Lyon. As Keen, spider senses tingling a little bit. Yes, it's brand new day, it's tingling. Tingling a little bit as Inspired and Saint are waiting. Keen will begin to step up, doesn't have the flash.
Yeah, I think that's the danger point. He does have backup with
you can
the Galio.
See Chovy and Duro both moving down through the river.
He's walking into them.
And in there as well, there's the charm. They'll look for the damage here as entrance onto Keen, who tries to shield up with repudiation. Public execution as well, and Inspired's down before he can get the reset. Saint trying to run away, gets another charm onto Keen, but even with the stopwatch, he can't stop his own death. Gen.G find 2 as they collapse on the bot side.
And Chovy was immediately ready to come in for the support. You know, you have the Hex Drinker, you have the Magic Shield from the Galio. Really just limited Saint's damage, and Inspired just wasn't able to do enough on his own. He has Collector as well, remember, so he only needs to get him below 5% and just wasn't able to do so. That gold lead that we saw Lyon have, with this tower going, I think it's just gone.
It goes from 2.5k to 0 in the space of 90 seconds as the Ripto charges through mid and Gen.G get their 3rd turret of the game.
Not the best 90 seconds they've had, but it's still, you know, I think it shows how things can go wrong for the composition. They were super patient with this play. They waited to get the charm out of the fog of war and layer the CC. The thing is, Inspired ulted a little early because he wanted to guarantee it, which makes complete sense, but you didn't get as much execute damage on it, and Keen just able to survive. Look how low he is.
Yeah, Hex Drinker in the Hero's entrance really saving Keen in that fight, and then after that gets the repudiation off for the extra shielding.
Yeah. I mean, the resets come in, could be different. There was a lot of Gen.G members who came in. The whole squad were ready to back up Keen.
But maybe it's an let's escape at that point. You have, and Viego's stolen Mbessa, he can dash away, he's got Heartbreaker over a wall. You've got an Ari who has Spirit Rush, she can try and escape as well.
Or at least buy time for the rest of Lyon to come in, but yeah. And I think it shows that a lot of these fights are going to be, do you get the momentum, or if you just struggle and fail to get one kill, that can just cut you short completely.
Definitely can. Gen.G once again taking the lead in the game. 60 seconds before we have the next Chem Dragon on the Rift.
Which, I don't think the Chem Dragon's amazing for Lyon. I mean, it's decent for like a Viego, but I actually think for Gen.G...
Avoiding the initial burst.
Yeah, and for champions like Mbessa, Vi, and the Galio, it's a good amount of value. So if they do get that Chemtech Soul, it is going to make things tricky for Lyon in this game.
Definitely agree with you. Keen still way ahead of Dokla, who is currently matching Chovy on that bottom side. And it looks like they are going to send Saint as the one who needs to deal with Keen, who still has his flash and his ultimate available. Canyon hovering around him, Duro on his way across as well. Good vision control for Gen.G around this barren pit. They could just start to look to play around it themselves. Saint with the teleport could join from the bottom, sorry, Dokla with the TP could join from the bottom side. But he's getting forced out pretty handily by Chovy right now.
Yeah, I don't think Dokla has a fun matchup.
Oh, public execution. They're just diving onto Saint. They go in with a follow-up season assist. Saint's going to Spirit Rush out. There's the hero's entrance follow-up, and Inspired trying to dive in, but dies for it. Gen.G find 2 Spirit Rush away from Saint Berserker. Trying to open up the big guns, but just doesn't have the damage to work his way through Ruler, who almost takes him out with a phosphorus bomb to the face. Gen.G will back away with the jungler dead, though. I think it might be a call for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so decisive when they start the fight. Initially looking for the Ari, and the Ari a hard target to follow up on, but Inspired goes in, and they just turn onto him. And as soon as he dies, it's just hard to see a fight that Lyon win from there. Baron going to be secured by Gen.G. They're TPing in mid as well, so not even really an angle for Lyon to trade for the Dragon. And that gold lead's going to be blown open.
It's so tricky because Gen.G call, we're just going into this bush. They jump onto Saint, and then you can see Inspired thinking, maybe I can get in, goes in with a Heartbreaker, immediate charm for Duro.
Yeah, I think there just wasn't anyone low enough for him to go in. It was a good ult from Isles to buy time for Saint, but
2 on the Spirit Rush here for Saint. Gets it back up, starts to dash away, and should be able to escape Keen's clutches.
Not fun playing into Keen right now. Feels like Saint and Dokla have kind of been like, just avoid him. But he is level 17 now. Problematic. He's just so bulky, so much healing as well. From the extra ranks in the ultimate.
Yeah, what are you doing to him, man? It's Spear, Eclipse, Hex Drinker, Steel Cap. So even if Inspired is there, his damage isn't really doing too much.
And I think the concern is you're getting to the point where, like, Chovy has a Seeker's Arm Guard. Keen and Canyon, I think, are going G8.
Oh, big execution onto Berserker, who flashes away. Keen still looking for it, just dashes through them all! They can't touch him! Keen, untouchable from Lyon, a double for him. Just dives into 3. We saw it yesterday, BLG versus G2. When an Mbessa is this far ahead, there's just nothing you can do.
I think this is one of the big frustrations playing against Gen.G.
Oh, looking for a fight here. Chovy going very deep. Cease and desist though onto Inspire. He's cut down where he stands. The hero's entrance in from Chovy as Saint pops the stopwatch and pops immediately afterwards. Gen.G, after cleaning up 4 kills, are just looking towards the Nexus. Berserker up in 6, Isles up now. The first Nexus tower down. Will Gen.G continue their advance? They still have that Baron for another minute's time. Dokla chunked out a little bit by Ruler. Chovy still low mana too, but with the minions coming in, the Nexus tower will be forfeit. Canyon caught out, dashes away. Keen dives in. The follow-up from Ruler as well as Berserker is cut to pieces. Dokla, the last one standing on the fountain. Gen.G, after a few fumbles in the mid-game and great play from Lyon, will still go 2-0 up.
And this is one of the big frustrations, playing against Gen.G. This was so much better than Game 1 for Lyon. I think they had some great moments, but Keen just said, I'm the best top in the world, you cannot deal with me. And now it's 2-0 to Gen.G in the series.
There's some great moments for Lyon in that game, and we'll hear more about them on the analyst desk. Take it away.
That ended rather quick.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you don't pick scaling, Raz. You get a little hyped. I was hyped in the mid game.
I was looking at
I was killing people.
I thought Lyon did a lot better this game. I was a little concerned, specifically at the Viego lock-in, because I was thinking this is just a like, give me Viego, it's the only shot we have, right? But like Saints Ari was looking really good.
Yes.
For me though, they already said it in cast. It comes down to Keen. He is the best top laner in the world. He really took over this game on Mbessa, as we see from a bunch of highlight reels here. This is him buffering the Nautilus ult, then going in on the public execution, getting a double kill off of that. So yeah, that was pretty insane.
Could have been more if Inspired's not quick with the flash.
I know, right?
Yeah, and that was every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network for that Keen dive escape.
True.
But yeah, I think that was the big play to me that was just like, okay, like just incredible individual skill, but also he's going to take over this game. We saw it yesterday with Bin's Mbessa as well. Just this champion can run over the entire game.
And what's annoying is that they'll see it coming. They'll see it coming. Of course, we already talked about this, the play that came through. For me, the angle of it was the fact that the ward in the middle bush caught Nautilus coming in. And yes, being able to catch the Nautilus in the engage. And then also, I think it was the dot from Dokla that made
that
he was
turret
aggro second. So like those moments really burn. Because I was like, okay, it seems like this is going to be a pretty clean 3v1 dive, even though they see the Nautilus coming. No, he outplays the entire situation.
Yeah, player of the game is Keen.
Yeah.
What a surprise. I'm curious to see whether the fans agree with us. But yeah, we kind of voting blocked it.
I mean, who would it be? Chovy's Galio is really good.
Yes.
For sure. But it's got to be Keen.
All right, okay.
That's
the fans
acceptable.
agree with us.
That's
Let's
acceptable.
Go.
The 11.8% for Ruler might even be high. Yeah. Shouldn't have sat on that
high.
ward in the bot lane, buddy.
Exactly.
No. We need to really celebrate the excellence of Gen.G, because even if things don't seem like they're together in the mid game, once they get the upper hand, they end so fast. So like Chovy's Galio is something that whenever I see locked in, especially based off last year and how dominant he was, I'm just expecting a Gen.G win. He didn't have to do anything fancy on it, but the game-changing moment was because he was perfectly shadowing the Mbessa the entire time to make it impossible for them to make good side lane plays.
Yeah, that play where they actually get the death onto Inspired was so important, and it was because the Galio was already in a really good position to come into that fight, right?
Yeah.
And when it looked like Lyon were being able to claw back, especially with the Inspired double kill down in the bot lane, Chovy Galio came in on top of the Mbessa, and it was just over.
Yeah, and it's the exact same thing that happened topside, but we do have comms from Inspired and the double kill that happened bot side, so let's take a look at it.
Can we take
Look,
don't
be scared. Go. I'm flashing in.
I don't know where to buy. I cannot go.
Go.
Yeah, I'm walking so.
Nice. I'm taking ulti mid, right? He has. I'm taking both.
So that's what we had hope.
That was a good moment.
That's when the faith was coming in.
That was the best moment. We actually had a gold lead for a moment.
For a
Check
tiny
this out.
moment. Okay.
Yeah. The AWS post-game breakdown, they pulled it up a little bit. They were
I'm
pretty
ready
close.
right here.
Emily, you're blocking the gold
blocking
lead.
the moment.
Blocking the
I'm
gold
blocking
lead.
the moment.
We did it. We did it. No.
Oh, honestly, I actually thought, so this is actually really cool to see. I thought Saint had a pretty good performance. He looks way more comfortable on Ari than I feel like any other champion he plays. But this is the big thing to me. They did end up focusing objectives a lot more. They got that first Drake. So that was also what allowed it to be, or wait, here, it's this one.
Yeah, the one Drake for Lyon. I mean,
getting trolled by side, but
we're kind of grasping at straws, right? Like we know Gen.G is dominating everyone. I need to sit down. This has been too hard of a series.
Fair.
So technically, we're lasting slightly longer than JDG. 2 minutes last game, 1 minute this game. Is that a win, Raz?
That's a win for me.
Is that a win?
That's all I care about.
We have this discussion all the time. Do you pick early game? Do you pick scaling? Neither one has necessarily worked.
Yeah.
Now, I'm down for scaling in game 3, but I want to hear what some other Lion fans have to say. Laura, she caught up with some earlier today to see how they're holding up.
Give us some ideas.
Hey guys, well, it's not looking great for Lyon so far, but there's hope. As long as there's fans, there's hope. I'm with these guys. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Carlos.
Carlos, really nice to meet you. So, okay, tell me, what is the hope for Lyon here? What do they need to do to beat Gen.G?
Play with a lot of heart. We know it's a very hard team, probably the best League of Legends team in the history, but yeah, we need to play with heart, a lot of courage, and be aggressive. Just try the best, try to surprise them with a little cheesy play, but
all right.
Yeah, we're very happy.
Who's the player who can take them down? Who do you believe in the most? Who's gonna rally the whole team?
I think Berserker is a pretty aggressive player that if he gets a little lead in the game, he can make things happen and obviously inspire both of them. I'm sure they can do something.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the support. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Frost at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen.G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I be getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a gym when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a gym when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026, where we are here for Game 3 of this best of 5 between the Lions and the Tigers of Gen.G. The question is, in this zoo, who will come out victorious? So far, we've seen the Tigers take a pretty swift 2-0 victory.
Well, if we think about it, right, Game 1, let's be real, wasn't competitive.
True.
Game 2, much more competitive and Lion with much more of a chance.
Still ended in about the same amount of time.
But it was a lot closer.
That is true.
So Game 3, maybe this is Lion's game.
Is it the Nunu time? That's what worked against Gen.G in the past, or almost worked.
At this point,
yeah,
you bring out the kid balls. You know,
yeah.
You just, why not?
I've been practicing a lot of Nunu in A-Round Mayhem, and I just want to say, pretty strong.
Maybe the first 2 games were just getting the normal fearless fodder out the way.
Oh yeah, like Viego.
Yeah, maybe that's what you were worried about. Like, what if I pick Nunu and they go Viego? So, but that's no longer a concern.
That's actually very true, isn't it? Lion have elected to take second pick Gen.G on the blue side, so we have a normal-ish looking draft with Gen.G on the left. Interesting to see second pick as we go through Fearless. You do see teams tend to move towards a, oh, well, we got rid of all the really OP things. We don't need a first pick OP. We'll take 2.
It's interesting. We had the opposite in the LCK, where teams would they'd always go first pick at the start of the series, then late in the series they'd go.
That's what I just said. I said as we go through the series, we see teams go for second pick.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the other way around.
I mean, maybe I did. Maybe I misspoke. But we're aligned. So early on in the series, teams tend to want a first pick.
Yes.
And then later on, they tend to say, oh, we'll take 2 power picks rather than.
Yes.
As we get into this draft, powered by Omen and HyperX, you see, it is Gen.G, I believe, on the blue side. That is what we were told. But it may be that I have been misinformed. We've already made mistakes around what's happening in this draft anyway. So Rise and Rumble bound away alongside the Bard, Karma, Varus, and Annie taken away by Gen.G.
Yeah, so something to note is that Pantheon, open and available, which I assume is just going to be first picked in this situation.
I would assume so too.
Pantheon's so strong. A lot of picks that he syncs up nicely with, like the Talia still open and available. I just think this pick is not only the strong elite pressure, but the global pressure, and then actually strong in the later stages. But Gen.G actually say no. We'd rather take the Nico, which they did ban in the last draft.
Okay, so the draft isn't wrong. It's just I'm so used to blue side being left side of the screen, and that's not what we're doing here. We're doing where the team is on the stage is where their picks are. So
right.
Gen.G are blue side and did have first pick, but are on the right side of your screen.
I get you.
Yeah?
I understand now.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being confused. So yes, Gen.G banning away the Karma, the Varus, and the Annie, going to pick up the Nico as their first pick. Rise, Rumble, and Bard taken away by Lyon, and they will pick up Nami, and we'll see what they'll go with alongside that.
I assume it's like Nami, Pantheon, then you save your third pick, which, I mean, you could go Lucian Nami, but hasn't been the highest prio sort of pairing. I mean, Corki Nami has really been good, but Corki's already been taken away. I would be very concerned about giving Nico Pantheon over. But it looks like they might just do that. They're going instead for the Wukong. You know, Wukong a decent pick, a lot of team fighting power. And a pick we've seen obviously played extensively in the meta, but I think Canyon will just actually ended up going for the Nocturne instead. So surprising to see. Kind of had this in game 1 where the Vi was overlooked and now the Pantheon being overlooked. But Nocturne Nico is such a scary combo to play into.
Yeah.
Like lights out. You don't know if you're dealing with like a minion or a clone or whatever.
And also, if the Wukong does go in and you pop the Paranoia, then the rest of the team can't see where the Wukong is. Instead, the Pantheon will be locked in.
Okay, I mean,
that's
I think
why we don't talk
Pantheon,
about Hobbits that much. You know?
Yeah, but I think they were kind of toying with the idea because it is a strong combo, but Pantheon is just broken.
Yeah. Aegis Assault does so much work. Caitlyn as well, perhaps for Ruler, to get that push in the bot side.
And I think if you were considering going Lucian Nami, this is going to give you some concern if you're playing into Kate Nico.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, not going to be a fun time in the lane in the 2v2. The sustain for the Nami helps alleviate a little bit, but you are going to be pushed in and have a lot of pressure come into you. But they're still going to commit to it, still going to go for that Lucian.
I will say there's a point in a series like this where sometimes you do just have to pick comfort. You just have to say, this is our game plan going into this game. We know Gen.G can do this. We know they can match us with more range, more pressure in these positions, but we trust ourselves with this team composition. Let's just do it. And it feels a little bit perhaps like that's what Lion's gone for here. Said, we want Wukong, Lucian, Nami. We know Gen.G could do these things. We're just going to go for this.
Yeah, does feel a little bit uncomfortable so far with what they're playing into. Caitlyn didn't get any direct buffs, but like the Hex Optics so strong, great item for her. And now looking at some of the bans coming through, TF I think a great ban. You've already got enough point and click CC to set up like the Caitlyn. A pick Chovy's had a lot of success on.
Saw Chovy use it on day 2 as well against JDG.
Yeah,
right?
and
the
even after
Destiny's Starfall combo is
even
so
after
nice.
getting solo killed, still just didn't matter.
Yeah. And now we'll see where Gen.G decides to go with their bans. I'll get rid of Akali away from Saint, who did have a really solid mid game in game 2. After struggling a little bit in game 1. We have been informed if we want this to be the fastest best of 5 ever, Gen.G need to win in sub 1922, is what it says on the screen in front of me. Going to be faster than the JDG series earlier on. It's 26:07.
Okay. Faster than JDG, 26:07, very doable. Fastest time ever, 1922, that's tough.
Yeah, that is going to be a tight one.
Before Baron even spawns, Victor ban comes through just from the control mages left available. Talia's still there. I know Talia did get toned down a little bit, but Talia into the short range Lucian, into the Wukong with the Pantheon, I think feels really good. And it has that double global mid-jungle pressure that you can have for Gen.G. Taking away the Scion as well, one of those bulkier tanks that can be a bit harder to cut through. I think it could be something we see come out.
Wouldn't mind the Talia at all. Lion have first pick of the second phase. Likely going to look towards a mid laner of their own, LeBlanc. The current hover, I've seen this a couple of times over first stand, hasn't always had the most impact. It's not something we see too often from Saint either. He has played it here at first stand and then played it once, I believe, in the LCS as well.
Yeah, obviously something that's difficult to deal with if it's playing on the flank angles. And also, if you are into the Pantheon, I think there's a lot of mid laners where if you're in a Pantheon, it's so easy to just have that gank set up. Not the easiest to gank a LeBlanc. And Gen.G toying with the idea for a Jace for Keen.
I mean, you'd assume it's for Keen, right?
Yeah.
Like, mid lane Jace does still exist, it's just quite rare.
I haven't been super convinced by Jace so far. I mean, he got a lot of nerfs when he was in the jungle and he was super dominant, but like his shock blast damage is down. They gave a bit more damage to like his melee form. He is into a pretty short-range composition, but there are ways of closing it down.
There's so much poke, though, from Gen.G. If they lock in this Mel as well, you're just never going to get close to them.
Yeah, this is very much we get control of the game, we stand our ground, and it's so hard to deal with this. And you think, okay, if Saint wants to pressure Chovy, it's going to often start with a chain. Well, it's going to get reflected more often than not. Now, seeing what's going to come through in the top lane for Dokla, you know, a player who we've talked about often being left to last pick for Lion, often going for those counter picks. This kind of just feels like a pick to be stable in the lane, maybe set up, but actually
go on, Dokes.
For the Aurelia.
Yes, big Dokes, come on.
So this is something he did play domestically. I believe it was against Team Liquid. He had a series where he played this and got MVP. Playing into the Jace, especially if you get some gank set up, you can really punish. So, you know, Dokla had a rough game. Last time, Keen was obviously the main character of that game too, but this is a chance for Dokla to get some redemption.
But you do need to get some of that early pressure. Otherwise, if you start to fall behind the Jace, it's ranged into melee. He can just harass you. If you jump on top of him, he knocks you back. It can be really tricky for the Aurelia to get in a position where she can actually trade effectively with the Jace.
I'm going to be real. Into Gen.G's composition, and with a Lucian, a LeBlanc, and an Aurelia, if you fall behind in general...
This is a we need to win laning phase. We need to get ahead. Aurelia, a great pick here. Something we do not commonly see on the international stage. And often the reason we don't see it is because if you fall behind, you begin to really struggle. And CC is not your friend as Aurelia. If you jump in, you get crowd controlled. You don't really have many ways to escape.
I will say it makes that top jungle 2v2 really strong. Both the Wukong and the Aurelia, the factor into a AD jungle top. You know, Aurelia's W reduces so much physical damage, and Wukong getting that free armor. So I think if Canyon wants to show up top, I mean, you'd love to gank an Aurelia, but you have to be a little bit concerned that you overstep, pump all your damage into her W, and then get it turned around onto you.
Into the Defiant Dance. Always a risk as we go into Game 3 of this best of 5. And we'll see Gen.G. Oh. Okay, for a second I thought perhaps we'd have a lane swap coming out. Chovy did head up towards top to match into the Aurelia, but I think he's just placing a ward down there and giving a little bit more vision for Keen. This is something you love to do when you have a range into melee matchup, is get as many wards in the bushes as possible, because then Dokla can't just walk up, hit a minion, walk back into the bush and avoid your auto attacks.
Yeah. So I think we've seen that a decent amount last year, where like people would walk in and get the ward level 1 early. A little bit of a favor there from Chovy to the top laner. And obviously Keen still has his ward for later to make use of.
At the moment, just standard lanes. Both the junglers starting on the top side of the map. And, nothing too inventive at the level 1. I was taking a bit of a chunk. Saint going in with the distortion, and good damage out of the Radiant Volley there from Chovy. Already procs the passive onto Saint.
Yeah, they buffed Mel's damage a decent amount as well, so pretty threatening. But live now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige, Requiem, Sona Skin, and Chroma. So you can get your hands on that.
You can. Bunch of other stuff in that Battle Pass as well, as we saw the chains or something. I think Sigil of Malice getting reflected on Saint as Ruler trades into Isles. Man, this is the risk.
If that trap didn't, if it was a little bit earlier, scary stuff.
It really was. So that's the risk as well of playing something like the Lucian Nami into Caitlyn and Nico. Early trades from the Gen.G bot lane. Heals exchanged, and Keen now trying to chip away at Dokla's HP as well with that Shock Blast.
Yeah, Berserker also going the cleanse, which, you know, makes sense in terms of evading like the CC that leads to the trap. But sometimes even when like cleanse is high value, we see AD carries go barrier, because if you don't have barrier, it really becomes hard to go for those heavy trades. Ruler and Duro have already committed their combat sums just to try and get an advantage. In fairness, Berserker and Isles aren't really that far behind in health, but you can already see the pressure coming out.
Getting the push, getting the plates as well. Caitlyn loves to get around the map as much as possible, pick up all of those plates in the early game. Something you used to extol the virtues of Zigsport as well. Just take as many towers, as many plates as you can in the early game. Dokla with a flawless duet, lands the stun onto Keen, but Keen trades back in with those auto attacks. Blade Surge from Dokla, picking up those final few minions. Inspired looking to get this Scuttle grab down in time, and will do so. Secures the bot side Scuttle. Canyon's going to have to walk all his way up to the top side.
The Scared Yuumi is a Canyon classic.
That it is. Inspired is working his way down towards bot here. Headshot onto the trap. Berserker cleanses away. Isles low as well. They know Inspired's in the area. They spot him on the ward. Question is, can they get out? They both have flashes. Inspired with no red buff now, doesn't have the slow. Oh, he changes into a minion. Gets the tangle bars, but Inspired able to dodge away from it. Forces Duro to flash. Snapchat onto Inspired. Another! Oh, no. He's eating all the cupcakes and almost going down. Berserker dashes in and dies. Will Ruler go for anything more? Decides against it.
Absolute dismantling there from Ruler. The trap set up for the retreat. And Duro had to flash there because he thought flash Q from Inspired could kill him. But Ruler just had it ready for when Inspired retreats. That was so well played.
And now it's a BF sword into double longsword in favor of Gen.G on that bottom side. Ruler already popping off, held onto his flash as well. Have another look at this. Duro changes into a minion as Inspired goes in.
So he puts his trap down to try and catch Inspired on the dash, and Inspired ends up walking back, and he's trying to path around it, but just walks into a new trap, and then the old trap that was in the brush. Berserker pushes in to try and like relieve some pressure for him, but Ruler has lethal tempo stacked up, and yeah. Gen.G coaching staff feeling great.
Oh, that's the risk of trying to dive in here when you've been harassed down like that. Chovy landing the Radiant Volley as well. Oh, Keen goes in. Flawless Duet will get the stun. Dokla flashing away. Keen smacks a hammer over him and gets a kill on the top side.
Okay, well, top lane matchup not going currently.
None of the matchups are going well at the moment for Lyon.
Jungle's going okay. Well, yeah, jungle's going okay.
I guess that's true, as mid lane is not. It's a golden eclipse as Chovy gets just a solo kill.
It's a 2,000 gold lead.
It is a
5 minutes.
This is much more reminiscent of game 1.
Yeah.
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 So let's go back to our fail-safes.
Yeah.
Berserker 0-11 against Gen.G all time. Could make it 1-11, and that's palindromic, which is cool.
Yes.
Also still hasn't taken a tier 2 tower.
No, I thought last game maybe was going to be it, because they had that early pressure, but they didn't manage to secure it. This game, look, even if the game goes out of control, maybe you just send it with the Irelia in a side lane. Because again, it's at no point has Berserker's teams gotten
not just
a tier
Berserker,
2. Not him specifically. In the matches he's played against Gen.G. So, you know, it's baby steps, right? Focus on the tier 2, because if you don't get a tier 2, you won't get inhibitor tower, you won't get inhibitor, you won't get a nexus, right?
That is true.
It's all stepping stones.
It's that shoot for the moon if you miss your land amongst the stars sort of idea, and then people not reminding you you are in the vacuum of space.
People never mention that.
It's a weird part of it, you know?
Yeah.
Canyon starting up the Drake here with pushing bot and pushing mid. It's a very easy first dragon secure. Saint trying to trade in onto Chovy, will land the chains. Forces Chovy down to half HP, but Chovy continues to trade back in. Looking for that Radiant Volley. Doesn't get connect as much as he'd like. Does not have the Golden Eclipse.
Yeah, doesn't have the ult, which is big. And they did boost the damage of that in one of the patches before we came into first stand. So it's a big threat. I feel like Saint's been going for these heavy trades. He's like, oh, you know, we're close in health. And then suddenly, boom.
Yep. It's, yeah, the Sunwell just falling onto Saint's face right there. As Gen.G's bottom lane continues to push in. Double rulers here, measuring up to success. As Tangle Barbs acing the hole onto Idols as well, who has to use the heal. Berserker trusting that his support was safe, not dashing in front of the ace in the hole at all. Across comes Chovy. Dokla, Vanguard's Edge will connect onto Keen, who trades back in. Flawless Duet for the stun, knocked back with the Blade Surge in. Dokla trying to win this one out, still loses it. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Duro and Ruler continue to force Isles and Berserker low.
You know, I was ready to get hyped. I was like, he's landing the skills, he's connecting the abilities. I think a bit of an item disparity at that point, thanks to the earlier kill.
Oh, Inspired? Nope. Okay.
Like the triple thumbs up. Yeah.
It's just what, like, you feel for all of Lyon in the situation because you're so far behind, but Inspired in particular, because every lane is losing, and whenever you're able to get there, it's like, well, I can't do anything
He's
now.
also, he's playing on Wukong, not the most, I mean, he's level 6 now.
Yeah.
You know, the ult connects, the stun connects, but he just doesn't have the damage. And then Canyon even is there just in case. I mean, he had to finish the fight quickly. It's
true.
But Keen just finished the fight quickly, so.
And he did. Plated steel caps now completed for Keen as well. Dokla sitting on a Vamp Scepter, a dagger, pair of leather boots, and a bit of cloth.
Yeah, that means
cloth doesn't help against Hex Take that much. This minion, sneaky. Dokla going in again. Oh, which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Doesn't matter! Dokla caught up with the Tangle Barbs, and Keen will assist to Duro's first kill of the game.
I don't think Keen so much needed the help, but he got it.
Duro wanted the kill. Just what happened there.
He just came up and was like, oh, no solo kill for you, Keen.
We'll give Keen time on the tower up in that top lane. Drake up in 2.5 minutes, so still a while for Gen.G to continue in this lane stake. Keen will clear out the wave, and Dokla should... he's going to lose all those minions, but should be able to get the next one with his Blade Surge. Has a recurve bow now, so he's, you know, a scepter, a bow, a sword, maybe enough to take down Jace? Probably not.
Seeming unlikely. Well, I do have some good news.
Yes.
I'll hold that thought.
Okay, Solus now on to Saint. Dodges away. Golden Eclipse, though. Oh, accelerated shot blast not going to land from Keen. And Chovy holds on to the ultimate for now.
I think if Keen got one auto there,
yeah, I think
it would have been enough. But the good news is, so game 1 was obviously very one-sided, and Gen.G got a Hextech Soul. Dragon 2 is Hextech, so there won't be a Hextech Soul from this game.
And that is... You are scraping, not just, you've gone through the barrel into the crust of the earth with how low you're scraping the barrel, man. Yes, it is true that Gen.G will not get a Hextech Soul in this game. However, oh, I've got it, we've got the curse.
Yep.
Gen.G on track for a perfect game.
Oh, that worked last time.
Gen.G on track for a perfect game right now.
Especially because they got the 3 grubs, and as you established, even a single grub ruins a perfect game.
In my mind, I'm not going to dictate that I am the grand arbiter of what makes a perfect game. But to me, anything on the scoreboard, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, now we'll see if right around the Scuttlecraft. Inspired looking for Canyon. It was here as well. It was here that it happened. They go in with the Cyclone onto Chovy, and there's the second Cyclone knock-up. Tries to get the rebuttal down. Chovy falling low, and Chovy will go down. Canyon now trying to retreat his Keen. Flashes forward onto Isles. Look at the damage onto Berserker and Isles. Gen.G will clean up the fight, and ace in the hole. Puts Berserker 6 feet under. Saint trying to flash away. Duo flashing in with the Tangle Barbs. And pop goes Saint, but Lyon got a kill.
I mean, it worked, right?
Yeah.
The second you mentioned the perfect game, once again, Lyon managed to get a kill. But last time, I think the general fight, when they broke the perfect game, much better. This one, unfortunately, Keen was present and very fed, and is once again extremely fed. So we see this fight starting off. They go for an engage onto Chovy, and the Mel's are mobile, right? You have the reflect, but it doesn't do too much against a Wukong. But the TP that comes in from Keen that can't be matched, he just jumps onto the bot lane. The damage is absurd, and it looks like he's like, I'll go for Berserker. Who looks like, no, I have that one. You chase down the LeBlanc. Duro even flashing over to help secure it.
Picking up the kill again.
Once again, taking a kill.
Meanwhile on the bot side, Berserker going in to pop Blossom in time from Duro to save Ruler, though. Has that Storm Razor completed. Now a 5,500 gold lead for Gen.G. 12 minutes in. Reminder, the time cutoff Gen.G need to make this the fastest best of 5 ever is 1922.
Yeah.
Would be, they'd have to continue to accelerate at quite a rapid pace to do that.
Yeah, they really would. I mean, okay, Lyon don't have a ton of wave clear in their composition, but that'd be pre-Baron, you know.
Yeah, no tier 1s down yet. This is the first tower to fall in the game.
Yeah, it'd be... A lot of things would have to develop from here. I feel like Lyon would kind of have to throw themselves at Gen.G repeatedly.
But I also feel like Lyon just waiting out the game doesn't really get them anything. Like, if Gen.G get to second items, Lyon like, okay, we'll delay and try and get our second items. I think at that point, Gen.G just still win all the fights. So maybe there is an argument that Lyon should just throw themselves in there. Triforce, Collector, Imperial Mandate. Maybe that's enough to just like chuck your bodies at Gen.G and try and find some kills.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just send it early. I don't think you win that. I mean, he still doesn't have a complete item. We do have Berserker go on the Collector first. I haven't seen Collector first Lucian. I've seen like a variation of Lucian builds, because there was like Essence Reaver was popular for a bit, and then we had people go on like Storm Razor, with like more the energized thing, but I haven't seen Collector first.
AD carry builds just kind of exist in this ethereal zone that I try not to focus too much on, I'll be honest. There's Berserker here on his lonesome. Chovy and Canyon will collapse onto him, and he is collected by Canyon.
That being said, maybe the thought process, you know when people are really behind and they buy Medjais, right? And it's like, well, if we're going to win, I need to get stacks. Like that's the, maybe it's like, okay, if we're going to win, I just need to collect everyone and get the extra gold. Right? Maybe that's the thought process in this situation.
I like the logic.
Dokla has an item now.
He's waiting. Yeah, Dokla does have a Blade of the Ruin King, but Duro's on his way across to make this very quickly a 2v1. The flash away from Dokla, not far enough from Keen's clutches, who is now 4-0 on this Jace.
It just feels unfair because I'm pretty sure Keen would still win the 1v1, but Duro's just there to just really make it impossible for Dokla in this situation. Chovy could be in trouble. No, he's a bit too fast.
able to get out with the Ionian boots of Lucidity. Second tower of the game secured for Gen.G. Ruler's going to look to make it 3, but doesn't want to overstep with one of his team around. The Cullen coming out from Berserker, takes a headshot, but finds the kill. Collected! Berserker gets his second of the game.
There you go, got that extra money. Big shutdown as well, so you know what, maybe the Collector paying off there. A lot of ult damage afforded to it.
This big shutdown is like, oh. Yeah, have you seen that basketball meme where it's like, oh, he lands an incredible 3-pointer to cut the lead to 40. It's like huge shutdown to cut the lead to 7,000 gold for Gen.G.
Yeah, you know, just maybe like 10 more of those.
Yeah. Corn-based gold grind going very much in favor of Chovy in the mid lane. Not the largest lead on the team either, as Inspired is rooted up here. You know, fight over the Raptors.
Chovy is a gold grinder. I think we can definitely put that title to him.
That's very true. So.
You know what is rough? Is that Berserker did just finish his quest, but Saint still hasn't finished his quest or an item.
Yeah.
At 15 minutes at this point.
Oh, no, he's got Ludens now.
Okay, he's now finished his item. Oh, this quest just came through as well. Okay. You know what? You mention it, and it happens.
I won the lottery. Maybe our caster powers don't extend that far.
Game win for Lyon.
Okay.
Okay, that's unreasonable. Maybe the lottery is a little bit.
What color do you want your dragon? I mean, there are still some very slight windows for Lyon. If they can manage to find a couple more picks, they can get back into the game. Saint looking for Chovy, rebuttal out from Chovy. Canyon here to cover his mid laner. While in the mid lane, Ruler and Duo continue to push in for these plays, but Dokla coming in from the flank. Tidal Wave will connect onto Ruler. There's the Pop Blossom, trying to keep Inspired at bay, but Ruler's gonna fall. Berserker takes the kill, Duo has to flash away. We said there were windows, and Lyon defenestrate the Gen.G bot lane.
Collected again, you know, getting that extra gold coming in. Slowly whittling away at that gold lead.
Flash forward from Canyon, Berserker's dead. Isles will follow him to the grave, 2 for Chovy. Yeah.
You know, it was looking good until it wasn't.
That's every Gen.G game for the opposition, man.
No, not really, because some games don't look good at all.
Yeah, but like any small win, any small thing you find, it's like, oh, Gen.G, okay, well, let's just take 2,000 gold back for that. Thank you very much.
Well, this is a rough one.
It's a roughy toughie, as you would say.
I do say that. I've been known to.
Duo trying to get away from Inspired, who flashes forward, using the smite there as well. TP's coming in. Inspired with the Nimbus strike, and he brings down the staff at the end. But here come Ruler and Keen for the follow-up. Inspired down, Saint TP's in, and immediately he's half HP. Ace in the hole won't follow from Ruler.
Yeah, I think the clone actually helped figure out a good amount there, having that safety. Oh, Berserker.
Oh, just Culling onto Ruler straight away. Accelerated shot plus dodge. Keen falling low, has 700 gold on his head as well. If Berserker can take him, and he finds it. Huge shutdown. Saint does die to Ruler, who used that ace in the hole. Chovy on his way across now. Berserker dashes forward into the snap trap and doesn't quite kill off the Kate, but he will die for it. Ruler takes his head. And now Turo's on the chase for Isles, who's running up through this blue side jungle.
Yeah, Dokla's nearby, but he's just like, nah, buddy, you're on your own.
I'm good, fam. Oh.
Oh no, Dokla's in trouble too!
Dokla is in trouble as the Grand Starfall comes down. Dokla dead. And Isles blast coned away by Duro. And with a Blooming Burst landing, no escape in terms of executions.
You might be wondering how I got in this situation.
She's like a fish out of water.
Yeah, a little bit, Trying to make it to the river, I think, would be a start. There's, going for the recall in the Wolves. They might have given up.
Isles?
Oh,
no, Duro spotted it with the Scry's Bloom, no!
Oh, Ruler's there for the kill.
Oh, Isles. Unlucky. Ruler. Oh, Duro, take it, Duro. Take it, Duro.
He's well trained.
He's 3-1 and 3. He took 2 kills from Keen.
No, he's well trained by Ruler, right?
Okay.
No such agreement is there with Keen. The only time I feel like Duro really sort of breaks that agreement with Ruler is when he's going for a penta.
I mean, that's valid.
Yeah.
If Duro's ever going for a penta, I think as a support, you have to keep going for it. As Inspired trying to get in from the side here, but the tower will go over to Gen.G. 10,000 gold, now their lead.
Honestly, I think that's the funniest thing, is someone has a quadra and you get a kill, and you're like, dude, you stole 4 kills from my penta.
Why'd you steal my penta, dude? And 3 Drakes as well for Gen.G, who are absolutely running this game. We joke around about it, but this has been incredibly one-sided from the LCK #1 seeds. It's the reason that they continue to go on these long undefeated streaks.
But Inspired is taking Gromp on the other side of the map, so, you know, little advantage.
On Gromp, it's a good play.
Yeah.
Saint dives in, and Togla does the same, and is taken down to half HP immediately. Keen the target, though. Vanguard's edge in. Keen will take one. Berserker, though, will answer with a kill of his own. 1-for-1 exchange in that bottom lane.
Collective value. Think of all the extra gold he's gotten.
I mean, he's almost the closest in terms of gold with his enemy number, and he's still 1.2k behind.
Yeah, with 5 kills, 5 kills, and he's still that far behind.
It's just what Gen.G do so well. Canyon flanked here, Saint going in as well. So we look for Berserker, and you can see Canyon can't escape with the Grand Staff, or he'll go down. Saint trading in with Chovy. Golden Eclipse not enough. Ruler looking to see if he can join this party as well. Is Inspired looking for the smite there. Tidal Wave coming out. Not in range. Keen. Well, it's not Keen, it's Duro. And he's only low because he's embodying Keen at the moment.
Yeah, but a couple of kills picked up. You know, just keep at it. Just keep working at it. Infernal Soul in 3 minutes. If you can get a good 20 kills before that point, maybe you'll close the goal gap a little bit.
Maybe. But I'm always like, I will say, that whole sequence there from Gen.G, very odd. Like,
I think they're getting a little bit overconfident.
I think so too, right?
Yeah.
Like Keen up here pressing by himself. The rest of Gen.G walk away. Keen obviously is just going to get caught here.
Yeah, you are a Jace. And also, you get 229 gold per kill on Dokla. Almost twice as much afforded over to Berserker there.
Yeah, Berserker only 150 gold behind now. He's
Yeah.
actually on this
He has
Lucian.
Infinity Edge. He actually has damage.
He's in a strong position. Lyon are doing a good enough job of stemming as much of the bleeding as possible. The issue is there's a Baron up and there's 2.5 minutes before an Infernal Soul, and you do need to try and play around that. And also, you're still really going to struggle to deal with Keen if it's a 1v1 on the side.
Yeah, also Infernal Soul with this composition that has so much poke and burst. You know what, I respect that Berserker.
It's the second time he's done it. He walks away from it. There's the Baron begun by Gen.G. They chunked out Isles. Saint does have teleport. Could come across and join the party. The Baron probably down to about 6,000 at the moment.
I think the traps are a hint.
Yeah, just yeah. I mean, the fact that everyone is there as well is kind of a hint.
Also an indication.
Duro looking for the flank here, up towards that top bush. Inspired trying to get in, flashes forward with the Cyclone. Duro kept at bay. Canyon jumping away. Inspired on Ruler with the Cyclone. Won't have enough damage. Ruler takes him. Chovy pops the Golden Eclipse. Duro there in time with the Pop Blossom, but Berserker finds another kill. Keen now joining the fray as Berserker hit with an accelerated shot blast is taken down. Dokla follows suit, and Gen.G will clean up the fight 4-for-1.
I was so focused. Oh,
5-for-1. Oh, good Aquaprism. Canyon gets the slow. Ios, man, you escaped these guys before, and this time he manages to do it again.
Yeah, gets away, the one survivor to tell the tale. But a little bit dire for the rest of Lyon there. I was pretty focused on the sort of top side of the fight. Inspired trying to get onto the back line. Berserker getting the kill, not being able to get away. I'm interested what happened to the rest of Lyon. Saint went in on Canyon off to the side and just got jumped on and killed. Okay, yeah. And yeah, fight happening over here. We do see Berserker getting a kill, but killed by a shot blast, and then Dokla just ends up, unfortunately, surrounded by almost all of Gen.G.
Understandable reaction, I think.
Yeah.
So now...
Well, I do have some news.
Oh, yeah?
We have long eclipsed fastest time ever in a best of 5. It's way past it.
Yeah,
so.
we're 4 minutes past that threshold. Gen.G could get the fastest first stand best of 5 this year, which they currently hold against JDG. If they win this in less than 26:07, they then surpass that as Dokla dies again. So Ruler and Gen.G are pushing in. I think Lyon thought that Gen.G was setting up for the Drake, and so they were playing through mid, but Gen.G just very happy to play through the bot side, get the inhibitor. They're going to try and mark Inspired Canyon on his way to see if he can spot out the Wukong as Gen.G have another wave coming in. Lyon with 3 will try and defend. Inspired does have that flank position. Has the Cyclone, no flash though. Berserker half HP from a headshot! Did not expect that amount of damage as Saint dashes forward. Berserker uses the Carling flash forward from Keen, acing the whole block by Isles. Inspired still looking to see if he can get in behind them here, but no way in with Duro.
What's that cannon minion doing?
Man. It's the scariest damn minion I've ever seen. Gen.G won't be able to take down the Nexus towers yet. They'll walk through mid, TP behind by Dokla now. As Inspired continues to look for that flank position. Gen.G retreating Inspired. Pop Blossom on Inspired still hits the Cyclone. Vanguard's Edge coming in as well as they dance around it. Inspired low, Cannon able to get away. Ruler falling low as well, but he somehow survives through all the damage, and the turnaround from Gen.G now begins to advance. Saint dashing in only to his death as Gen.G will look to round this one out as the quickest series here at First Stand.
Lyon bot lane, not really much they can do in this situation.
And no real defense for them as well. Gonna have to retreat to the fountain, but their Nexus towers are being razed to the ground, and Keen lands a shock blast, and Berserker does manage to pick one up in response. In the end, Gen.G will dive the fountain. Berserker, no escape, 0-12 for him versus Gen.G now, as the champions-elect continue their walk towards the finals.
Just crushing their opponents. Still yet to drop a series, still only 2 games dropped this year. And I think game 2, we saw a bit of a fight coming out from Lyon, but just couldn't recreate that level of play in game 3.
Yeah, just really impressive stuff all around from Gen.G. I will give credit to Lyon. Like, they found ways to fight. Even in game 3, Berserker was able to pick up a bunch of kills.
Yeah.
Started to get himself back in the game, but just holistically, you can't only beat one of Gen.G.
Yeah.
Every game you have to beat 5. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and lead us into the second series of the day.
I appreciate, Medic, that you're giving credit to Lyon, but Gen.G slaughtered us. They destroyed us in every facet of the game. I thought their drafts were good. Their early games were the best, for sure.
Incredibly good.
Okay, listen. Their play after up 10,000 gold could use some work.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that Gen.G could improve on. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean...
So we were tracking the time throughout the entirety of the series.
Rough.
This was a faster win in comparison to the JDG series.
Yes, JDG lasted 29 minutes in game 3. We lasted 25.
Yeah.
Collectively...
I say we
quicker.
because I think I'm on the team.
Yeah.
Which is not that, like, I shouldn't be if we just got smashed. I should be distancing myself at this point. But I'm
you're
not.
loyal.
No.
Yeah.
There's still another series tomorrow, but we have player of the game, and then we'll also show up a player of the series. But player of the game is Keen.
Yeah.
He's had such a great tournament, such a great year, but specifically such a great game.
Yeah, in this game, of course, the Irelia being the counter pick, but he had done so well within the lane in pressuring the Irelia that it just didn't look like it. He was up so much in CS, and you can see from the fans,
People agree with us.
Easy towards Keen. So, yeah, Keen had just dominated throughout this entire series.
I do appreciate the shout out from Duro though, because he had some really fun. He was having a really fun game.
He was.
He was having a good time this game, especially with some of those minion plays with the Nico on top side. It should come as no surprise to you though. It's been double Keen for player of the game. The Oppo player of the series is Keen.
Yes,
it is.
What a
I mean,
surprise.
they didn't give Dokla any openings in draft, and they definitely didn't give him openings in game. The Ambessa, I think, was the highlight, as nice as the Jace was into the Irelia. He'd already solo killed to get to this point, and then he gets technically 2 more solo kills there while he's under the turret, and then just kind of ran the series the entire time.
And he didn't need the Pantheon ulti when Irelia was actually looking for like a solo kill topside. He was just so dominant. Even in this fight that was looking kind of decent at the opening for Lyon, he just immediately comes in and cleans it up. And so he makes it very clear that he has been the dominant top laner, the best top laner this year in the world. And so I say this year, maybe last year, maybe the year before. He has been so amazing to watch. And if you want to improve as a top laner, as a pro player, you look to Keen.
Gen.G, undefeated,
The field.
6-0. They're through to the semifinals. They'll be playing again in 2 days. BLG, the other team that is through to the semifinals. We're going to be heading for a quick break, but stick around for the Ryzen post-game interview with Keen after the break.
Woo.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling until it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second series of the day. It is going to be JDG taking on Lyon here in an elimination game. As we know, the second series of the day has been rough so far. We'll see what they can do. Loud had an amazing showing last time. We see them here.
Yes,
guys, I was with the fans a couple minutes ago. They are ready.
Nice.
They are fired up. Given what happened against your team last time, they're actually pretty optimistic here.
They have a little hope. And I mean, both teams have to recover, let's just say, from their previous matches. JDG in particular, also similar to Lyon, as we just saw, got ran by Gen.G. I did want to run through one little glimmer of hope we had in Game 3.
Okay, I'm open.
Right? So here, this is when they're actually going to force Chovy to back early on. This is a Junja Maokai gank. Honkyu is going to hit level 6 at the perfect time to drop Tibbers, force flash out of Chovy here. And the most important thing is that he has to back, right? Which means that when it comes time for this all-important bot side Scuttle Crab before Drake, Chovy is still coming back to lane where Annie is already set up. So that makes this contest a little bit more difficult, which then is going to give Chovy that, or not Chovy, oh my gosh, Junja, that all-important level 6 here, right? And what is going to happen after he ends up getting that Scuttle is he's going to head over towards his bot side, drop the Maokai ult to force them off the wave to end up collecting first Drake. As you see here, here's where the Maokai ult is going to go out. And even though they don't get any kills off this, again, the important thing is that they're forcing Gen.G off and they're forcing them to back, so they're going to be able to collect this Drake. When we talked about JDG in LPL, I did want to stress, despite what you saw against Gen.G, they do have some thoughtful setups to neutral objectives, right? And we saw this in their game 3. Again, they did end up losing this game. They got the Ryota as well.
Yeah, but still.
But I did want to highlight this because I do expect to see more of this today against Loud. If they're able to get some of these neutral objective setups, they can be quite good at this.
What about Loud then? Because 3-2 lost to Lyon, but still they took them to 5 games, Raz. There's hope here as well.
Exactly. They took them to 5 games, and it was also just really smart level of play. This one I thought was a great adaptation, recognizing that they weren't going to be comfortable playing into this Drake. So they decided, send the dual lane topside, end up pushing and pressuring the Vayne. This was Dokka's Vayne, so you're actually able to save Sign a little bit by putting him down bot. He also cancels the base from the Seraphine, and you can already see jungle comes topside, you can see Ryze come topside, they're completely zoning him off the wave, and this entire time, the Vayne is being denied off of the minion wave. And so you're like, okay, what can we actually do here? If the Seraphine was actually here, maybe you can force a fight. The Ash Arrow comes through, but it's really nothing you can do, especially from the dodge from Aatrox. So like, you're seeing really good level of play from them, denying so many minion waves. Of course, Vayne's not going to naturally have TP, so she ends up losing the waves topside, isn't there for the bot lane wave, and so now you get a lot of much needed experience and gold on towards the Scion, and ends up being able to pick up his quest too. So like, all of this was positive, and if it just ended there, you'd be like, this is amazing from Loud. It did not end right there. They recognize that the Cassio does not have flash and is going to be on top side, so they actually stick around a little bit longer. Even though Sane is like recognizing this could be a play, and he plays as well as you possibly can to deny it. Here comes the Renata ultimate, and like, overall, now you take a step back, and you're like, so we got a Drake, but at what cost?
Yeah.
You lost everything, and that was a really, I think, smart play from Loud to showcase they're not just a team that can team fight you, but they're a really smart team playing team as well.
They came in ready. And that's what we wanted to see from them, because people kept on not really giving them credits, not having a lot of good expectations for this team, especially at first stand, but they showed up. So I'm just wondering, are they going to be able to do that again today? Because we haven't seen much from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is it's going to be difficult, because I do expect JDG to have better neutral objective setups, and I do expect JDG to have better team fighting. I think where you do see the glimmers of hope, like what kind of Raz pointed out against Lyon, would be if they can find some of these side lane like map plays like you pointed out. So we'll see.
We'll see. All I know is that ahead of the series, I caught up with CBLOL caster Tabs and some Loud fans. As I told you guys, they are ready, so let's check it out. Hey everybody, I'm here with Tabs. You know her from the CBLOL broadcast. How are you doing, my dear?
Hi, I'm so happy right now because first stand, like, it's a success here in Brazil. I'm so happy seeing all of you, especially Lori here. So I'm so happy because of this tournament. It's amazing.
So tell me about your team playing today. They played so good against Lyon, but it's an elimination match today. So how are we feeling? What is the mood for today for Loud?
Yeah, I think everyone is like, we still have hope on Loud, but we know that it will be so hard to win. But one time, in the past, a long time ago, ENTZ, it's a Brazilian team, won against EDG, and EDG on 2016 was one of the best players, best teams, and because of that, we still have hope today, and I think that will be 3-2 for Loud today.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Thank you so much. That's the hope. Obrigada. Have fun on broadcast today. They did it ages ago. Can they do it today? They have the INTZ vibe, so the fans are ready as well. Hi guys, you want to say hi?
Hi.
All right. Do you have any words of encouragement for Loud today?
Let's go Loud.
Jackie loves fighter of Gala. Let's go Loud.
Let's go Loud.
Jackie loves your fighter, Gala. Jackie loves your fighter, Gala. Let's go Loud. Let's go.
Thank you so much, guys. Obrigada. I love Jackie Love catching strays, just like this. But what I really love is,
Jackie Love
he is.
Yeah.
What I really love is how much it means still for them, still after such a long time, the INTZ upset. They still believe in this today. Do we have those vibes?
I mean, the coolest thing about that, like, I remember being at that Worlds. I was really close with that INTZ team. I remember talking to Revolta about how much he respected Clear clear loves like jungle pathing. He looked up to him. He'd studied him so much. They were so emotional after that win. I remember interviewing Talkers, who's now the coach of Red, actually. And we saw all of this Chinese media just gathered in a massive unit around Revolta, and he was like, "Is that all for us?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's for you. You guys won." Like, it was insane. It was a really amazing moment to be a part of.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for me, pure sadness.
Yeah, sure, actually.
That really echelon like an era of like EDG doing incredibly well domestically, but not being able to translate that internationally. And I wonder how this JDG team's going to do. Of course, like jumping back from what was a kind of a devastating loss versus Gen.G. Maybe they'll feel a little bit better watching the first series, being like, hey, not just us, right?
Yeah, it's a Gen.G thing.
Exactly.
It's a Gen.G thing, but I want to give some props. I want to give some encouragement for Loud here because, again, they took Lyon to game 5.
Yes.
We know upsets can happen. They have the crowd behind them.
They really do.
Cheering for them today. I'm just wondering, can they make the miracle happen? Do you guys believe in it? What is your prediction for this one?
Sadly,
no.
Okay.
That's crazy. I have some faith.
I'm the buzzkill for
that doesn't
for
implement.
both.
Yeah.
I was like, what? You have some faith. Lore has some faith.
No, I don't have faith.
I'm the buzzkill for both series, I guess. I went 2-3-0s. I think it's just going to be really, really difficult. I think there's a chance for Loud to find some moments, but closing out a game, I think, is going to be pretty hard.
I mean, it's an elimination series. Pressures on JDG here.
Yeah.
But still.
But you have them getting a game.
I have them getting a game, yeah. It's a series.
That's
for me,
true.
if you have nothing to lose, you better come with everything you have, and that's where I expect something to happen here.
That's true. That's true. They do throw in. That's the one thing I love about Loud is that you can never count them out. Throughout the entire run during playoffs in CBLOL, a lot of people like predictions constantly going against them. They still somehow, like Tabs even told me, like there's always that magic behind Loud that regardless of how many people doubt them, they find a way to make it happen.
It is their crowd, their audience, their studio, and their last chance to make it happen today in this elimination series at First Stand. JDG taking on Loud. It starts now.
Welcome back to First Stand here. Azael joined by Vedius for the cast. So we got JDG versus Loud. Maybe on paper a bit one-sided, but perhaps I got some facts for you.
Hit me with the facts, Azael.
JDG wins at First Stand, 0.
That is correct.
Loud wins at First Stand, 2.
That's true.
That's all I got.
That's a okay, I was hoping we'd have a couple more facts, but that's all good. Those are some pretty compelling facts.
Brazil,
also,
home studio of Loud.
That is also a fact.
Brazil, not home studio of JDG.
Again, okay, we're running with these facts, Azael. I see where we're going now. Yeah, okay, I get it. Now, of course, with these facts in mind, unfortunately for the Brazilian team, JDG are likely still the favorites coming into today's Best of 5 series. We are hoping, we are praying for not another 3-0, Azael, because we have quite the quandary on our hands. So far, I've only cast 3-0s, and you've only cast 5 games.
Yeah. Which is more powerful?
Which is more powerful? I'm hoping today that it is you, because I would love to see this Loud squad really bring it to this JDG team, because, I mean, historically, it's been a rough one for Brazil when it comes to the matchup against the LPL. We'll get more into that when we get into game, but when we think about the draft, I'm thinking about aggression, I'm thinking about control, I'm thinking about making sure that you can have a solid early game, because Loud, they're not the best early game team. They do often find themselves at that deficit, and so right from the get-go, looking to get those strong laners and being cautious of this bot lane, because JDG do love to get that winning bot side 2 versus 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty tough to deal with. JDG have selected first pick, and Loud have then selected red side, so they will have counter pick. Would be interesting to see if they want to try to play towards Chino, if he's going to be going for counter picks in top lane, you know, if they're going to be able to try to create an advantage there. I do think he played quite well against Lyon, even though it was in a loss. Obviously a very, very close series. And I know some of the Brazilian fans were unhappy with some of the drafts, felt that that had kind of decided the series, but Loud is going to have an opportunity here to really prove themselves, show what they can get done, because CBLOL has been getting better. I think that is, you know, just absolutely a fact. Obviously, they've beaten us a few times now. You know, they've been getting closer and closer to LCS. They went 5 games against G2 at MSI last year, so they're getting closer, at least against, you know, LEC, LCS. The question is, how much has the gap closed between you and the LPL, if at all? And I think this is going to be an exciting opportunity for the Loud players to try to prove that, hey, we can compete with the eastern regions as well.
And it's also a big demonstration of what JDG is really bringing to this tournament, because against Gen.G, they didn't show as much. They really did get rolled over. So let's see what they've brought to us as we jump straight into the pick and ban.
Expecting Varus as the last ban. Varus has been kind of living on the ban list thus far.
Karma as well.
Karma
also been
too.
very high priority. Are they willing to let that one through? It seems the
Or
Pantheon.
trade.
Yeah, everything's going to be up and available here in this first game. I mean, when I think about these mid laners, Ryze and Orianna are the priority bans, which then naturally increase the value of Ahri, specifically when paired alongside things like the Vi, the Jarvan, and the Pantheon, which of course, a lot of these junglers are banned.
And I kind of am assuming that it is just going to be a Karma for Varus trade. Right now, JDG has to decide which side you want. So, I'm kind of expecting you go Varus, then they're going to take the Karma Ezreal, or, kind of vice versa. That would be my expectation. But instead, it's going to be Vi as the first pick. So
that was kind of my read as well, because if you choose to lock in the Varus, then it makes it very easy to have that lockdown with the Vi. And Loud now seem a little bit paranoid about giving over that Ahri to Hongq. But yeah, maybe they just prioritize getting that strong bot side of the map. But do you want to run the risk? Do you feel you can protect your AD carry into what is inevitably going to be a heavy dive comp coming through from JDG?
That's where Karma first pick can be valuable too, right? Because I do think if you go Karma Ezreal, if that's going to be your option, that can be pretty viable. But of course, it's not going to be the choice here. Both teams showing dive. Vi there for Gen.G is going to be the option. And we have Nocturne as well as Aurora. So, very classic dive setup here for Loud. You hit the Paranoia, you turn off the lights, in comes the Aurora on the flank, and there is the Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, right? It's oh, so you're going to pick dive into us? Okay, then we'll just do what we think you should have done.
Yeah.
And go for the disengage. Ezreal Karma now a very safe bot side of the rift.
And now I already feel like JDG have kind of won out in the first three pretty heavily because you can answer with Varus here, but Varus isn't safe in the dive. They already have a very heavily pushing bot lane. Varus, if you want to match the 2v2, can be strong, but you are going to be a real target, whereas the Ezreal is so difficult to knock it down. So Sion looking like the option here for Shino. So we were wondering, are there going to be counter picks on the top side? Instead, it is not. But I don't know how you feel. I'm not the biggest fan of blinding your top when you are last pick here as Loud, because now they've blinded both their solo laners.
Yeah, they have.
And you're going to have protection bans on the bot side for JDG's bot lane. And I don't even think with the protection bans coming through, you can get a winning 2v2 for Loud because you already have Karma Ezreal. So I kind of feel like you got no advantage by being the last pick.
I mean, it seems that their game plan has been very much priority. When we look at their most played champions this year, Sion is Shino's most played. We've got Envy with the most played on the Aurora. Nocturne, it only follows the Kiana with Jarvan already banned out. So Loud's game plan here in game one seems very much, we want to play stuff that we feel confident on, we know we can play well on, and we'll see how much of an impact it can have. Perhaps comfort over like what seems to be on paper right now a favorable draft for JDG. They're going to remove the Varus anyway just because of how strong of a laner he is. That does make a lot of sense.
Rumbles up.
And the other thing is, in my head, I'm like, maybe you consider Braum into the amount of dive, but Braum into Ezreal Karma is just an absolute miserable time. And so I'm thinking now, what supports can you do? Is it a Aphelios Thresh angle, where with something like the Lantern, maybe you can create some space between you and the Vi, especially Aphelios likes it when the opponents come onto you. Sivir is also a good ban. That Spell Shield going to offer a lot of value, which Loud will not have access to.
And I'm really worried that they left up Rumble, right? So now it's you're thinking about what are the safe AD carries. You do naturally think about Xayah into dive, but they don't. JDG doesn't have to commit to full dive, right? Because they can play a poke style comp if they want. I'm expecting JDG, would go towards the Rumble with that up and available. And the question is, what kind of AD do you want to go for? If you lock something that is, really safe. Seraphine is still available, so it's probably just going to be Seraphine
Looks
Ashe.
like it, yeah.
And it looks like that is going to be the answer. And now JDG gets double counter pick in solo lanes, got to blind an incredibly powerful bot lane. And I feel like they're going to be just so happy. I mean, you essentially know whatever the pairing is with Ashe, the comp doesn't change. So you have full information with Rumble up. That was the expected one for me. And then it's just a question of what does Hongq want to go? I mean, you could even look towards... Yeah, Galio I think could really work with Vi. There's a few options for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a little bit deeper into the pool. I mean, we're seeing this a lot with Ahri, Ryze, Orianna, all banned away with the Aurora, also picked off the Rift.
What do you think about Yone? Or you think it's just too bad into the Aurora for the lane matchup? Because I always feel like Yone plus Rumble is just such a nice combo.
I mean, it can be. I think that it's just there's too much front line on the side of Loud. It's when you have this much range available to you with Rumble, Ezreal, Karma, I feel like it just kind of goes against what it is that you want to do. TF does make a lot of sense to me just because now it's very Gen.G-esque in that, like, you just play with patience, you play with your range, you keep your opponent at arm's length, you chip away at their HP, and then when you finally find a target that's low enough, you single them out, you burst them down, and then you go on to win with the numbers advantage. Of course, Loud do have a decent amount of dive on their side. As an avid Nocturne enjoyer for the majority of my career, I always like to see things that can follow up with the Nocturne. Pairing alongside Aurora, I think, can be effective, just because when you turn the lights off, it makes it easier to connect things like the Ashe Arrow, like the Seraphine ult, the Aurora burst can come through. But at the same time, I feel like that there's no real Ezreal threat. I feel that Nocturne by himself is not enough to put pressure onto an Ezreal, especially with the Karma by its side. And so I do like the range advantage that JDG just have. If they can play a patient game and they can leverage the space that they can create with this composition, I think that the pressure is going to be on Loud to find those engages and execute better than JDG.
It is definitely really scary, and yes, Sion obviously is a great frontliner. Yes, Nocturne does have Spell Shield, but Gold Guard lands on anyone except Sion, and they can get 100 to 0.
Absolutely.
You know, so I do think that is very, very scary. Honq is going to be set up for success, you know, later on in the game. You expected Rapid Fire usually comes in third, but sometimes people will go at second if they feel like it is just that valuable in a game like this and you don't need any more damage. So will be interesting to see what Loud can get done, but I do feel like they gave up a lot of the power of being last pick. You know, when you are blinding everything and you are last pick, you're giving the team that got first pick a super strong bot lane, double counter pick in solo lanes, all the compositional answers they could want. It is hard to think that the underdogs would be in a comfortable spot given that.
But hey, they do have comfort picks for themselves, and right now that seems to be their game plan coming into game one. Obviously, the fan support is strong here in Sao Paulo, and we'll see what they can do. Expectations are very much the JDG are the favorites coming into this best of 5, but Azel did hit us with some crazy facts earlier. So far at first stand, JDG yet to win a game. Let's see if they can do that against Loud here today.
Yep, it's going to be a fun one. Loud definitely not a team to go down without a fight. I definitely think it could be in for a pretty scrappy series. I mean, Loud traditionally does play a little bit more slowly, but I think when they are pushed, they are not just going to bleed out. They are going to look for engages. They are going to look for fights. So I think it should be pretty fun if they can hold up, you know, during the laning phase. And that really is, I think, the big question. If you can get past that check, then it becomes much more about how you're playing the map, how you're actually playing the setups, which I think is going to be very difficult compositionally, but is going to be a pretty big chance.
Yeah, and I mean, all eyes are on JDG and how they're going to be looking in the series, because as we mentioned earlier, against Gen.G, they really did not show us much. They kind of got rolled. It was an incredibly fast series that did not go their way.
And live on patch 26.06, check out Warhound Senna. A portion of the skin's proceeds will be shared across the LOL Esports teams. So if you want to support the squad, buy the skin, and hopefully you'll enjoy it.
Keeping my eyes on the junglers now, both pathing towards the bot side of the map. Deep ward invested from Gen.G means that he will spot out where Young.J is. Level 3 early secured for Honq, and these globals are going to be really important once we get that level 6 mark. Turning the lights off can make things a little bit harder for the Twisted Fate, but who's going to be the first to make that global map play on the Rift?
Yeah, and you can see Gala and Vampire pushing in on that bot side, holding out Bull and Redbird a little bit. Redbird has already had to use both of his potions, so that's going to hurt a bit. Shino doing a good job on the top side for now. It is not going to be first strike, as some of the top lane rumbles do love to take into tanks. Instead, it is Comet, so playing a little bit more aggressively for the lane. We'll see how Xiaoshu can handle Shino, who has just been such a standout in the CB LoL. You know, came in, used to be an AD carry, was quoted as saying, you know, that there was no good top laners in Brazil, so he's going to go to top. He goes to top, and he's immediately the best top laner in the CB LoL. So sometimes you talk the talk, and you can also walk the walk, but this is going to be dangerous for Young.J. No way you can contest that bot side scuttle.
Far too difficult. Young.J instead is going to set his sights on mid. The Spell Shield really effective against the Twisted Fate. Fun fact, this used to be my favorite Nocturne mid matchup. Nocturne into Twisted Fate.
Ooh. He's going to try to contest. Gen.G is actually following him. Young.J is going to wait in the brush, does throw down the fear, and will push him back. So we'll see if he's going to be able to actually get this topside scuttle, because Xiaoshu has full prio. Shino has been shoved back to his tower, so now this gets a little bit awkward. Envy was hugging towards that top side as Youngjae still on the scuttle. The smite is not available for Youngjae. He's going to lose this to Gen.G. He'll just walk up and smite it. The question is, can he get punished for doing so? And I think the answer is likely to be yes. He should have to flash here. The flash to follow, barely can't get him, but he does with the Q, knocks him down for first blood.
I mean, an unnecessary contest from Gen.G. Yes, he had his smite up. Yes, he steals away the crab, but Nocturne, those small movement speed buffs on the Q doing some work there for Youngjae as he draws first blood against JDG.
I've also got to say, Hongyu TP'd to the mid lane and then just didn't walk to support him.
He didn't, no.
Hongyu could have just walked left and saved him.
You're completely right. I'm looking at the minimap. That Twisted Fate is like, the comms have to be, I'm fine, not fine anymore. First blood goes over to Youngjae. And as expected, the crowd erupts.
Yeah, the comms are just not my lane, not my problem from Hongyu.
Good, so I'm 300 gold up, okay?
Exactly.
I'm farming a treat over here. I mean, yeah, so a small blunder from Gen.G. We know that, I mean, internationally, it is not a great record for the CBLOL when they've met up against the LPL. That one win that they do have, let's see if my memory is correct. I want to say it was 2016 INTZ versus EDG. The group stages where them getting that upset win actually really had a pretty big impact on the group. Actually allowing HDK to come out as first seed off the back of that. But overall, it has been a very LPL-dominated affair.
It absolutely has, and while, of course, you know, the LPL is favored against really everyone except the LCK, last year at First Stand, we thought the same thing with TES coming through, and TES only ended up getting one win. We're not going to mention who that was against, but they ended up having a bit of a shocking tournament, right? You know, we were going in and like, oh, okay, well, they lost HLE, that's expected. All right, they're back on their feet. They beat TL. Of course, they're going to win out from here, right? And they were just getting smacked. They were getting 2-0'd, and it was kind of a shocking result there for TES. So, you know, if you're Loud, you have to go into this with confidence. You have to believe that it could be possible to pull off these upsets, and Hongyu could be in some trouble. He's going to try to use the ult to get out, and will be able to do it. Stay safe, but that is a long cooldown, and it is going to be gone for now.
Yeah, I mean, nice gank. He's going to get the help on pushing mid out. Envy's then going to be given the freedom to roam around the map. Are they going to look to contest this dragon? It has been started off by Gen.G. Level 6 now secured by Youngjae. Oh, actually, that's stand corrected. Gen.G's just been sitting in the pit. The bot prio does give him access to this objective.
He's just having a chat. He's not starting it up, okay?
It does very much seem like that he's... What is the game plan here for Gen.G?
He's going to try to catch Youngjae out potentially here. Youngjae has the paranoia up and available, and now he will aggro that dragon, which will push Gen.G back out of the pit. MB moves, Redbird is here, so this should be the scuttle for Youngjae, but JDG do still have push on the bot side, and that is going to make taking the dragon pretty difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, Gala and Vampire continuing to gain advantages in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Already gotten a kill's worth of gold simply through stronger laning thanks to the matchup. And Hongyu, Twisted Fate passive coming in clutch, really helping to generate his own individual leads. And so far, even though giving up the first blood, not the ideal way to start for JDG, they're still in a very good position based on how the laning phase has gone so far. Speaking to Nymera and other LPL pundits, I mean, often this team is often determined by the success of Gen.G. Sometimes he can make horrendous plays that can cost his team the game, but he can also be that miracle maker, that man that can make the magic happen. And while so far this early game hasn't gone his way, he's still by no means out of this game in any way, and his laners are really doing a lot of work to put JDG in a fantastic spot.
Oh my god, I mean, they're just hitting every single skill shot against Bull and Redbird here, and Redbird had to use the heal, has to go back to base. And this is a bit of a problem. You're already down 20 CS in that bot lane, 2v2, isolated 2v2. You've already lost one plate. Gala likely to take another here as well. So they're going to have to try to find some way to get some relief. But when you lose all that pressure on bot side, Vampire gets to walk in for free. He wards out Nocturne. That's going to be moving to his blue buff. And getting deep wards really is the key to avoiding these Nocturne plays. Because if you don't know what's coming, it's very difficult. But you can see on the top side they have wards. In the bot side they have this ward. It is going to get cleared out. But still, you know where the Nocturne is going to be for the next couple minutes, and the river has 4 pink wards for JDG.
Absolutely, it does. And I mean, this dragon start, I mean, I feel like both teams are eyeing it up. It's a very late Dragon start, given the context of what we've seen so far here at first stand. Usually the team that has that bot prio will be wanting to kick this objective off, but because of that small lead that Young.G was able to build up earlier, they're a little hesitant to start that one off. Level 6 working towards for Redbird. He'd love to get that before any major objective starts, but instead I am quite surprised to see the grubs be the priority here, given how low impact it feels that this objective is in the game right now.
Yeah, I agree, but I guess they just feel like, hey, you know, Hongq isn't that a super strong part of the game. You know, you don't necessarily want to take a fight into the paranoia, into the between worlds, you know, maybe worried about the power of those level 6 ultimates, and Young.G is over here, has the paranoia ready. They spotted out that this objective was being taken. Gen.G will get 2, still has a smite, so he's going to get all 3 grubs. Despite the TP coming in from Envy, Young.G didn't want to just flash into the pit and flip it, and Gen.G is able to secure all 3.
Yeah, I don't love that Young.G was mainly just being a spectator there. There was opportunities to clear out the bot river vision, maybe even threaten a gank onto the bot side of the map. He has his ultimate available to him, and we need to be seeing this Nocturne just using it. I think it's so important for Nocturnes to have some presence on the map, and even if they're just burning flashes or trying their best to make things happen ahead of things like Dragon objectives, like you need to get those flashes out, otherwise it just becomes a lot harder to do your job as you get into the game.
Yeah, he's looking pretty homeless. It's like you're just kind of wandering back and forth. You're warded out everywhere. There's no camps for you to do. He doesn't feel comfortable to start the Dragon. Yep. Everything is on vision. Even when he's not on vision, you're seeing JDG pings on where he's going to be, right? You just saw a ping on top side over by the red buff from JDG. They're saying, yep, this is where he's going now. So Xiaoshu, watch out, as Hongq and Vampire will be pushing forward here to push Envy back. It's been a slow bleed. I mean, it's first blood for Loud, but they're down 1.3k at 10 minutes, and JDG are just creating these incremental advantages. The Unstoppable Onslaught going to come forward here from Shino, is going to be able to get a pretty good amount of damage down onto Xiaoshu, but he has his TP, uses the Equalizer to clear out the wave, and no real threat of a kill.
So keeping track of that ping.
Oh, they're going to go in with the Paranoia. Xiaoshu could be in a lot of trouble here. The Fear Tether will surely connect, and that's going to be a kill, but is it going to be a kill back? Young.G barely surviving, needs to get out of range of those minions. Has a couple health to his name, but that's more than one, and that's all you need.
So he does get the ultimate off. He makes a play happen on the top side, and he gets himself another kill. A nice play, but JDG are being proactive on the other side of the map. They secure the Dragon. You've got Gen.G stealing away the Grom. They're threatening the bot tower and funneling more plates into Gala as Hongq just continues to farm in mids. I feel like exactly as you were saying, Azael, Young.G is just kind of roaming around the map, and JDG are punishing his positioning time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been great tracking throughout this game thus far. And the fact that they have all these pushing waves is really helping with the grubs.
We look back at this play, a lot of the early damage done by Shino. The Nocturne clearing his topside camps, has the ultimate available to him, needs to try and make something happen because he knows that the Dragon is going down, commits to the dive, and I mean, Xiaoshu, he nearly gets a kill back here. Literally, like, any other form of damage would have been enough to trade one for one. Oh, and Shino died to that tower.
But it wasn't execute.
It wasn't execute,
yeah. So respect, you know? He ends up getting taken down, but it doesn't matter. There's the Coinbase gold grind. Young.G out to a little bit of a gold lead with those 2 kills for himself. Bull getting pushed back as the Destiny is popped. Redbird and Bull have been taking a bit of a beating, but they've kept the tower alive thus far at least. There's a nice little sidestep there from Redbird on the True Shot Barrage comes through.
Yeah, and the problem with game states like this is... Barrier.
Ooh. Tries to use the barrier to get the recall off, but he's not going to be able to do it. Now he is rooted up. The Encore comes through, but there's no one tanking the tower just yet. Redbird gets one shot, and Bull, you got nowhere to go, buddy. That's going to be a double for Gen.G. Gala walks it out, and JDG strike back. Now they're up 3K.
The poke is unrelenting. The advantage that they have gained only continues to grow. And while Loud, like, they don't often generate early game leads, but you just, against a team like JDG, you can't just let them run the Rift like this. They find an opportunity in the bot lane. Young.G is nowhere to be seen. And now they, like, we're just barely 13 minutes into the game, and it's a 3.7k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? They were already down a lot of gold even with the kills because the lanes were going so poorly, and obviously the TF passive cheating a little bit there, but still, the laning has just been better, and even though Young.G got a couple of kills, look at the CS differential between the junglers, right? Because Gen.G has just been being very efficient. They've been tracking where the Nocturne is, and he has been power farming on the Vi, and now is able to cash in on a couple of kills down on that bot side. and that means that Bull and Redbird are going to be kind of out of it a bit. Gala is nearly going to have his second item, and it was most of the way there, and Bull's still working on that first because he went for the Berserker Greaves early, so he's going to be very far behind, especially when Gala does get that second item and gets the Ramana going.
Yeah, I mean, so Loud is in this really awkward spot now where all of the responsibility falls on Young-J to make things happen. And the reason why is because, as you're seeing, if JDG just get to play the lanes, they win. TF is just passively farming gold just by laning. And Gala and Vampire just win the 2 versus 2. So if there is no action happening, JDG is just winning because they are just chipping away at your towers. They have greater vision control. They always have the prio. And it's just Loud is bleeding gold away. So all of this responsibility falls on Young-J. And you can see that he is fishing, but he's largely just spending his time as an observer.
Yeah.
And like they know exactly where he is right now.
I mean, it's so tough. There's 3 wards on his top side jungle. So he started walking down. He's like, oh, maybe I can go for Xiaoshu. But JDG had already been preemptively assist pinging down on the bot side. So they walk up, they hit the vision plant, they spot Young-J. They know he was on this side of the map, and now he's not going to really be able to do anything as JDG has prio in mid and bot. They move to the scuttle. It's going to be a teleport in here from Shino to fight over the scuttle. Seems a little bit much because the Dragon's not there for 45.
You can tell that the pressure is really getting to Loud. JDG, again, keeping to this mantra of we don't need to do anything. We can just let them make the decisions and then we just react accordingly. And with the TP committed, what does that mean? Oh, there are camps I can steal. Oh, Xiaoshu.
Envy in a lot of trouble here. Xiaoshu is overheated. Envy going to try to trade back with the Between Worlds, gets a little bit of damage down. Yeah, I'd be very scared about that. Paranoia going to get popped. They're going to look for a dive here, but Xiaoshu is pretty healthy. Pops a scrap shield, flashes back, trying to survive. They will knock him down, but it's going to cost them one of their own. Young-J sacrifices for the squad, and Gen.G is coming in looking for Envy. Can't quite get him. The teleport barely completes. I thought he was dead to rights.
Yeah, I really thought so too. But he's able to get away. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but that's still a massive win for JDG. Xiaoshu got the whole wave, traded 1-for-1, and now with no jungler, he can just start dragging off no problem. So that's going to be another objective gain for JDG. And you can see how difficult it is for this Nocturne to find plays on the map. He's pretty much only successfully ganked the Rumble. And in both instances, the first time he nearly lost his life, but the second time he did.
This could be dangerous here. They are TPing into the top side, and there is the decimating smash waiting for him. Xiaoshu has no flash, but is he going to need it? The crystal arrow comes from downtown, and it does connect. Another knockup. It's taking him some time. The scrap shield back again. The overheat is there. He's trying to get one back. Can he get Shino? Flashes out to safety. Loud gets another kill, up 4-3, but still down 3.5k gold.
I mean, a nice punish from Loud. A bit of a, I guess, lackadaisical TP, not respecting the potential positioning of Shino. But at the same time, look at bot lane. Azale, look at bot lane. There's Twisted Fate. It's just been given a free lane.
I won't. You can't make me. I'm holding my hand over the minimap and I'm pretending that play won them the game.
Yeah, the cross maps from JDG just continue to come through. Poor Xiaoshu, he really has been the target, but he's doing his best, and JDG are making it work, continuing to gain advantages across the rift.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, despite the fact that he's died 3 times, he's down 16 gold. Now he's up a couple. You know, it's completely irrelevant, and you look down in mid and bot, and that is so problematic as Hongq going to be working in towards that Lich Bane. Gala probably has his second item ready to go when he goes back to base as well.
But that mid tower is a great example as well of how JDG are just passively winning. And so this is just one of those situations where he's thinking to himself, well, if Envy's come to top, why would Shino be here? And ultimately, it still works in their favor because, again, look at the minimap. You'll see that the Twisted Fate continues to push. And, like, the gank is nice. Sure, you get a kill, but think about how much time this took, how many resources. They got a flash out from Shino, and they got the Ash arrow out as well. And, I mean, like, sure, the arrow is going to come back up in time for any major objective that happens, but still, that 3.7k gold lead that JDG has, I guess you could argue the good news is that it hasn't gotten bigger. Yeah, it hasn't changed either.
Yeah, it hasn't gotten better, hasn't gotten worse. They're going to go in on Xiaoshu again. This time the equalizer is there. He's trying to kite back, is going to be feared up and knocked down. Envy goes on a killing spree. But still, even with the 3 kills, he's down so much gold because of all the plate gold, the turret gold, the passive from the TF has just made Hongq ridiculously rich. And It is 2 dragons early for JDG, and it's going to be a Hextech Soul available.
You got 220 gold for killing Xiaoshu. I mean, hey, it helps. It's something. It gets you closer to that next major item, and if they can get that top tower as well, it's better than nothing. And Loud, at the very least, are trying to make something happen. They know that Xiaoshu is an easy target. So far, they are finding success at repeated ganks towards this Rumble.
Look at all the spam pings. They're just 100 pings over where Young.G is, and Young.G could be in a lot of trouble here. He had the flash, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. Gala is here. Gen.G is here. He overstayed his welcome, and it's a kill there for Gala. Those were furious pings from JDG, about 100 of them getting spammed down on that Nocturne. They're like, this is illegal. He's not allowed to take my blue buff.
And Gen.G is going to punish it by stealing some camps of his own. Handing that blue buff over to Gala is going to be a lovely treat. They have the Herald for top lane as well. And I mean, it feels like that every play Loud make, JDG just punish in an even more convincing way. The goal lead now will continue to grow. They're going to get a second charge of this Herald off.
Ooh, little drive-by knock-up just to make him remember you, as Shino should be able to walk back to the tower no problem. I just love how Gen.G was more adamant that they needed to punish the blue buff being taken than his top laner being killed. He's
Absolutely.
like, you can have my Rumble, but leave that blue buff alone, buddy.
That belongs to Gen.G and Gen.G alone. And he's got a lot of camps that he needs to clear now. With Dragon spawning in a minute 18. Oh, he's actually going to forego his top camps, set his sights on the bot camps, and get ready for that next neutral objective. As Loud are desperately just trying to finish what items they can. The Storm Surge being finished for Envy gives him a decent amount of damage. Maybe it's enough to one-shot Gala. Maybe.
And as long as Vampire is around, though, it's going to be tough with the Mantra Inspires, with the heal available, with the Cleanse on Gala. And Ro is about to tick over to 10 for Hongq. He is so accelerated, working in towards that rapid fire cannon next. When he gets that, the team fights are going to be that much easier for them to play out. Gen.G says,
revenge.
I'm going to take that blue buff back. Took one off your corpse and now took one out your jungle.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a much better look for JDG. It's not been very kill heavy, but they've played exactly as they needed to. They knew they had winning matchups. They knew that if they just kept playing the game, they would just be winning. And they've done a fantastic job. Gala and Vampire continues to dominate in the 2 versus 2. They've taken bot tower, they've taken mid tower, the Herald taking top. And now, with all this vision control set up, there's only one ward in that tiny brush in Loud's bot side jungle. It's not going to be enough for any TP crazy plays. JDG suffocating the vision away from Loud, making it impossible for them to approach.
They really are. And when you're thinking about Loud, you're thinking, okay, well, maybe they can get some picks, right? You know, maybe that's how you get back into it. But Mikhail's is now complete here for Vampire. Shino going to try to shove his way in. Destiny will be popped here as Xiaoshu's coming in behind him. The equalizer is across everyone. The True Shot Barrage nails the backline. Bull and Redbird are running for here. Shino is low as well. In comes Gen.G onto Young.G. Envy is here, but they have no recourse in this fight. Loud are sent running for the hills immediately thanks to a great equalizer and an even better True Shot Barrage.
JDG don't get any kills, but they demonstrate the strength of the range that they have with this composition. A beautiful ultimate from Xiaoshu followed up by an even better ulti from Gala, forced Loud to immediately have to retreat. This is going to be an uncontested dragon. JDG looking convincing here in game 1 of this best of 5.
They are looking very strong. Going to be able to go down to bot, knock down another tier 2 here. And looking like they are in full control of this game. 4th tower of the game. Has been pretty even as far as the kills, but JDG has been running the map. Hongq now has 10 stacks on the Roa, so an additional skill point in for him. The rapid fire is complete, 21 minutes in. He's on 3 items, plus upgraded boots, plus the Dark Seal. Ridiculously fed, and now JDG's teamfight just gets that much easier because Hongq just walks forward, gold cards anyone, you land all your poke guaranteed. Even if that's Shino, at this point, they are so fed on the other side that happens a couple times to Shino and he's out of the fight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also got to be so frustrating to watch as a CBLOL fan just because it feels like Loud can't do anything. But this is exactly what we talked about in draft, right? So much responsibility falls on the Young.G. Envy, he tickles Gen.G.
Nice little rocket belt there to dodge the Vault Breaker, but that's about the best you can say because now they're going to be onto the red buff here. Loud will spot it out, but not sure they're going to have an answer to it.
They do not, Nazale. It will in fact be an uncontested red. And it seems that JDG taking their time as they have done all game long. Baron is available, as our observers are showing us. They can see very little on the side of Loud.
And they're going to go in. Here comes the Paranoia. He's going to try to get out with the Destiny. Times it well enough. TP's out in their face. Hongq, you'll remember the day you almost caught him. But he does stay alive. Perfect 0-0-0 so far on the TF.
That's completely right. He hasn't been able to actually be involved in a single kill so far on the team, but he's got a lot of gold.
And the towers have taken a beating.
Oh, that they have.
They'll remember him.
Level 16 on the TF as well. Means the cooldown on his ultimate should be relatively low at this point in the game. JDG, though, again, like, they realize that the way that they throw this is by overforcing a Baron, doing something unnecessary. Loud still have ways and means of getting into the pit, and a single steal, doesn't matter how far behind you are, that can be a difference maker. So JDG taking their time. I mean, like, it feels like a slow game. We're only 23.5 minutes in, Azael. They're threatening Soul in 2.5 minutes. Yeah. And if a single member of Loud gets picked, that's going to be a guaranteed Baron for JDG.
Absolutely is. I mean, JDG are just taking no risks, right? Like you said, they're just bleeding them out slowly, and eventually Loud is going to have to try to force a fight. But when everything has been spotted, when everything is on vision, it's never going to be a good angle for you. And now Gala has 3 items. Hongq has had his 3 for a while. Xiaoshu completes the Bloodletter's Curse, so he's on 2, and Gen.G's going to be working in towards the GA. So it's not really going to get better for Loud. They have 2 minutes until this next dragon spawns, and you absolutely must send it at the Hextech Soul. There's no way you can give that over and have a chance in this game. So we'll see if they can find some way to get something done. And I mean, Hongq doesn't have a lot of damage done, but hasn't had to. He's just been playing through the side lanes, and JDG are just playing to this win con.
Yeah, he has absolutely done everything that he needed to. He should have his TP available as well. Oh, I say that. No, he doesn't. Right now he's running the heal. But his ulti is already back off cooldown.
Yep, and has that Destiny, so that's going to be the TP that he needs. And you can see the True Shot Barrage just used to delay the base because they know no one's answering Hongq. Loud are just over-grouping, trying to find plays, and every single time they're getting punished in the side lane. They're losing more minions, they're losing more experience, they're losing more tower plates. And now, as soon as you see Shino up on the top side, guess what? No one can face check JDG or they die. So then JDG just hard invade on the bot side. As long as Sion's not there, there's no way for Loud to walk in. And they're losing all of their vision. They're losing all of their setup. JDG are just making this look so simple, so textbook, just bleeding them out and really giving Loud no recourse whatsoever. I mean,
a game like this is a slow and insidious killer in that it wears away at your mental because you get so frustrated that you just, like, you feel like you're not playing the game, right? Like, all of your camps are being taken. You can't farm any lane. You can't approach anywhere. You just get so frustrated. And, like, we've heard it from players before. They get bored. Like, they want to play the game, man. They want to play League of Legends. They want to click their buttons and they want to interact with the enemy champions. And JDG have said, no, go ahead, make your play. Go ahead, try and act. And they know that the moment that Loud do, it's going to be an overforce. So they have to maintain that patience, wait for that good opportunity, but JDG will not give it to them.
Well, TP going to be coming in here from Shino over towards mid lane. We have all 10 members in the area, 20 seconds until that Soul would spawn for JDG. Definitely don't want to give that over to them. Shino has the TP shield, is going to be pretty tanky with that. Gen.G getting caught out a little bit, but on the other side, it's Redbird and it's Bull, and they're in a world of trouble. Bull's going to be able to try to get out of their flashes back. Young.G is already down, though, and now Shino is going to be isolated. The Equalizer in across multiple members. Bull is burning. Bull is down. Envy's going to follow. Gala picks up a double, as all you can do as the Scion is run away. Your teammates are falling left, right, and center. JDG easily win the fight before it even truly starts. Redbird going to be able to buy a little bit of time, but Gala's going to knock him down eventually as well. Make that 3 kills for Gala in the extended play. They're going for the Baron. They can take the Baron, the Soul, the towers, everything all at once.
Loud, they finally decided to look for a fight, but in doing so, they became split up. Hongq and Gala set their sights onto the back line, removing Envy and Bull before the fight can even start. Keep your eyes on how Loud turn their attention to Gen.G. They're thinking, hey, maybe we can get a pick here, but look at the back line, the ultimate throw now. Hongq gets a huge stun. So much damage from Vampire and Gala. I mean that the back line is immediately forced to retreat, and with repeated stun cards, a beautiful equalizer. JDG pick apart Loud. They don't lose a single member, and they're going to get a Baron off the back of this play.
And I feel like Equalizer is one of the ults that gets criticized the most in pro play, where people just place it poorly a lot of time. It's kind of a little bit of a different paradigm to place it. Xiaoshu has had perfect equalizers in every single fight. Absolutely. They could not be placed better. They're layering on multiple members and covering off their retreat path in every single time. And it's just making it so chaotic for Loud where they're having to kite back nonstop. And seeing that MasterCard priceless moment, they were able to, of course, claim the Baron, claim the Soul. And it feels like they have claimed game number 1. And Loud just trying to hold on. They'll have to retool, regroup, and see if they can get something going in the second game, because this one has definitely been a frustrating one for them. Just have not been able to find the plays they need. It's been a bit of a slow bleed out here. As look at that Mystic shot. Envy takes 2 to the face and is almost dead. The equalizer is going to get dropped onto Bull. Bull is running for the hills, but he's gold carded in the equalizer and is burnt to a crisp. He can go nowhere. It's cow for dinner as JDG charging in. Shino going to get stunned up as well. And there is just no fear from the JDG members, but maybe Gala should have a little. He's going to have to shift back to his team, trying to stay safe. If they're going to go in, the paranoia is going to be popped. But Young.G hasn't even joined just yet. Now flying in, trying to save Redbird. Envy is fighting as hard as he can, but all they do is pop the GA. Xiaoshu stays alive. Shino flashes back into the fountain. JDG are focusing down the towers. Statin padding a little bit more before this one will end, but they'll knock down the Nexus in just under 30 minutes. It's a 13K gold lead and a very controlled game number 1 from JDG.
Cold, calm, and calculated from JDG, leveraging their winning lanes. I mean, I think so much of this came down to the draft. We talked about it. We were concerned about it from the side of from Loud, and JDG did the right thing. They didn't overforce. They didn't have to do anything. Their laners did all the work, and they came at massive.
Spam chat, no. Let us know who your player of the game is. Lounge, who you got?
Damn, game is so one-sided that Gala has time to stop for his fans. What a man.
We're feeling Gala on that one as well. That was a Gala moment.
Honorable mention to the draft, though, because it just, I mean, they had Prio. It felt like Young.G was trying to find angles, right? To try to get on to Xiaoshu, but every time they got onto Xiaoshu, JDG is getting another objective on the other side of the map.
And then, like, yeah, you're right about every lane having Prio. They tried to get onto the TF. TF, like, I'm porting out. Like, I don't need to be here. So it was incredibly frustrating from Young.G's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And you said it, Emily, the fact that it is about top lane. It is about putting this Rumble behind. This Rumble who had the biggest damage, by the way, in the end. So it all didn't matter. But yeah, as you said, Gala making things happen in the bot lane while the rest of Loud is focused top lane here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're going to go through this bot lane dive because he's had Prio in this lane the entire time. This was kind of the backbreaker in the early game because until this point, Young.G had been trying to find windows, right? And JDG had been making moves around the map to get gold and keep up Prio. This is just such a simple dive. Karma Ezreal, you know, they're going to push the wave up. Jinja comes over and clean.
And look at that early game. Because specifically from Gala, being able to pick up 35 CSD at 14 and 1,400 gold. Like, yes, you mentioned it, that being the backbreaker, that bot lane dive, but prior to that, the fact that he was constantly, the Seraphine, constantly getting chipped by the poke damage. That's why a lot of teams on either blue side or red side, they're like, we don't want to deal with the Karma just because we don't want the combination of Karma Ezreal. And if you're confident, if you're a bot lane that we can take that matchup, then you better be able to handle yourself. It didn't happen, and that's probably the most frustrating aspect of it, because the moment that bot lane got opened up, then the side lanes got opened up, and then you have to deal with the twisted fade. It is a nightmare scenario.
I mean, that's the thing when you have so many different win conditions within the same draft. And what was the last nail in the Loud coffin here? Because, again, it came down to the setups that you have, but also the team fights.
For me, I mean, there were 2 team fights that came from me. This one was the most interesting one. So, like, even just seeing it from the JDG perspective, the moment TF ulti comes through, you see the split. And that one is the hardest aspect of it, because yes, the Nocturne ends up going on top of the people who are in front of them, the Rumble, the Scion, all that. Nothing ended up turning well for that team. I think the moment they got split, it was incredibly easy for the TF to split them up and kill them.
Yeah, they used this TF so well. They played around vision so well.
Yeah.
Look at that Rumble damage coming out. Xiaoshu, they were trying to get on him, trying to clean up kills. He still does nearly the most damage. You still have an Ezreal in here, but
doesn't matter.
It was insane. There was that other team fight where he came around on the flank when Loud pushed too far forward. He got a perfect equalizer, chunked out all of the Loud damage carries. It was nuts.
And that's the thing, like the angles that they were coming from, it was like, yes, the equalizer on top of the Ezreal ulti. Which person do we get to go on? Like, it was incredibly confusing for Loud in those positions to pick out what the target actually was.
All right, we got the equalizer from the Rumble. We got the Gala damage on the other. Who's the player of the game here? Because I feel like it's between those two.
It just has to be Gala.
It's Gala.
Gala?
It just has to be Gala.
Okay. What do the fans think, actually?
I'm curious.
What is the poll here?
Yeah, because we said Gala.
Could not be found.
This is actually a low damage Ezreal game, honestly. Usually I'm used to seeing like the 1K.
Honku?
They gave it to Honku.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I thought his TF was good.
He had a very PvE game, I feel.
Yeah, he was zero, just farming turrets. Yeah, perfect.
That's what he wants. That's what he wants from a very well-played Ezreal. We talked about draft improvements maybe on the side of Loud. Anything else? Playing the map a bit more.
I think, because going into the series, we talked about how Loud does play the map well when they're given the opportunities. So I think now they don't have to deal with the Ezreal Karma, they can just chop that up to the draft and like come into this one having power at least within the bot lane.
Yeah, Fearless Draft is a blessing. Or maybe it helps them a bit coming in game 2. So far, it's JDG's domination. Let's see if Loud can come back to the next one.
And I think the answer is likely to be yes. He should have to flash here. The flash to follow, barely can't get him, but he does with the Q, knocks him down. This could be dangerous here. They are TPing into the top side, and there is the decimating smash waiting for him. Xiaoshu has no flash, but is he going to need it? The crystal arrow comes from downtown, but Young.G hasn't even joined just yet. Now flying in, trying to save Redbird. Envy is fighting as hard as he can, but all they do is pop the GA.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
As luzes vermelhas me seguem, eu sei. Elas só querem meu mal. Quer as balas que ferem, poça de sangue, já vira normal. Tranquilo, sigo tranquilo no caos. Digo isso é questão de sobrevivência. Vida nas ruas não existe clemência. Quem vê de onde eu venho nem pensa que é possível se sair daqui. Jurei pra mim mesmo, não vou morrer aqui. aqui, o ódio quer me possuir. Vida em conflito te torna ruim. Amor e lealdade são matérias que eu não vi na escola. Lá onde o sonho de jogar bola foi ofuscado pelo brilho da 99. Sufocado na sacola, menorzinho de 19. Já foi todo no corre. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. O karma não cobra em parcela. Vai pra pista e recupera. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Eu nunca conto com a sorte. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho. Hoje ela quer ser minha lady. Agora ela sabe meu name. Agora ela sabe, eu só penso no paper. Eu jogo pra cima no rain. Agora chama de meu bem. Agora ela quer ser meu bem. Será que antes eu não merecia? Será que ela só quer de vente? Ela me puxa pela minha corrente. Me solta que eu não quero mais love. Só quero descarrega o pente. Essa barra me deixa contente. Esse daqui tem cara de X9. Se eu tiver com a mala cheia, eu sei que ela vai ligar. Nunca corro do problema, mas é melhor evitar. Antes eu não tinha nada, agora eu vou pra New York. Miligramas no meu corpo e substância alivia. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho.
其实，在我们打进去之前，我们想的也是在希望我们可以在15分钟前是取得优势的。然后像第1把和第3把，其实前面都做到了。然后，但是Gen.G他们的英雄选择其实很多地方都是因为他们的阵容抓机会能力更强，然后他们也很好的在游戏内就是展现了他们阵容的强势吧。然后也都抓到了我们的机会，所以导致我们在中期之后的，其实我们的游戏变得非常困难。比赛这样就是3比0的输掉，其实多少会有些难过嘛。但是，我们本来也是就是抱着学习的心态来面对这场比赛的，然后确实能在这其中学习到很多。然后。
Chovy has to flash the win, and red card came out. Hongju wins, it flashes in!
这场 BO5 打完的话，其实能感受到Gen.G是一支团队配合和资源处理方面是非常出色的一支队。其实赛前的话，其实我们有想过，其实我们是有机会能打得很激烈的吧，没想到其实今天会以3比0的比分输掉。其实赛前我们还是有好好准备的，只是可能没有对方做得好吧，对我，然后也有很多值得我们学习的点吧，然后回去我们要好好复盘，然后让我们变得更强。
A lot everyone can learn from Gen.G. I think based on the tournament so far, they have looked so clean, so good. And we'll see if some of those learnings are getting put in today. Game 1 looked like they looked very clean.
Yeah, very patient is what I like to see from JDG. Patience, I think, is one of the hardest skills in leagues, simply because gamers like to right-click. They like to press their buttons. They enjoy outplaying their opponents. But Loud were never given an opportunity, Azel. Nope. We did not really get to see them play the game, and we have to go back to the draft discussion. Because what were we doing, man? What are we doing? Like when you have those kind of counter picks, you said it best yourself. When you pick your 2 solo laners, when you're on red side, you get counter picked in both roles. And even if Twisted Fate isn't a direct one-to-one counter pick, like it's just
they got to see your entire composition. They got a winning bot lane, and they got to counter pick both solo lanes, and they got the first pick of the Vi.
Yeah, so they got to do whatever they wanted.
They just played blind pick. They just played blind pick, and you had to respond to everything. It's crazy. So we'll see if Loud can do a little bit better in the draft in the second game. They are going to have first pick this time, while JDG will have blue side. So Loud is going to have that first selection, and we'll see what they're going to do in the draft here this time around. Varus did fall through the first 6 bans last time, and we'll see if that is going to remain the trend again here.
So Jarvan and Pantheon hitting the ban list once again. Young.G's Aatrox yesterday was, day before yesterday, was a bit of a shining light.
He played really well against Lyon in general, I thought.
Yeah. So I wonder if that might be some direction that they're thinking about. I wonder also, like, again, so comfort is kind of important when you're playing against an opponent that, I mean, is naturally very strong. But as we saw, if you lean too much into comfort, then it just makes it easy for your opponents to play around that and pick around that. By banning away the Nautilus does suggest that they might be thinking about an early Lulu pick.
And Varus is still up, right? So there is that now. You know, JDG have to decide, okay, are we willing to give this over? You know, if Loud want it, they would be able to take it, or will they ban that out? You know, Varus obviously was eventually banned in the second phase of bans after it wasn't grabbed in that first 3 from Loud. So JDG just discussing, you know, do we want to ban that Varus? Do we want to leave it up? It has been mostly perma-banned throughout the tournament thus far, and instead it will not be banned. So they banned the Nami, so that more worried about the Nami Corki, the Nami Lucian, those pairings.
I mean, Bull, looking at his champs, like, I don't see a Varus game there, Azael.
Like, I just always believe that everyone has to play Varus.
I mean, yeah, one would think, but there's that Lulu hub that we were talking about. I feel like that they're willing to let the Varus go.
You think it's just going to be Lulu Yunara versus a Varus bot lane on the other side?
That's what I'm thinking. Either Yunara or Aphelios, one of those two, but Yunara is probably the more likely option, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios is the backup Yunara. You know,
sure.
But when Yunara isn't available, you have to take the Yunara without a dash.
Absolutely.
So I do think, you know, Xin plus Varus for JDG would be super strong, but they don't necessarily have to go Varus in the first 2 if they don't want to. We are definitely expecting it to be Yunara Lulu. Of course, JDG also have the opportunity to try to pick that away if they are really concerned about that pairing. And so they are going to grab that away, and now we have to see what does Loud want to do. Do they go to the backup Yunara? Do they go to a trusty old Moon Man, Aphelios here?
You said Moon Man. I thought you said Moon Man. And
Moon
I was like, oh.
He's got, isn't he like something to do with the moon?
Yeah, no, you're completely right. Yeah, he's very edgy, loves the moon. That's completely accurate.
Ooh, do you think they'll on-hit Varus if they go Varus here since they have Lulu?
Okay.
Because I feel like Lulu does not make any sense with Varus if you're going to go poke.
We're going to go for alternative. We're going old
We're going for Lightning Yunara.
Yes.
We have Yunara, we have Lightning Yunara, we have Moon Yunara.
Yeah. Somehow all slightly worse than original Yunara. Well, in any case, they're putting responsibility on Bull to be the hyper carry in this game.
Yep.
Does mean that JDG can just draft for a winning bot side match. We're going to blind pick mid. I do feel like they're allowing the jungle pool to get very tight. There we are. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Get that Aatrox. We were just talking about how Young.G on the Aatrox did get that win against Lyon, and he looked pretty convincing on it when he was able to find a couple of good ganks towards the bot side of the red.
And it's always really powerful to have champions like Xin, like Aatrox with enchanters, right? And they have the Lulu.
Absolutely.
So, you know, when you can buff up this Aatrox, especially if Young.G gets ahead, if he has some success in the early game. I mean, he got first blood last game. If you can get that kind of a start, it is quite strong. Nico looking like a strong choice here for Vampire. Of course, you said it, you know, they pick support and bot first, so you're going to have prio on that bot side, definitely with the Nico. It's going to be, you know, more Bull and Redbird trying to survive like they were last game. I don't think that this is as extreme as going up against the Karma and Ezreal, but I still expect that JDG will have push, and we'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, it's still very winning. I think that Zeri is just like, she's not the strong, she's not a strong laner. In contrast to Yunara, who once she gets those orbs stacked up, can become quite lethal, especially once you hit that level 6 mark. I always forget Nico. Like, she's such a good answer into Lulu in my head, just because like of her passive and her ability to lock you down. And if you do get rooted at all, Yunara is just going to unleash on you. So I like the bot lane matchup from JDG. I think it's favorable for them as we move into the second phase. Now going to be banned away on the top side. JDG. They're going to have to blind pick something. So something like Cassante. Renekton is something that they've done before, and it's usually their go-to on the top side. Shashu, very well recognized in the LPL for being such a strong Renekton player.
And that's to me what the Gnar screams. So if I'm Loud, I'm now deciding, am I okay with the Renekton or do we ban it? Because I think Gnar is by far the most common answer to the Renekton. With that being banned out, you know you're probably going into the Renekton here. Of course, there's a possibility it's something else, but that is definitely the likely option. And so Shino has to decide, okay, do I need that to be banned? Can I play something else into it? And I feel like that's the thought process here now for Loud. We're seeing some potential protection bans for Envy as LeBlanc gets thrown down. You know, if you do want to go towards more of a control mage style, maybe want to keep Hongq off of some of these aggressive answers.
Ooh, Akali. I wonder what that suggests.
Oh, it's the answer. It's the answering ban for the LeBlanc because of the chain's interaction with the Shroud is considered very good. So I think they're saying, oh, you banned LeBlanc because you want to play Akali, so we're going to ban the Akali, so you can't actually pick that. So it feels like they're just kind of reading into what the bans are meaning on the other side. And now, yeah, just wondering, is Loud going to ban the Renekton, or are they totally fine giving that over?
Personally, I would ban it.
I would
having
too.
seen Xiaoshu's, yes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Renekton, very good. So let's see if they go in the direction. I mean, it seems like Loud is very much banning mid lane champions with the anticipation of getting something comfortable for themselves.
What do you think the Annie ban signifies? Because it's kind of interesting. I mean,
they did hover the Victor earlier.
Yeah, but Victor is really good into Annie, so there's no way you're doing that protection ban for it, unless you're just that worried about the later game, like the composition. Because Victor heavily outranges Annie. I think that is a terrible 1v1. But Renekton, the obvious pick once that Gnar got banned out. To me, like, Annie is strongest against melee champions, things like, you know, if you want to play Yone or want to play aggressive stuff, right? But Akali has been banned out.
I mean, she also compositionally, like, Wukong Annie was tried and true,
totally.
right? So she can definitely plug and play. Yeah, I was thinking Syndra, but then I'm again like
Syndra's great into Annie.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, is Annie something you're really scared of?
No.
But hey, they banned it away. That's fine. I think that Hongq can do kind of whatever he wants. If it was me, I would pick Fizz, but we're in a pro game and I don't play professionally. So I think that not going Fizz makes a lot of sense. But Ahri, I don't love. I do think one of Ahri's worst matchups is Syndra. So quite a confidence play coming through from Hongq to actually bring this matchup in, just because a good Syndra player could make life really miserable for the Ahri.
And they don't have great setup. I mean, neither side has great engage, let's be honest. And when you're looking over at Loud side, what's your engage? A Scatter of the Weak. And when you're looking over at JDG, it's basically just Vampire or then, you know, a Flash Charm or, you know, flanking Renekton, whatever. They have some more options as far as that goes. But so maybe the Annie was just, hey, we're more worried about this compositionally. We just don't want you to have more go buttons. And the potential there for Envy to deny that engage always has to be something we keep in mind. You know, as Vampire's going forward, you can hit the Scatter onto the Nico, push him back, deny that potential Pop Blossom. So we'll see how that 1v1 goes and if they're going to be able to mark Vampire.
In my mind, all I think of is like, Syndra hates stuff that basically wants to flank you. She ideally wants to play front to back. She waits for like the damage to be done where she can find that execute and... excuse me. She,
bless you.
Against Nico, I think she really, really struggles. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. Again, like, I don't love the draft from Loud, Azale. I don't love it. I think that JDG just have more options. And in the context of comfort, like, Xiaoshu's Renekton is really good, dude. Like, it's really good. And I'm expecting him to have a high impact in this game. So let's see how things pan out as we jump into game 2.
Yeah, we'll see how Shino can do in that top side 1v1. Of course, if you can survive the early game as the Cassante, it can become a pretty comfortable matchup, and you can have a lot of value on that Cassante, being the only true frontliner that really is in this game. So we'll see if Shino can have success there up on the top side. Did pretty well against Xiaoshu in game number 1. Of course, a lot of that was Gen.G constantly ganking as well. But I really think that Loud's bot lane has to hold up better than they did in the first time for them to have a real shot here.
So if I'm Loud, my comms are, all right, Envy, we are perma-ganking mid. I think that Syndra's EQ combo is super effective against Ahri, and I think that you have really easy gank setup. And so I think that they should be looking to put as much pressure onto Hongq as possible here in this early game if they want to try and find an early lead.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. As just a bit of trading back and forth here in the mid lane. Hongq already has a potion advantage, as had a pretty good level 1 trade there into MB. Kind of forced that trade and is playing bone plating on the side of the Ahri, so was able to win out very heavily in that level 1 trade.
Jungles as well, doing similar pathing to what we saw in game 1. Does mean that bot lane might be the center of action, but again, I'm really hoping we see some stuff happen in mid. This mid lane matchup, one of the big reasons why it can really suck for the Ahri is just because Syndra just outranges you, and it's really easy for you to just permanently bully the Ahri, but that's not quite how this lane is currently going, as Honku is getting much better of the trades, and ultimately if you sidestep the Qs and don't get hit by them, and you land your skill shots, then, I mean, yeah, you can win out in the 1v1.
You just described League of Legends, and Envy might be getting solo killed. That was incredibly close, but we're going to ignore that. A bright spot in the first series was Shino. He was able to get 3 solo kills, had a pretty impressive performance here. As a rookie from the CBLOL, a lot of hopes are on his shoulders. You definitely want to see him have another good performance to have a chance in this. Envy will have to TP back. Unfortunately, not going to have a great buy with only a 13 CS. And Honku will be able to reset this wave, and he can either match TPs or just run right back. Envy, though, fakes the base and is going to be able to, at the very least, farm up 1 more wave. So not the end of the world here, as he'll get most of that is down just the 4 CS.
Overall, though, nicely played by Honku, playing the matchup really, really well. Getting favorable trades out against the Syndra early is really good to see for the Ahri. Going to TP back into lane with the Dark Seal. Both mid laners actually similar in atomization. The only advantage he'd gained is the 74 gold lead that he has, which is a control ward.
Yep, and it's great that Envy actually did fake the base. Redbird getting low here, because if Envy hadn't been able to do that extra wave, he wouldn't be able to get the refillable. And if you come back with no sustain, it can be tough. Gen.G in the area, though. Redbird is low. He does have the heal. They're already getting zoned off the wave at 3 minutes into the game, so it does not bode well for that bot side 1v1, but they're going to look here on the top side. Shino flashes forward and does get that traded flash out from Xiaoshu, but that is going to be all he gets, and Gala gets to deny a full wave from Bull basically on that bot side, and I think he probably got the first plate. The first one's extremely easy to get.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a consistent pattern in this series, which is that JDG, they're drafting strong bot lane 2 vs 2. This is something that they did a lot domestically. They like having pressure on the bot side of the map, and it's mainly because of that bot crab. Like, once you have the push, contesting that as the enemy jungler becomes insanely difficult. The only way you can really do it is if you have push over mid wave, and there aren't even that many mid champions at like level 4 or level 3 that can really help you contest early on. So having bot control is extremely important to contesting that, and it limits Gen.G's options as well. You saw that he does end up getting the flash out from Xiaoshu as both top laners end up trading, but him forcing to spend his time on the top side of the map and investing in trying to put a Renekton behind when K'Sante is your laner, like that does not bode well for a long-term win condition.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the hope in those kind of cases is that K'Sante just becomes this brick wall that they can't get through in the team fights, but of course didn't really pay off in that gank. Is going to be on the early Bramble Vest, though. Well, it is a column boot on the other side. Xiaoshu just kind of consistently pushing this one in and is getting the HP advantage in the trades, as Gen.G was able to walk up, ward out those Raptors, so they should have full info on where Gen.G is going to be.
Okay, we find ourselves in once again a relatively quiet early game. Cloud's early game leads aren't often the strongest. When we kind of looked coming into this tournament, they had one of the weakest early games at first stand. They often found themselves at deficits, but they are very good at finding ways back into the game, as they often did in their series against Lyon as well. Even when they were at these gold deficits, they were able to fight their way back in. And often I keep my eyes on Gen.G as one of those players that helps drive back that difference.
Exactly, and I mean, honestly, even though they are down a little bit, the waves are going to equalize here. They're going to catch the spot wave. They're only going to be down a couple hundred gold. So this is, going a lot better, it feels like, than last time, where they were just getting blasted in the bot lane 2v2. So hard to actually lane into that Karma Ezreal. And you can see these are the Loud early game stats. 0% first blood percentage, down about 1,200 gold at 14. As a Gen.G gonna look topside once more, but Xiaoshu hits level 6 here. He doesn't have the flash, but he does have the dominus. Uses the slice early, which could go bad for him. Nice sidestep. The Infernal Chains, though, not gonna connect just yet. As Shino goes all out, Xiaoshu trades back with the dominus. Gonna be able to try to get out of here, trying to outplay, just can't do it. Gen.G back-to-back first bloods. Last time on the Nocturne, this time on the Aatrox.
I mean, they're looking to change that first blood stat.
Pump those numbers up.
They certainly are in this series. They find another effective play on the top side of the Rift. JDG going to respond with a cross map of their own. But I think in plays like this, it's important that Gen.G is getting the kills and he's able to secure it for himself. On the Aatrox against Lyon is where he was able to have a big performance. And now that he's getting accelerated, he's looking to do the same thing here in game 2.
And I just think compositionally, they stand much more of a chance this time than last time. I like what they have built a lot more. than last game, though there will still be difficulties. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're going up against a team as good as JDG, it's always going to be tough, but they're going to look for a dive on the bot side. Vampire holding the turret aggro. The Crescent Guard is popped as they go forward. Gen.G gets one. It's a replay of last game. Double kill in a dive for Gen.G. You saw it in game 1, you're going to see it again in game 2.
It feels like Gen.G is just being denied all access to the bot side of the Rift. He's stealing camps on the top side of the map, but JDG is getting a dragon and they're threatening a bot dive. The level 6s had not come through for Bull or Redbird. It became way harder to stay alive. The cleanse really not offering much in that situation either. And JDG find themselves with a 1.4k gold lead.
Gen.G finds himself behind Xiaoshu once again. This time, still no flash, but no ultimates, and Xiaoshu going to play it safe. There was a lot of pings up on that top side, knowing that Gen.G, his response would be to take away some of those top side camps. So Xiaoshu does lose his ward, and is going to be a little bit nervous about that, but you can see multiple members here from JDG heading up towards that top side to cover him, as Vampire's up there, Gen.G's up there, Honkyu's up there. So they're trying to get some coverage here for Xiaoshu and make sure that he won't be caught off guard by another gank.
Movement into the enemy jungle. I mean, Gen.G, he's just continually stolen away these camps. Ever since that red buff was taken from him, it has been a personal vendetta of his to steal away as many of these buffs as possible. Grubs are alive as well. He may just turn his attention straight towards them, and yeah, he's going to do just that. His mid laner is recalling, but he's got the push out in mid. The vision coverage once again is out. It's just nothing but dominant from the side of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely tracking Gen.G. It's honestly so hard to play as a jungler when you have all your lanes that are losing and getting pushed in, and you're getting warded on both sides. There's 3 wards on top side. The ward just expired on his blue buff, so, you know, they're still going to know exactly where you are. Because as long as you have one side warded, you know they can really only be on the other side or looking for a lane gank.
Yeah.
And because there's not good gank assist, lane ganks on Aatrox are going to do nothing, right? It's not like you have a Nautilus, and Aatrox doesn't have good gank setup himself, so really there's not going to be much of an avenue of approach for him. And that is going to make things very difficult for these Aatrox, who really can only kind of sit back and farm.
He's going to do his best. They do have some vision from Loud on the bot side of the Rift. They've got that one deep ward in the lane to spot out any lane potential gank coming through from Gen.G. Gen.G going to clear out some vision of his own as well, thanks to his control ward.
Bull going to go in, pops the ulti here. Gala going to turn and fight, though. Vampire hits him with a Pop Blossom. In comes the shielding from Lulu. Will keep Bull alive. They wanted to go for an aggressive trade, but bit off more than they could chew. Honku and Envy fighting heavily. Honku incredibly low. Does get hit by the ulti. Will be able to just run away, though, with the Spirit Rush.
One of the big reasons why it can be so difficult for the Ahri is once she's committed with the ult, then Syndra's burst on the clapback can be very dangerous. So Honku having to use his ulti to get out of harm's way. He's very low, though. Gen.G hits off the support.
Nicely done there from Envy. It's going to be able to push in, take a plate. The Unleashed Power just put Honku so low that he just had to run for it. And Envy paying respect to the fact that jungler could be on that bottom side. Plays it far enough up towards the top side that Gen.G couldn't get in behind him. And Gen.G just going to continue farming, but he's farming on a ward, so they maintain that information on the Aatrox.
Yeah,
and look at his bot side camps out, both warded out.
Just the vision control continues to simply be immaculate from JDG. They're either invading as a collective, Gen.G and Vampire together to get that deep vision, or they're using Prio to just drop deep wards, right?
As someone who dies to every gank, I'm going to start linking these VODs to my team. It's not my fault I'm dying to the ganks.
True,
it's your fault you didn't ward out the gank.
Absolutely.
Knowing that I would die.
Yeah, and thinking about it, like, I duo with Medic sometimes, and you're right, my deaths are his fault.
They are. Why didn't he ward that out?
Why didn't he ward that out? That's a great point as well. I'll have a review session with him after this series. Charm doesn't quite connect from Envy. But look at bot lane as well. Or would you rather avert your eyes once again?
No, I don't think I want to look down there. If you want, we'll hope of a close series. Just don't look bot is what we are learning. Is Bull is going to have to pop the ult and just run for the hills. Gala just aggressively trading with the Transcend oneself here. And is going to be constantly pushing Bull in. They were holding a little bit more even early on, but now even without a kill, Gala's up 1.3k. Gen.G is here to fight, but Bull can't really assist in a fight, and Honkyu's forcing the roam here, so they're just getting perma-zoned off their tower. I think they're going to lose the whole first turret, and Bull is just completely out of it.
It is quite devastating to watch how things are playing out in the bot lane. Xiaoshu, sure, he's struggling a little bit in the matchup after falling to a gank early on in the game. He still holds on to a gold lead, but Gala did the worst thing possible to Loud. The whole wave, cannon included, dies to the tower. He'll give them a mercy one because the tower is about to fall anyway, but at 1.7k gold lead for Yunara, we're not even 12 minutes into the game, Azael.
And he's about to cash out his call, too. He only has 5 more charges on the call, so he's going to be up over 2k easily. Already has that first item. Gen.G is going to grab the second dragon of the game for him. And while the top side has held up pretty well, Gen.G has found really good timings to slam home advantages in both game 1 and 2. They found that dive, killed them both off, and Gala and Vampire are just winning out in these 2v2s so easily that it's going to be really, really tough. I mean, Bull, yeah, you're playing this scaling champion, but you're miles behind the Yunara.
Who is also a scaling champion.
Exactly. The only real advantage you have is, I guess, the Lulu is going to maybe help you out a little bit there, but it's just you're a full item down once this cull cashes out, essentially.
Yeah, it is a rough one, to say the least. And basically, all they're waiting, I mean, I was about to say, all they're waiting for is the role quest to be completed. But of course, Gala's role quest is completed. And so what they'll do is they'll move him to mid, and they'll do the exact same thing they did in game 1, which is, oh, you can't beat us in the 2v2? Great, then let's just keep that 2v2 going for as long as possible. Because until you can find a way to break this, we're going to keep chipping away at your towers, and we're going to keep building up advantages.
Well, Xiaoshu cashes out on his call, and that opens up a slight gold advantage for him. But Shino has held up well with some help there from Gen.G in that 1v1. So Shino looking pretty good. Mid lane's about even. Jungle, not really a big advantage. It's just all about bot lane here, and we'll see if Loud are going to be able to find a way to solve that problem. Xiaoshu going to pop the dominance here, going aggressively as Hongq is coming up. The Pathmaker used early, so he doesn't have it. He does try to get away. The charm just barely misses. The last auto doesn't kill him. Shino limps away. Barely survives. No, don't die on the lazy recall. Okay, Jung's just not going to check.
Honestly, a bit of a misplay there from Hongq. I think that he was just a bit impatient with a lot of his skills. He could have waited to get much closer and kind of put that extra pressure onto Shino. So he was forced to kind of make a decision as to where the skill shot was going to go. But hey, they get what they wanted. They get a couple plates on the top side. Xiaoshu now going to be heading towards the bot side of the map. Loud getting some vision of their own. But I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap. I see 2 Galas. One was scary enough, let alone a second one.
That's not fair.
That's not fair at all. But Herald, now a minute's away. I imagine this is a large part of why they've made this swap. Xiaoshu's TP should be available, ready for that plate. And as you can see in the Coinbase gold gap, because that's what I'm going to call it right now, because that is quite the gold gap that has developed between the 280 carries.
Kind of messed up. I didn't want to look to the bot side of my screen. Now I can't look to the left side of my screen either. There's a lot of places you can't look if you want to avoid this Gala advantage, because he is now knocking on the door of this mid lane tier 1, 2.6k up. And whenever he goes back to base, he'll have a second item, and Bolt, who did make a pit stop for those Berserker Greaves, still working on that first item. You can see Shino going all out, looking for Hongq. He flashes back. The Pathmaker gets charmed right out of it, taking a couple tower shots. Is he going to go down? Tries to go back in onto Hongq, but he still has 2 charges of that Spirit Rush. Not going to risk chasing, as Gen.G is up there, and he's going to look for a potential play. Pops the World Ender, looking for Hongq. Not going to be able to knock him down just yet, but does finish him off with a chop of a sword. Gen.G moving in, though, with the backup Gen.G. Now shifting into a minion is Vampire. But Redbird is here to cover, and so is Envy on the teleport. So Gen.G, a bright spot for Loud, does have those 2 kills.
Well, it's bright if you just look top lane. Because yes,
we already established we're not looking bot lane, buddy.
Because yes, Loud did get themselves a kill. They get a kill onto Hongq. But mid lane, the tower is falling. Bot lane, Xiaoshu has had the freedom to hit onto that tower. I want to see how many plates he ended up getting. I mean, the mid tower is just going to fall. That's a 3k individual lead now for Gala. 3 plates were secured for Xiaoshu. He's got an 800 gold lead and the Herald as well. And where are they going to go with that Herald? Straight to top lane. They're not going to waste any time. They know that the recalls have just come through. They can just drop that and secure another tower if they want to. It depends if they want to hold it, ready for the dragon spawning in about a minute's time, and it looks like that's what they're going to make the play for.
Gala's about to go spend all his gold, and if you're a Loud fan, maybe avert your eyes, as he's already got 2 items. He's working towards his 3rd here, has the upgraded boots. He is ridiculously strong. They just don't really have any backline threat either. That's the biggest problem here for Loud. It's hard to imagine Gala dying. You know, it's hard to imagine him getting caught in a 5v5. They're going to look for Redbird here. Redbird forced to flash very quickly as Gala reveals the new itemization, and Redbird does not like the taste of that.
He does commit his ultimate, which you could argue, hey, that means he's not going to have it available for the Dragon. But based on what I'm seeing on my screen, Loud don't feel like they're going to get anywhere near that Dragon.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, it is going to be very tough to get over there. Let's look at the vision. Everywhere you look, it's all blue wards. They're going to be able to drop the Herald here in the mid lane, crash it into the tier 2. Envy is there to cover, but the tower goes down regardless. 5.5k gold lead. It's the Infernal Chains easily sidestepped by Gala. And the bot lane being pushed in once more. Everywhere you look, it is JDG building these incremental advantages. Just like last game, it is now turned into a massive edge.
I don't know. How do I word this? You know when...
Oh, but he got the scuttle. Big.
You know when we watch our regions just kind of get perma-killed in all their lanes and absolutely slaughtered?
Yeah, unfortunately,
I don't know if that's worse than just slowly losing like this. Because this feels like you just can't do anything. Just everything is kind of, at least like in the other version, there's like lots of kills, you know?
Yeah, and sometimes you get some of them, which always feels
That's
nice.
true, you do get some of them,
Not usually, but sometimes you do.
But here, it's 4 kills in 17 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah,
and
you got 2 kills, you're 2-0 as the jungler, and you have lost the video.
Yeah.
It is tough. And you've been on approximately 17,000 wards if you're Young J this game.
Yeah, if anything, there isn't a fog of war for JDG.
No.
Like
That's crazy. They're just playing with map packs. Is this allowed?
You know how in game 1 you said it was like Loud was playing blind pick and JDG got to see all of your blind picks? It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, but with vision. Is we're going to have the double TP. Can they find him? Oh, no. They guessed the wrong way. They thought they were being sneaky. The Scatter of the Week does connect as well as the Unleashed Power, but Gala, he's just going to absorb it. In goes Gen.G. The Pop Blossom going to get popped here from Vampire. Only connects on one. Honky's on the side. First kill goes the way of JDG. And in comes the teleport. Now in the back line. Don't look. It's a crocodile. Lulu is down. Bull is fighting with Young J, but Young J's ultimate is expired. Bull is on the run, but Honku takes him out. Shino goes all out, but you got nothing to do in this fight. Shino will stand, he will fight, and he will fall as JDG. Vedius, you asked for more kills, and now they got him. Unfortunately for Loud, it did not go their way.
JDG did deliver as Loud tried their best to find a TP flanking play. They committed 2 members, they came in from the angle, but the play just doesn't go the way that they want it to. Things quickly fall apart. We'll look back at the play and Envy connects the stun, but the damage just isn't there, throwing his ultimate out very early, and now he becomes the target. Lulu does what he can to keep his mid laner alive, but Envy ends up dropping because JDG are coming in from multiple angles. Loud are committing very deep, and like Loud, they run out of steam.
Very, very quickly ran out of steam there. I mean, it's great angles from Hongq as well as Xiaoshu. And as soon as you see the angles that they have, there's just no world in which you're really going to be able to win the fight. Your carries are instantly gobbled up here by JDG as they have just displayed domination throughout this series thus far. You can see Redbird's face. Little look of dejection. It's a frustrating game to be playing.
Oh, absolutely.
You know you're just bleeding out, you're bleeding out, you're bleeding out. You know you're slowly losing the game. You finally commit to a play. That doesn't go your way either. And now JDG 2 minutes from Seoul, up 8,000 gold here at 20. And Shino going to be sent back away from his tower as JDG will look to try to connect yet another objective.
And I mean, it's a big turnaround for JDG after they were dismantled by Gen.G. We heard from Gala and how he talked about how they were expecting that series to be competitive. They wanted to show more. They believed they could show more. And we needed to see more from them, given how dominant that Gen.G series was from Gen.G. And JDG have looked very dominant. They have controlled both games beautifully. I like their approaches to the draft and how they've just consistently punished the game plan from Loud. And so much of it has been driven by their bottom lane. Gala and Vampire. We saw this domestically. We saw it in their playoffs. We saw, and this is just how they like to play. Get that strong bot side of the map, play through their bot lane, have that control, and dominate the Rift.
Gala may have an Infinity Edge, but Bull has his Scout Slingshot.
Yeah. Yes,
how
he
you
does.
Like them apples?
I mean, that is literally David versus Goliath.
Yep.
You know? But I do feel like in this version of the story, Goliath might...
Goliath was the author of this story, unfortunately. And he's
Yeah,
like,
this
in
time
this
round,
story, Goliath is impervious.
Goliath has got all of his friends here.
Yep.
David about to get hit by a truck. Dragon spawning in about 50 seconds. That is going to be the salt point as well, which means that Loud, that's kind of their last hope. If there is even any left for them.
I feel like a broken record, but they just have no vision in the area. They just can't even get close. I mean, where's your closest ward? It's on the top side, right? You can't see anything.
They've had to commit so much just to get vision on their own side of the rift as well, let alone the enemy side.
I mean, their blue ward had to be used on their own blue buff, as Xiaoshu now looking for a potential flank is going to be spotted on some vision here, but JDG fully controlling mid lane. Again, they just sweep out all the vision. They push them back here slowly. Young.G does secure his Raptors there. Bull, though, going to be in some trouble. Honkyu looks with the charm. Only charms up a minion, but Chino feeling confident now, trying to step up. He knows they need to move in, and he's the one that has to create that space for them to do it.
Right now, the only space that is being garnered is that by JDG. Full control over the mid wave. They're trying their best to force their way into the river. They'll face check. Shino's doing a good job there.
Vampire fishing on the side, and Honkyu is threatening a flank from below them. Envy does not hit the scatter. Gala just kiting back. The Dragon is getting lower. Shino trying to create some space here for his carries. Envy trying to mark Honkyu, but Vampire on the side being marked as well. Honkyu goes in, he connects on the charm. Bull cleanses it out, but here comes Vampire. It's a massive pop blossom. Bull is gone already. Shino battling on the side against Gala. Almost takes him down, but can't quite do it. It's all the kills going to JDG. 5 for 0. 23 minutes in, they TP to top lane, and they're looking to end this.
A one-sided slaughter as JDG tear Loud apart in a 5 for 0 ace. 23 minutes into game 2, they will show them no mercy, leave no remorse as they look to take down the Nexus and go to match point.
JDG may not have been able to take down Gen.G, but they are looking incredible here today. Not going to try to risk it on the Nexus push. Instead, they just take the inhibitor. They'll go back to Seoul. They decide, you know what? They could be respawning. Maybe something could happen.
I mean, they're only 23 minutes in, though. Death timers aren't that long, but really, it starts off with Honkyu. Keep an eye on the left-hand side. Connects on the ball. And because they turn their attention onto him, they don't track Vampire. Connects a nice two-man ulti onto the backline, giving space for Honkyu. And on the front line, the Syndra ult is thrown into Vampire, of all people, and they can't even get the kill there. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu and Junja doing what they need to allow for the MasterCard priceless moment of the game with the Dragon Soul secured. Second of this series, JDG once again demonstrating dominance and a masterclass performance against Loud.
They are looking very good, and I'm feeling a little bit scared as a Lion fan who will have to play the winner of this matchup, which is, well, if it continues this way, it's going to be JDG, who has looked very, very dominant here today. Definitely a bot lane masterclass, it has to be said. Gala and Vampire feeling like the biggest gap by far across these two games. The top side has held up all right. Young.G has been able to find some action, but you know, generally past the early minutes, he is just perma-warded everywhere. Their vision game has been so good, and they have been playing very patiently. Gala is chunked low. Bull's going to go in with the lightning crash. Flashes forward, but Gala flashes away. And on the other side, it's Honkyu. It's killing Redbird. He's chasing after Envy, looking for even more. Envy flashes back. The scatter going to be able to land on the flash of Honkyu, but it doesn't matter because he is knocked down over the wall. Shino running for the hills here. But Xiaoshu is hungry. He's chasing him down, popping the Dominus, looking to get even more while the rest of his team just pushes the base.
I mean, Shino, he's not going to be given a chance to defend his base. Only Young.G will be there left to defend as JDG win another convincing fight. An ambitious but a valiant effort from Bull, which was not enough to take down Gala. He remains standing as they set their sights on the Nexus.
It's going to be the Nexus falling here. JDG crushing games back to back. The bot lane has been dominant, and Junja has been there to thwart him. It's going to be match point here for JDG. One more, and they will move on and send Loud home.
And of course, in the chat, you can already start voting for your player of the game. Spam the name of the player that you think stood out as we hear now from the analyst desk to break down another dominant victory from JDG.
Well, you can see that JDG took the defeat against Gen.G very hard. scared because they're taking it out on Loud here. Honestly, not even giving them a chance here.
I feel like this is just deja vu.
Yeah.
It's just happening again with different champions. I thought we were going to escape this with Fearless, but no, it literally was the exact same storyline that happened in the previous game.
Yeah, same, but different, but still the same. And it starts again with a bot dive in our HyperX reflex replay.
Yeah, and just take a look at it. Because they knew that topside Aatrox was there and made the gank happen on Xiaoshu, so they took Dragon and they looked towards bot lane. And credit to Vampire, he's the one that starts to dive off, and he just chills, sits here while all the damage is coming through, and so he's ends up taking away the turret aggro, and they find a quick double. So like same storyline completely. Chip down bot lane. Hey, you recognize the enemy jungler's top side of the map. Then great, perfect. Not only we get the dragon itself, but it's an easy double kill. And then from that point forward, it just accelerates to some nasty things bot lane.
Yeah, so I promise you're not seeing the same segment from previous. And my proof is that I'm actually going to walk to this, and we're going to go through another play where they're going, JDG are going to clean up after this Loud dive. So Young.G sees this angle. We're going to play through for a little bit. They're going to get the kill onto Hongq, which, okay, right? Young.G's been looking for kills here. It worked against Lyon, where he was able to get ahead off of these side map lane plays onto Aatrox. But pause right here. We're going to zoom the mini-map, because this is what's actually happening. First of all, Gen.G and Vampire were already in a really good position to actually contest this anyway. But guess where Gala is, who, by the way, is already fed off of that bot lane dive. Thank you for that. He's going to be hammering away. He's going to eventually get this turret. Xiaoshu is going to be able to escort this wave all the way up and start doing damage onto bot tier 2 as we play through. That's the big thing, right? So yes, they get the kill, but they pull TP for this as well, just to see if they can potentially get something with Redbird coming up. This allows JDG to take so much more off the map from the positions that they're in.
And the fact that the early game advantage from Gala only exploded more and then just snowballed even more, and it was just even more denial. Loud cannot play the game.
Wait, are those the same stats?
It's even bigger! It's even bigger!
Okay, so since we're doing
pretty much... looking at it, I'm like, wait, he's 0-2-2 again?
I'm taking crazy pills here, honestly. Well, since we're on the same track as we were last game, what happened next? Because it feels like it's only desperation plays from now on, except that you have a Yunara, and the more the game goes, the harder it's going to get.
You're just looking for any opportunities at that point. You're like, we have to find something. So the double TP does come through from their solo lanes, except, you know, taking different routes. Cassante was guessing wrong on that front. But then the beautiful part from JDG is that they do collapse as a team. And then Renekton was that star.
Should Loud try this, though? Is this the right play?
You have to.
I mean, I feel like at this point in the game, I want to say they were down like 10K or something like that. Like maybe like between 8 and 10K. So like you have to try something. The big difficulty for them is also the neutral objective control at this point is just way out of control. So thinking, okay, if we find kills, if we manage to take out Gala, maybe we have a chance at something. It doesn't work out because of the collapse from JDG, like you said, Raz, was beautiful. As we take a look,
Cassante is a champion, guys.
Damage.
Cassante is a champion.
That is a champion.
I just want to call back to the guy who was saying yesterday that this champion should be buffed. I don't think it should. But it doesn't matter anyway. It's a Cassante
cosplayer.
Yeah, he can't lose that. He can't lose that.
And his cosplays are sick, so, you know.
Any takes on Hongq, actually, because I want to follow up on this guy's story. He's been one of our main characters at internationals last year, if you remember correctly, with CFO. Him joining the LPL was a huge move, especially in a legacy team like JDG. I feel like, Emily, he hasn't been doing too hot in the LPL. He's popping off.
Yeah.
Here.
I think the big thing for Hongq and Jinja is they had some like very low lows throughout the regular season where they really came online and you started to see a lot more of the mid jungle and like why they would have wanted to take them from CFO and join this JDG roster. You got to see that a lot more in playoffs.
Yes.
And now Hongq had an absolutely stellar RE game here.
When I really started to see it as well was literally that Weibo series where he Xiaohu down. And you're like, okay, now we're starting to see what we were promised promised in the LPL. And so I do like this as a bounce back, because this bounce back, as you can see, he got player of the game, and I wanted to see what the actual fans thought from this one.
For me, it was between
Gala.
him and Jinja.
Yeah.
I like the Vampire Shadow too. I was telling Raz my hot take, which was that Vampire from LPL playoffs is actually the best performing LPL support coming into this. Which Aragon might be happy to hear that too if he's listening.
Oh, he's loving that maybe a little bit too much. He's breaking out the jersey. But yes.
I don't know if that's a hot take or not, actually.
I don't think it's a hot take.
With me.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And I do think that this is a great bounce back from JDG from the Gen.G series. They just need to find themselves that level of consistency that the next time, when they do go up against them again, that it's a stronger version of them.
Hopefully. For now, it's absolute domination against Loud. 2-0, taking us to match point. Let's see what happens next.
I go top dive, just okay. No worry, I go top dive, I flash, no worry, okay?
Nico moving to top side now. Nico here.
Okay.
Nico moving top side, okay?
Alright, just push.
They're gonna get mid tower.
Fine, I get top.
And in comes the teleport now in the back line. Don't look. It's a crocodile. Lulu is down. Venius, you asked for more kills, and now they got him. Unfortunately for Loud, it did not go their way. Goes in, he connects on the charm. Bull cleanses it out, but here comes Vampire. It's a massive pop blossom. Bull is gone already. It's all the kills going to JDG, 5-0, and they're looking to end this.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
To spread my wings.
Friends while you press record. If you really about to strengthen, you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal. Got you fighting lords, gotta cut the cord to your fear. Ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, let out the ball for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest legacy before Lance. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane. Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. Play the game and get schooled. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mood, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it under hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's so hot when I run it back. Modi keep a stack. That's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass. Moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, soul, go where you got to learn. No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
브라질이랑 미국 리그가 이렇게 적대감이 있는 걸 이번에 처음 와서 알았고 딱히 뭐 적대감 같은 거보다는 그냥 단순히 상대가 LCS 팀이라 이기고 싶었던 마음이 제일 컸던 것 같아요. 브라질에서 인스파이어드 선수만큼 잘하는 선수가 없어서 굉장히 오늘 일을 토대로 성장을 좀 할 것 같고 확실히 브라질 정글러들을 상대하다가 이제 인스파이어드 선수 같은 잘하는 정글러들을 만나다 보니까 느낌도 다르고 확실히 잘하는 것 같아요. 이겨서 다음번엔 준비를 더 잘해야겠다는 생각이 들고요.
I don't think they realize that he is there, and now he's going to reveal himself. Young.G goes in onto him immediately. Nice Aegis Assault there to block some damage to buy some time. Berserker pushing Shino back. Young.G's going to go in. The Pop Blossom on the side only catches Isles, and he has the Mikhails, and Berserker has the damage. They're focusing down the soul. Going to be able to claim it surely here as Envy on the side.
픽을 할 때 제가 이걸 하고 싶다 했는데 상대가 딱딱 이런 걸 밴을 굉장히 잘 활용하는 것 같아서 그냥 픽을 좀 더 활용하면 좋을 것 같다라는 생각인 것 같아. 그 생각은 안 하고요. 당연히 브라질 홈 경기장에서 응원해 주시니까 더 힘도 나고 그래서 그만 보답하기 위해서 꼭 이기고 싶었는데 그냥 못 이겨서 조금 죄송스러운 마음뿐인 것 같아요.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 here. Loud now facing elimination. One more game for JDG would slot them into an advancement match against Lyon. And Loud have to reverse sweep now if they want to try to have that luxury.
Yeah, it was cool to hear those words and talk about how much that matchup ended up meaning for Loud and how close they really did come. And I want to see more from them. I feel like that they can demonstrate more. I feel like that it is possible. But we need to see a big shift in that draft. We heard the discussions around the draft. Like the Vex pick in Game 5. Like I was big question marks for me around that in their series versus Lyon. And I feel like that the priority just needs to shift to getting a stronger bot lane 2 versus 2.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You clearly... Bot has been just a massive problem, right? It just has in the first 2 games. But you also gave JDG a winning 2v2 when they are just players that are going to create an advantage anyway.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I do think Loud need to draft for a winning 2v2. Let's see if they can make that happen here in what could be their final game at First Stand.
All right, Loud, what have you got prepared for us? Similar bans to what we saw in the previous game with the Jarvan and the Pantheon taken off the board. Orianna and Ryze going to be similarly removed. I mean, we're now getting a little bit deeper into the pool of what's actually available. Because now the question of, will we get to see Young.G's Kiana finally come out, one of his most played of the year? The Varus now going to be banned away. They realize how powerful it is, and they do not want to give it to Gala anymore.
They don't want to give it to themselves. It's their first pick.
I mean, at this point, I'm confident Bull doesn't play Varus.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think he plays
That's
it.
such a problem in draft, though, when the most highly prized AD carry can't be played by your team.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So... I'm thinking that engaged supports are going to rise in priority now. Nami is still available, so the Corki Nami combo is something I think we need to be mindful of for JDG. But there's that Kiana. They don't want to give Young.G one of his comfort picks. So what will the first pick be? Ambessa.
So a little bit of a flex pick here for Loud. Obviously could go up to Shino, could go to Young.G. And we'll see if they are going to try to maintain that potential of a flex throughout draft, which can definitely give you some advantage, especially when you are having to blind some stuff. But so far this year, there haven't been any Ambessa games from Young.G. But of course, you know, there is a possibility.
So, Corki and Nami. We did just talk about it, and they have immediately locked it in.
So you want a winning 2v2. Yeah. How about if instead you have a losing 2v2 again?
Well, here we go. This is the type of stuff that we wanted to see, right? Kalista plus Renata.
At the very least, ranged.
It's a bot lane that can fight, at the very least.
Yeah. I feel like you got to bring your jungler down there, though.
Absolutely, you do. So level 6, they have plays. If the Ambessa is in the jungle, it's all about getting that level 6 and making stuff happen in the bot side of the map. So I think that there's also just a bot lane that a single misplay from JDG's bot lane can offer opportunities for the Kalista Renata.
Yeah.
But the only problem I have, Azel, is that I'm still kind of jaded by MSI when we were in Vancouver and Kalista Renata 1-0 games.
Yep.
So that still lingers in my mind. That's still very ever present for me, the burden of execution that is required to have a successful Kalista Renata lane.
And my problem with early picking Kalista Renata is always that Renata is so effective into heavy dive comps, but when you early pick it, they've only showed their bot lane. They just don't have to play dive.
That's
you can
true.
just pick a control mage in the mid lane and control space and have some sort of frontliney jungler and just play slow. And then even if you manage to win the 2v2, which I don't think they can do in this matchup, honestly, Kalista Renata get really limited value against long-range comps. Hostile Takeover is so slow-moving, it's very difficult to find angles for it. And we'll see if they can make a liar out of me, but I just think this is a losing 2v2 once again because you're not playing into any sort of engage. And Renata really struggles into champions like Nami who can just play slow, play for sustain. Corki doesn't need to take an all-in. You can just poke with Foss bombs and push the wave.
Okay, listen. I recognize your skepticism, Mazel. I recognize it, but...
And you deny it.
No, I'm just going to be blindly optimistic.
Okay, I like that.
Something that I practice frequently as an LEC commentator. But the jungle pool is getting pinched more, and it seems JDG is incredibly confident that this is not a flex pick. You did mention that we haven't seen any Ambessa jungle from Young-J, and it is Shino's second most played. So JDG feels very confident in their prep that this Ambessa is going top. That's largely why they went for the Jax early rotation. Now, do they want range themselves? Do they want to go more for poke? Are they thinking about something like a Jace mid, perhaps, or...
Even just any control mage, legit, I feel like.
Victor could also just work if they want something relatively safe blind in the middle lane as well.
I think you can play Azir, you can play a lot of stuff. I mean, Azir is pretty nerfed, but so it hasn't been that popular. Poppy jungle would be really nice here. Into Ambessa and Kalista.
Yeah, because I was also thinking about, like, maybe he could go Lee Sin or something, or Zehen, and then I'm like, oh, Poppy into Lee Sin.
Well, if you didn't like the draft before, I got some bad news for you, buddy.
That's really good. It's a great adaptation there from JDG.
I hate when they pick good things.
Yeah, well, okay, Loud, come on. Show us what you got. Viego, okay. I mean, it is definitely a skirmish-heavy jungler that can somewhat circumvent the Poppy interaction.
Yeah, you can't block them all. That's the strategy that we're going for here. You might be able to stop any of us, but you can't stop all of us.
Wait, what happens with Kalista's ult? Does that also bounce off? It must, right?
I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure if it's unstoppable or not. I've never seen it get rejected by an Alistar headbutt or something like that, so I think you're probably just unstoppable. I don't think you would get stunned by that.
Interesting.
I mean, I could Google it.
Poppy W definitely stops Alistar headbutt. No?
It absolutely does. I'm saying I haven't seen like Renata get thrown in by a Kalista and get headbutt out of the air, like pulverized out of the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why I'm assuming that it is unstoppable. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's unstoppable.
Don't bring out the Veigar again. I didn't love it into... I mean, I guess considering how slow the games have been, it's fine. Oh, these champions are swapping and...
Wait, another good one. Yeah, so this is the problem. They're just playing disengage, right? You've kind of like already forecasted when you early pick this what you're going to be playing and what you're hoping your opponents are going to be playing. They just say, nope, we're playing Poppy. We can just Keeper's Verdict knock you away. We're playing Hui that controls space, and we're going to just split push with Jax, who's going to outscale in the side lane. So it's really tough. I mean, this is one of these comps where it is synergistic for Loud. You go in with the flash tibbers, you stun someone up, public execution comes in, the hostile takeover goes over the top, Viego gets a quick kill, gets a reset. That's just the thought process.
You know, like you can get some quick kills, absolutely, and you can swing a team fight, but
can you get through Poppy and Jax?
We agree that JDG's drafting has been good in this series, and they have actually punished Loud at every opportunity.
And even worse than their good drafting is their good play, which you hate. They play towards their win comps. You know, they're like, oh, we're a poke comp. Let's not just run in and kill ourselves. I don't know why, but for some reason, we're a split push comp. Let's just play slow and play the side lanes. I don't know why they would do that, but they seem to be doing it.
They do seem to keep doing that.
Yeah.
You were the one that said to me, it felt like Game 1 and Game 2 were mirrors of each other.
They were.
And we're on tracks to have a third mirror installed here in Sao Paulo.
So it's a fun house at that point.
It does seem to be, and it does feel like the Loud is getting lost as they wander around the fun house.
That's tough. We'll see if they can make something happen. It is definitely a snowballing comp. I mean, if Loud can get some early kills, if you get that first reset, you never know what can happen. But compositionally feels very, very, very difficult, I think, for Loud. JDG has been so good around playing to their strengths and weaknesses of their composition. I think they're going to play at range. I think they're just going to play to look to deny these engages that Loud will be drafting for. And let's see if Loud... It's got to start in the bot lane, man. Just got to. They have to play better in this 2v2. Can't be behind. Oh, no. This is... I mean, he shouldn't die, but he... Actually, no.
He's going to die.
Might. Yeah, I think he's just dead. That is really tough. That's tough. You hate to see it happen. Let's put it at that.
To start off your elimination final match.
You know what?
Dying for first blood is...
Poppy has to start with E. Think about how bad Junja's jungle clear is going to be, you know?
That's your self-belief.
Yeah, that's my glass half full.
That's all right.
Yeah, you're like, all right, Young Jay, get a jungle gap.
Look how slow this is.
He's still in his first camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now he's not, but he was. He was in his first camp.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a situation where Azael and I are quickly trying to figure out how Loud can bounce back. But while they figure that out,
you can go and buy the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle that is live now. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and Chroma. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. And Xiaoshu taking a trade here with Shino on the top side. And we'll continue theory crafting. You know, how is this a positive?
How is this a positive?
Jungle no flash and started E.
That's true.
Just it's up to your team to punish it, really.
I mean, Bull... Oh no! So I was about to find another positive, and I was like, they got some good trades.
I was about to.
He's coming back with a refillable.
I was about to find another positive, but they've cut me off at the pass. The negativity cut me off.
Yeah. But hey, he's got more sustain now to help match up against the 2 versus 2.
That's true.
Hang on, level 3 for Gala. You got to be careful there in the bot lane.
Yep, Gala is level 3 right now. Bull and Redbird closing in on it as they clear out that wave. We'll be able to get there themselves, and we'll see if they can find any sort of an all-in play. Of course, Gala and Vampire did use their Barrier and Heal. That was traded earlier.
Oh, here we are. This is the cascading effect. So thanks to Junja having a slow start to his clear, he now doesn't get to contest the bot crab.
Big.
Which means that for the first time in this series, it will be Young Jay that actually has control over the bottom side, and now Gala and Vampire have to play more respectfully.
And maybe now Gen.G doesn't get a double kill on the bot dive.
Absolutely, because now the map has been split. Now, Shino, you do know that this means that Jungler is going to be on your side of the map, so you've got to be cautious of that.
He does. He does have to be cautious of that, unfortunately. As Gen.G here, Xiaoshu with not the ideal buy. The glowing moat and boots is not going to feel great here, but Shino staying around and Gen.G looking for a long wrap around. Young Jay is coming out from base, but you called it, Vedius. You got to be careful. This wave is pushing away from him. He is very aware.
Young Jay's also in the area.
But it's the lure of the cannon, Vedius. No top laner can resist.
He got it.
Shino gets the cannon, and that's all that matters. In comes Young Jay. Xiaoshu getting low. Shino going to flash back. There is that leap strike forward. The steadfast presence interrupts him. It is going to be a trade of kills and +1 on the cannon.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you spotted it out in the fight. The use of Ginger's steadfast presence there to actually save his top laner so that he could actually get that kill onto Shino was very well played by Ginger, but still ends up being a 1-for-1 thanks to the turret. The junglers are going to be
2. They got the cannon.
Yes, they did. There's a 30 gold difference between the top laners right now, and that cannon has to have contributed pretty meaningfully, I would say.
It did. Unfortunately, Bull not going to be going back to base as he would have liked. As Gala has come back, doesn't have any sustain in the kit, but here it is one more time. I mean, Shino, he knew the wave was in a bad spot. He wanted to push it in.
Yeah, and he's got very long cooldowns early on as well, so he can't really stick in the trade. That's the steadfast presence we were talking about. Good use to interrupt Young Jay to try and keep Xiaoshu alive, and then Xiaoshu takes a tower shot, so it is unfortunate. Now, the mid lane, we haven't talked much about it, but Azael, we've talked extensively about Annie as a champion. And you said to me, if I got this quote correct, if you are just away from Annie you generally win the matchup.
Yeah.
And right now we are seeing that happen live.
Yeah, I mean, Annie is a horrible blind pick. You know, it's a compositional pick a lot of times in pro, but it's a horrible blind pick because you get outranged so badly. And we have Gen.G waiting behind them. They're looking for yet another 2v2
This wasn't supposed to happen.
dive.
We made a deal.
He's basing. He's sticking to the plan.
Okay, cool.
Young.G is here. We'll spot out Gen.G and is going to find out that Gen.G is trying to steal that away. Nice steadfast presence. Couldn't find the tackle into the wall, so Young.G will have this Grand Prix set, but Loud will be able to at least defend their side, and that gets some cheers from the crowd.
Ward ends up falling. Young.G going to get a ward back in response. The crowd's still very supportive of the home crowd favorites Loud. It's a bit of a tense moment here in the bottom lane. Envy can't really get involved, even though he does have the level 6. If they could get Annie down towards these skirmishes... Oh, Bull forced to use the barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Young.G positioning like wants to fight for the scuttle. You cannot fight for the scuttle. Your bot lane is completely low on health.
He can and he will.
I don't think he should. Envy is moving down, so they're going to just try to take this away. And you can look at mid lane. Hongq has just pushed this in. They're still trying to force, but on the top side, Xiaoshu going all in on Dashino. He does hit him with the public execution. Kites back to the tower. Envy dropped a wave to try to get down there and force a play. They couldn't actually find it as JDG just take the scuttle and back off. I feel like Young.G just had to accept the loss and keep farming because that just puts Envy further behind, and JDG were well aware of the move from mid.
Yeah, sometimes we see this though, where teams, they tunnel too hard on what they think is important and they end up just being spectators rather than just trying to cross map. And again, it's something that we see consistently, just both LPL and LCK teams do very well. Oh, you want to kill my top laner? That's fine. I'm going to push mid, push bot, take your camps, take our camps. Like, they're constantly trying to be as efficient as possible. And in this situation, Young.G, he very much just, he wasted time because now Ginger's been able to go back to base. He's going to start clearing through his top side. A little bit surprised considering that his bot camps are up. His camps are spawning very awkwardly right now. But he's shadowing the top side, level 6. Yeah, there's no real gank to happen here against Shino especially.
Yep, and they can see that Young.G is on that ward over by the Raptors here as Hongq was winning on those trades and did get the kill on Tivers to boot, which is an extra 50 gold, always feels nice. Young.G here to try to protect his mid laner, make sure he can at least get this wave. And as Envy didn't have a great first buy, Hongq already on that early lost chapter is just in his comfort zone, and you're just going to perma wave clear. Annie can't really interact with you. Anytime you walk forward, you just get hit by poke. And as we saw, even when you get the Tibbers down onto Hongq, he trades with the Spiraling Despair, and it's still very positive for him. So as long as JDG can just keep you lane locked, they're kind of just winning again. And that's the problem, is that they've set themselves up for success in all 3 games where all they have to do is farm well and avoid fights, and they will win. And it feels like game 3, they've set them up for that exact same win con.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of this was inspired by their series versus Gen.G, because it was Hongq that was getting battered by Chovy's way, and now he's performing in a very similar way, playing at absolute max length, making it impossible for the Annie to do anything, and JDG with a very patient approach. Now, though, JDG is going to be the one to kick off the Dragon. This will be their first Dragon of the series, I believe, if they can secure it. Gen.G doesn't want to allow that to happen.
And Envy's under his tower, so they're going to be down a man right now. Envy is very far behind them, doesn't have the Tivers, and the Spiraling Despair just came back up. Now Hongq's going to let it rip onto Bull. They steal away the Dragon, they land the bubble. The bailout does nothing. Bull will fall as well. Waste the flash just to add insult to injury. Loud lose another fight, and it's a long-range kill from Hongq. Snipes out Redbird to end the fight. 3-for-0. And the Dragon, and they're going to go to Grubs and get that too.
In games 1 and game 2, Gen.G found his double kill by diving bot lane. This time he found his double kill on the bot lane once again, but he secures a Dragon to boot. Envy's going to try his best to get something back, but it's just to deter Hongq from getting more plates, as JDG amass a 3k gold lead off the back of this fight that starts off with just the numbers advantages. You called it. Hongq gets to move first. The smite is too early because the rend wasn't used in conjunction with that. Gen.G turns his attention towards the bottom lane, and it becomes an easy cleanup play. Beautifully executed. The snipe will come through from the mid laner. And Loud looking lost here already in game 3.
Yeah, it's just an overforce. It's kind of a repeat of the scuttle play where they're trying to force their hands when they don't have the setup, and there's no way JDG is going to let you get away with that. Tibbers is a longer cooldown. Annie didn't have move and didn't have ult, so there's just no way you're going to win out in a 3v4. You're down a man, you're down an ult. And Annie really doesn't do anything without her ultimate. So Young.G moving up towards that top side. Xiaoshu does have the info that he is there, but will they be able to find a kill here? Young.G looking. Nice public execution does come in, but the counter-strike is timed well. Xiaoshu flashes back. The flashes are there to follow. And Shino picks up a much-needed kill for Loud.
So we are definitely seeing similarities between the games, Azael. Xiaoshu is dying top due to gank pressure. Gen.G is making plays happen all over the Rift, helping his team and himself get kills. And we find ourselves 10 minutes in already with a 2.6k gold lead. Loud, they're going to have to find a miracle play in order to swing the momentum of this game, because right now it feels like JDG can just follow the same trajectory that they have throughout the entirety of this series and slowly tear Loud apart.
At least bot lane's a little bit closer this time around, but the problem becomes Gen.G is mega fed with a champion that is compositionally such a strong answer to what Loud have, and mid lane is just miles behind. And Annie from behind, you just don't do any damage, and you're heavily outranged, so you can't threaten the all-in onto Hongyu, and you can't play the lane slow, and in comes both of the junglers as there's a nice bubble in onto Bull, and now the tackle comes through. The hostile takeover trying to peel. Bull has the bailout, but will it even matter? A three-man knockup from Gen.G. He's telling him, get out the game. This one is mine, as JDG crushed the bot lane fight and look for the sweep.
That was nasty from Gen.G. Getting that three-man knock-up combo to allow for Gala to just clean up the fight was beautiful. 5-0-2 now on the Poppy, kind of stealing the thunder away from the bottom lane. We'll look back and you identified it. A really nice flank comes in from both junglers. One to protect, one to attack, and the attacker, I mean, he did some serious work. Flash, knock-up combo. Exquisitely done. JDG once again with a firm control over this game.
And Gen.G even finding Redbird back and live, who will survive. You can see the frustration there on their face. As watching on, feeling pretty happy. Very different experiences being on either side of the Rift here, as you can tell. As Gala now feeling super confident with that Triforce completed, and we can see in the Coinbase gold grind. Vampire, a good 600 gold ahead. Does have his first item completed, while Redbird's still working towards one on the other side, but that's really the least of their concerns as you look at the itemization between mid, jungle, and bot.
I mean, this mid tower is just slowly falling. I guess, like, so far in this series, what we've been seeing is bot lane just take that tower, and then once they've taken it, they start moving out to other lanes. But this time, Hongkyu's done such a good job as the ulti committed top.
Public execution, and there's no counter-strike available for Xiaoshu, so this should be a pretty easy kill. Shino tanks it up, Young.G going in, but the tower is on him, the red buff turns it around, the counter-strike is back, he's stunned up, and in comes Gen.G to get one more. Xiaoshu looked like it was a guaranteed death, and it was at the end of the day as he gives one over for free to Shino. But the play still goes bad. It looked like they had juggled the aggro well, but I think it had to be the red buff on Young.G that pulled the aggro back.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Young.G. The idea behind the dive, I like it. It's worked for you so far this series, attacking Xiaoshu. It's a place on the map you can make plays. Oh, but Hongyu has now made his way to bottom lane.
That tower is very low. It is not going to protect him for long. Bull loses all of his health to two basic abilities from Hongyu. Doesn't have the Spiraling Despair, he would have been already dead, and now you're gone regardless. Bull gets sniped down as the heavens descend from Hongyu. He is just firing missiles from outer space at this point.
He is farming kills right now as he finds himself another one. Gen.G?
Yeah, Gen.G with the knockup. Young.G running out, but again, it's the orbital laser. It's satellites versus sticks and stones. It's just not fair, Vedius.
It's a systematic destruction here in the final game. It is a feeling all too familiar that the West have been experiencing over the last few days. That game 3 looking so one-sided as the Dragon will be started off by JDG and Loud. I mean, they had a valiant series versus Lyon, but against JDG, they have just been dismantled, torn apart, given no opportunity to have any presence in this series.
JDG definitely looking very good. It was always going to be tough for these teams. You know, you have JDG and Gen.G, two super strong teams from the LPL, from the LCK. They would have to get by because, of course, only 2 teams advance from each group. So you have to be able to take down either JDG or Gen.G to even have a chance of advancing. And it's a very difficult road when you do lose that first matchup. We're back to top lane as Xiaoshu here. There's it. 2 don't work, bring 3. Let's see if they can make this one happen. They're TPing up as well. They're going to bring 4 as 3 was looking a little bit sketchy, but now comes JDG. JDG trying to make this one a little bit more of an even fight as Xiaoshu is just buying time. Gala, Vampire, Gen.G all coming in. Xiaoshu going to get stunned up, has the Counter-Strike, flashes back, still surviving. Now you're between 2 towers, and this does not look like a fun time. Envy flashes forward, so does Shino. They're going to look for Gala. Gala standing. He's going to be hit by the hostile takeover, but in the back line goes Xiaoshu, takes down 2. Gala survives. They do finally get the Jax, as we have seen time and time again. But Shino cannot win this fight. Gen.G will survive. No one from Loud can stay the same as they all get knocked down, and it's going to be the Herald off the back of the fight.
Loud are just desperate at this point. They know how quickly the game is snowballing out of control. They have to make something happen somewhere on the map. But this time around, the cavalry came in clutch. JDG did not want to let their top laner fall once more. And even though he did end up dying, they got 4 kills in exchange. So his goal here is to buy time. The commitment of the TP. Loud feel like they have to get something, but they are so deep at this point. Xiaoshu overstays though. He thinks that I need to buy time for my team to arrive, but he's forced to flash away. Now with the positioning of Gala, nice flash engage from Envy, but look at the damage he gets back off. That Q picking apart Loud, doing so much initial damage, allowing for Xiaoshu to get a double himself. And even though Tibbers gets enraged, he is not angry enough to turn this fight in their favor.
Xiaoshu's always good for one, though. You know? Loud, have someone reliable, and it's Xiaoshu.
Yeah.
They can always go top lane, get one. Xiaoshu's got to be a bit annoyed about how many ganks he's tanking, but the games are absolutely going their way. And this one, again, almost 10,000 gold ahead now at 17 minutes in.
We didn't talk about it. Hongju took tier 2 belt tower.
What did we agree, Vedius? What is the rule for this series?
My bad.
Where did that happen, Vedius?
Sorry,
Where did it happen?
You're having in the bot lane.
Yeah. Okay,
we
buddy.
don't go there. You're right. My bad. Hongju now has 2 completed items. If he thought that his orbital strikes weren't doing enough, well, he's just upgraded.
No one thought that. They were doing too much already.
No, there was that one guy.
There's that one guy? Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, wait, he's not looking very strong in this game.
Well, hopefully this can change his mind.
All right, Spectral Maw coming in, gonna be flashed away there by Vampire as, oh my God. Gala hurts a lot, and here comes Xiaoshu. It's revenge of the top laner. Who's ganking who now? Gen.G gonna tackle him to the wall. Hostile takeover comes out, buys a little bit of time. 2-man knockup. The Fate's Call will pull back Redbird. He can peel for Bull, but Bull is burning, and Hongq is gonna look. There's one orbital laser, not enough to take down Redbird as JDG pushing on the base. They're gonna crack the inhibitor at about 18 minutes in.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I've seen something similar to like this
dancing
before.
Shelly?
They're going to go for the bot tower. No, they're going to try and end the game.
They're going to try to end the game here.
We've seen this before.
Oh my God, they're looking for the fastest game of the tournament. The first Nexus tower is already gone at 18 minutes. The respawns are in from Loud. Let's see if they can hold on. JD says, wait a second, we're just kidding. We're not going to end. We will back up.
Okay, apparently they've decided that they're not T1 at MSI, but it only takes a single member to overstep from Loud. Okay, they're going to back away. JDG, oh my goodness. They want to end this quickly. They want to end Loud suffering. A dominant series from the LPL second seed that they're looking to just make look even more dominant. JDG completely flipping the script on the perspectives.
They are looking really, really strong as we can hear the ghost streamers next door to us. We're not sounding too happy about the results through the walls. And JDG looking to try to seal the deal here, of course. They are 30 seconds away from this third dragon. I don't know if it's really going to get to Seoul or not, as they have been crushing this one. And
I mean, they've just committed their TP, so you pretty much just have one person push mid and everyone else push bot. And then you just try and get that second inhibitor, and then the game, it's just an inevitability at that point. You could then play for Baron if you wanted to play it extra safe, but with the gold that they have, I genuinely don't think they need it. Like, look at Envy's items and then look at Hongq's, or don't. I mean, it depends.
I won't. I choose to live in ignorance, Vedius.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, JDG, they can definitely just win with their wallets at this point.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. And the wave clear is pretty weak over on the Loud side, which is going to make dealing with the super minions that much harder. As Annie and Callista not exactly inspiring wave clear. They will pick up that third dragon while they do everything else. Xiaoshu going to be pushing up on that top side. He was, for a while, playing on that weak side. 3 members were up there, and he's kind of waited as JDG were pushing on the bot side. If no one's responding to that, he knows he's got to play safe, but they're still pinging up towards Xiaoshu once again. Just constantly looking to attack him. 3 members here from Loud as Envy's going to come in from behind. Does land the stun. He still has the counter-strike available, but going to be chained by Young.G. He's going to turn around on Young.G. Young.G has to flash out. He flashes onto Envy, but surely he will get knocked down. It's a trade of flashes, but look at the base. Hongq going to let the Spiraling Despair rip. Does get pulled back by the Fate's Call. Bull barely saves him, but almost dies in the effort here as JDG looking to close this one out. They're trying to fight it out, but Loud can't do anything. Gala is unstoppable, as he has been this whole series long. JDG looking to seal the deal. It's going to be a 3-0 sweep and a date with Lyon coming up.
A dominant performance once again to close out the series. JDG disregarding their series versus Gen.G and bouncing back in proficient fashion. The fastest game of the tournament. You can spam in chat for your player of the game. I think it's Gen.G. I think that he had a fantastic game 3. Yeah, they're looking scary for sure.
They are looking very scary. Who has to play them, Vedius, huh?
That would be Lyon. That would be Lyon. That has to play against
Well, we beat Loud, so so surely.
That's true.
I mean, JDG beat Loud, we beat Loud.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing. What do you think, Loud?
No, that was a wrap. But yeah, of course, a lot of respect for Loud. They got to play at home. They got one good series against Lyon, but yeah, a bit more difficult today.
That was, at least from Lyon's perspective, now that they have to face a JDG, I'm a little worried, a little concerned.
Yeah, I would be.
Matter of fact.
I mean, I think, so we talked about how, and we had a little like soundbite from Gala before the series, right? Where he was talking about how they felt like they had prepped really well, and they still got smashed by JDG, and that was very stunning for them, right? Yeah. So this is a bounce back game for them, but like I said, going into this matchup, I knew that this JDG team had a lot more to show than what they did show against Gen.G, right? So unfortunately for Loud, I didn't really think that JDG was going to have much trouble with them, and it was kind of reflected in these games.
And a word for Loud that for this tournament I think showed a lot of passion, especially in their first series. I felt like it could have gone either way, and it really was just like people would say, was it the draft or something? But that was amazing team fighting from them when they went up against Lyon. That was incredible. I think like improvement that team specifically had made from the beginning of the split to get to this moment. Like
the emergency substitution.
Yeah, that entire thing.
Like, like the fact that they were able to deal with that adversity, win CBLOL, like a huge upset for me. And then come here, take Lyon to 5 games. I mean, I know it's a really tough exit for them, but I would be proud of this team because again, like I did not expect them to be here, and they really changed their mind about how strong they were because I was not expecting them to perform as well as they did against Lyon.
It was just a movie for them. The fact that they were down like negative 15,000 gold, or no, 1,500. That would be crazy.
That would be insane.
That would be insane. Down 1,500 gold during the regular season, and like for the majority of the playoffs up until like the finals, like for them to go through so much adversity throughout the split, to be on this stage, to like prove that they can go toe-to-toe with Lyon, and then come here and yes, versus JDG, that's going to be a tough one. I am not looking forward for the Lyon match, as I mentioned earlier, but they should be very proud, and also I'm sure the Brazilian fans are as proud as them.
They had to fight to get here, an iconic organization for CBLOL and for Brazil, and I hope they can get away of this tournament really proud of playing in front of their audience, and looking forward to seeing them next time, of course. On the side of JDG, though, if we talk about it, we went from a really one-sided series against Gen.G to a really one-sided series against Loud. What have we learned? Nothing.
I mean, I'm still really relying on what I saw from them in LPL playoffs a little bit more. I think the big thing for me with JDG is are Gen.G and Hongyu performing at the level we know they're kind of capable of, right?
Yeah.
Because like I said, they did struggle a bit more in the regular season. And I think that was reflected in a lot of their ups and downs. Playoffs, they got it a lot more together. I think their drafting and their understanding of what their players can do is really strong, like a lot of Tabe coached teams that we've seen in the past. That is also standard here. And so, yeah, it's going to be still improving on their neutral objective setups and relying on their 5v5.
And it's not a surprise to say, especially off of this game, you're just talking about the story of Gen.G. He is the player of the game.
Yeah. He had
was
a
everywhere.
really great game.
Yeah, the combination that happened bot lane to get the 3-man knockout bot was ridiculous. So like his poppy is something to be feared for sure.
Of course.
And he is the type of player that, because what we saw from this series was not something that we kind of expect from JDG, which is like being able to play around the map methodically. And we got to see that from specifically Gen.G in spades. So I think that is a nice little angle that they have here if they were to have that rematch versus a Gen.G.
What did the fans think?
The fans love Gala.
They just love 80 carries. No, but he also had a standout performance.
He had
do you know
about a
that we were
4K
hesitating?
goal lead in his matchup.
Yeah,
So-
I was going to say, Gala smashed every single lane he had today.
And that goes back to like the constant debate of like the lead that was given by Gen.G going bot lane and that triple kill versus the 80 carry now just spiraling with that lead. Literally again zoning a bull from that bot lane wave.
Dirty farming
Crazy.
between tier 1, tier 2 to take down that tier 1. Yeah.
So Gen.G for game 3. If we think about this series as a whole.
Oh, then the fans might be happy about this one.
Yeah.
The fans are gonna
player of
love
the series.
this.
It is Gala indeed.
There it is.
Deserved? Yeah, deserved, I guess.
Completely
It's
deserved.
sweet about him.
I think the stats look just disgusting from him. Pretty consistently.
He died
amongst,
once.
Yeah. Consistently amongst all games, he was not even necessarily getting the kills from these dives, but he was just consistently getting the leads and then dirty farming, as you mentioned, beyond that, and then just spiraling that in every team fight that they had from it. So I think from the questions that we had from Gala, let's say in the playoff finals versus BLG, that is completely just thrown to the wayside with how well he's been performing.
Yeah, and they picked really strong lanes for him too. Like it felt like they had a really good handle on what they wanted to do in these drafts and took advantage of it.
Looking at the next matchup though for JDG, what do we think?
I mean, I already said I'm a little worried about it, but I plead the fifth. I don't want to talk about games.
What makes you worried? I want to know.
What am I? Okay, I mean, I'm going to start with bot lane. I think Gala is back in form. And every team that Gala performs in, be it IG or in JDG or any type of team, he's somebody that you completely are confident in getting that gold and keeping the gold.
All right, we'll see about this soon, very soon actually. But before that, we have JDG's coach, Tabe, joining us for the interview, for the Verizon post-game interview. Thank you so much, Tabe.
Thanks for taking the time to join us. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was an amazing series. Once again here. So we run into you. For people who don't know, we're all in the same hotel. We ran into you in the elevator yesterday. We asked how you doing. He said, well, tough matchup against Gen.G. It was really tough. It was really one-sided. So from a 0-3 against Gen.G to a massive dominant 3-0 today against Loud, what have you learned about your team so far at the tournament? Because we don't really know what to think of JDG.
I think the most struggle part, like these years, every time when we face Gen.G and we lost the game, like the world is changed. Like the meta that we prepared for a lot, the draft or the tactics, most of the time we'll think, hey, what are we doing? Did we go on the right path? Yes, yesterday I met you guys and I went in the escalator. I still ask myself, what is the correct meta this patch? What I've learned from losing the game to Gen.G is maybe if you focus on single-sided, maybe bot or top, maybe it's not good enough. Maybe you have to draft like a square, like everything you have. Yeah, it cannot be a triangle or a rectangle. It might be a square or a circle. Maybe it's a bit abstract, but today we showed our draft and our gameplay. We based on thinking how to let all the 5 players to play a comfort matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go first.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I feel like we saw that from this series. One thing that's always impressed me about when you come on to coach a team is that through draft, it feels like you really understand what your players can play really well. You just talked about drafting for comfort for them in this series. What has it been like with these specific 5 JDG players? Because there were a lot of struggles early on in the regular season of LPL.
During the regular season in LPL, our coach team really put heavy emphasis in the support and jungle coordination. But we really played not that well. We cannot coordinate very well with the lanes. And after the long vacation, back to the playoffs, our coach team and also players talked a lot. And we find out that maybe we have to change our play style. And we're starting to play heavy emphasis on bot lane to let Gala and Vampire have, they don't need to coordinate with jungle. They just need to punish enemies bot lane. Yeah, and that's why we came to first stand, right? So that means we are, maybe it's successful, right? Yeah. But like just now, yesterday we lost to Gen.G. We put heavy emphasis, and we find that, oh, they're globals. Their globals will punish our pushing lanes, or maybe sometimes if they get Pantheon and Bard, maybe we are afraid of the initiation, so we need some dodging champions. So I think it's very lucky to can play against Gen.G, and so as what we learned during the regular season, it is equal to what we've learned yesterday when we lost Gen.G. These lose, maybe we are sad at that time, but after this game, I think everyone will think that yesterday loss really helps us a lot, and we will improve a lot with yesterday's failure.
Indeed, they did.
I love that. I think, so a question that I have is, and a lot of the teams that you end up coming to coach for, it's of course RNG, Anyone's Legend, like BLG. I always feel as though there is a level in which the team's performance is boosted up. I want to know kind of what culture you try and instill on the teams that you join. Is it something that you try and have the same method with each team, or do you try and change it based off of like the play style and the type of personalities that they have?
I think I will investigate a lot of time to find out every player's personality and what they are keen of. Maybe some, for example, maybe some players, they are very good at defending. They can play very well tanks. And maybe they cannot have strong lanes, but they will have very good mechanics and talents during team fights. So my point of view is to strengthen this part and to to let the opponent doesn't know his laning weakness. Yeah, like to make the sword to become sharper, but not to turn a shield into a sword.
Oh, that's a really lovely
maybe
way of
this
putting
is
it.
my culture. Is that culture? But every time when I go to a team, I will find out there's advantage, but rather than the weaknesses.
And you have even like a timeline right behind you to
we
show
have
all
your history.
the history there.
Success speaks for itself.
Anything you want to reflect on, just knowing it, like over time, it feels like the success has been stronger and stronger of the teams that you've worked with.
I think when I was in 17 to 19, my temper is bad. I'm very easy to be emotional, easy to angry. But after I joined Royal Never Give Up, we have a lot of star players. And I find that if I keep on angry or have a bad temper, I will destroy the atmosphere of the training room. So after my age become elder and elder, I think League of Legends now, it is not good to be a teacher or a coach with players. In my point of view, we have to cooperate together. Maybe we are teammate. I am the number 6 teammate with them. Yeah, because simply, for example, just talking about draft, maybe sometimes coach will want players to play blah 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 champion, but player will say, no, I don't want to play that. But this is very difficult.
Yeah.
Because during the games, we have like 30 seconds. And for example, maybe the matchup is good to a certain team, but if our opponent is, for example, Gen.G, maybe they will say, oh, no, I cannot play.
Yeah.
So it is a very, very difficult task to keep on talking and cooperate with my players, and also to keep them improve every day. So I hope that after this game, we learn more, and we will be more prepared for our games in first stand.
That's amazing.
It's always very inspiring to hear you talk, Tabu. Thank you so much
thank
for
you,
sharing
thank you.
your wisdom
Yeah,
once again.
I feel like
today
I've learned
with
so
us.
much
Yeah,
from
me
this.
too. And you too at home. Hopefully, well, best of luck in the
Thank
next
you.
matchup that you are gonna have. Always a pleasure talking to you. We're gonna go from one interview to another. As earlier today, we caught up with Keen in the Verizon post-game interview. Let's check it out. Keen, thank you so much for joining us after this series. 성예 축하드립니다. It looks like it's been really easy for you guys. So tell me about your experience playing at First Stand and the fact that you're only playing one-sided games.
쉬워 보였는데요. 이렇게 포스트핸드에서 시합을 하는 거에 대해서 어떻게 느끼시는지, 또 이렇게 한 번도 지지 않고 계속 승리를 하시는 거에 대해서 어떻게 느끼시는지 말씀해 주시죠.
일단 저희가 계속해서 이제 한 번도 안 지고 승리를 하고 있는데, 그거에 있어서 당연하게 생각하진 않고 저희가 노력한 대로 나오고 있다 생각해서 지금까지 계속 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고, 뭐 여러 해외 팀들이랑 지금 계속 많이 대회 하는데 이제 새로운 픽들 많이 만나고 하는 것 같아서 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다.
We did not take any of these wins as for granted. But we think all these teams are so good. We have to keep practicing. We have to keep improving, and to see all of these different picks, these various picks, it is quite fun for us to see and play against them.
All right, very humble. Side topic here, but when we listen to Gen.G comms, we often hear you guys swear in English. What's up with that?
조금 뜬금없는 질문이지만 가끔 그 이야기하는 걸 들으면 게임 중에서 영어를 가끔 하시는 것 같은데 어떻게 생긴 그 습관인가요?
이게 뭔가 그냥 의식해서 내뱉는다기보다는 그냥 뭔가 그냥 추임새라고 생각해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
I don't think it is on purpose, but I think it kind of ingrained in our personality, so I think you could see as that.
All right, awesome. I'll let you guys ask the serious questions now.
One thing that's really impressed me, especially now that we're over a year into Fearless, is how many different matchups and champions you've been able to study. How has that been for you? Because top lane can be such an isolated matchup.
사실 1년가량 되게 된 것이 저희 피어레스 드래프트인데요. 그렇게 다양한 챔피언 그 풀을 배우고 그 연습하는 거에 대해서 특히 탑레인은 좀 어려운 부분인데 어떻게 되어가고 있나요?
일단 피어리스로 진행한 지가 좀 1년이 더 약간 넘은 것 같은데, 일단 챔피언 풀 자체는 옛날부터 되게 많이 사용했던 챔피언들이 그대로 요새 많이 나오는 것 같아서 이제 챔피언 이제 뭐 숙련도 같은 경우는 크게 막 엄청 노력해서 올리거나 하진 않았고 그냥 신챔프 정도만 열심히 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Well, about the champion pool for himself, he doesn't think that anything changed that much. But about the new champions, he feels that they need to train on them so he could use them also in his own pool.
And my question is, since the early days of your career in Africa Freaks till now, you've always been regarded as one of the best top laners in the world. It's a long career to be able to be at the top of your game. What would you give credit to about yourself to be as consistent as you are?
사실 커리어 초기부터 이제 첫 팀부터도 굉장히 세계에서 가장 좋은 탑레이너로 꼽히는 경우가 많았는데 혹시 자신의 어떤 특성이 그렇게 일관성 있게 그런 이름을 유지하게 만들었나요?
좀 어떻게 보면 이제 성적이 안 나와서 이제 계속 열심히 하는 계기가 됐던 것 같아서 좀 오히려 성적이 잘 안 나와서 계속 이제 열심히 성적을 위해서 열심히 하다 보니까 지금까지도 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다.
In fact, I thought that not having good results in the beginning was what motivated me to keep practicing, keep training. So that, I guess that's it. That brought me to the place I am, where I am now.
That's amazing.
Focusing a bit more on the tournament and your next opponent, you're going to be facing off against the winner of G2 versus FearX. Two teams that you know, G2 from Internationals and FearX from LCK. Who is it going to be and why?
그러면 다음 매치에서는 G2 아니면 PRX를 만나게 될 건데 혹시 또 그 두 팀 모두 이미 이전에 만난 적이 있으셨는데 어떤 팀이 될 거라고 예상하시나요?
두 팀 다 제가 생각했을 때 지금 당장 뭔가 한 끗 차이로 서로 이기고 지고 할 수 있는 팀인 것 같아서 그래도 뭔가 좀 3대 2까지 약간 팽팽하게 나올 것 같고 그래도 이긴다면 이제 POX와는 많이 경기해봤으니까 그래도 G2가 이기는 게 좀 더 재밌는 그림이 나오지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, both of those teams are quite solid, so I think the match will be like 2-3. Mm-hmm. It will be a very small difference for the victory. So maybe we already met FearX too many times, so G2 might be more fun to play against.
I like hearing that.
Yeah,
Thank you
you
so
got the
much.
hope.
Yeah, I got the hope here. 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
감사합니다.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Mario, for the help. And that's all for us here in the Verizon post-game interview. Brother Kin! He believes! We'll see about this one, actually, as yeah, G2 is going to be FearX's next opponent. I want to ask you guys, actually, what do you think about this one?
Oh my god, I look at Emily's eyes and she's like, I don't want to be the fun police.
She doesn't want to be the fun police.
You better be nice.
I feel like, so I'll say
Just
this.
break it to her.
I feel like if G2 drafts similarly
Oh,
that
yeah,
they
yeah,
did.
yeah. No, I'm asking about the real G2.
BFX. BFX are not going to have an issue just because I think they are such an aggressive early team, right? So then it would be up on G2 to punish them with those kind of scaling drafts, but...
Yeah, and I just, for me, it's not about draft. G2 just needs to show a lot
show
better
up,
of
you
a
mean?
performance.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
We need to see them
agree
enter
on
the
that.
doors. That is pretty much what it comes down to. The one thing that's concerning me is that at first, day one, I was like, oh, FearX is looking a little bit shaky, right? Gives some room for maybe G2 or another team to really make it through. No, the second day of performance when they faced off against Team Secret Wells, I believe, that was running right over them. And Diablo just looked insane. So don't believe in that one.
We'll see. And on this side of the bracket, Raz, I've asked you already, but I want to know, Emily, what's your...
Please, Lyon, please, I'm begging.
I think it's going to be really difficult based on what we've seen from Lions for them to beat JDG.
Come on down here, Emily. Come on down here, please.
Why am I getting on the floor?
We are begging for good performances.
What if I'm praying for JDG?
No, okay, now we got it. Never mind.
Don't!
I'm ruining the fun on that
Lauren
one.
has had to break us up so many times now.
We will not allow you to take a flight back to LA if that's the case.
Behave and talk about the schedule. I want to see what games we have tomorrow because I actually forgot which ones it's going to be. Should be the resolution of both.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah. Okay.
G2
Yeah.
BFX
Yeah. That's all of them
first.
actually. Okay.
Lion
we just talked about
JDG afterwards. So you're up first.
Make your case.
I don't have a case to make, as you said, guys. Like, my team needs to show up because they didn't last time. And I'm talking about all of them besides Kumon, honestly. So hopefully he feels better because I know he was feeling sick. Hopefully the whole team shows up. They get their priorities straight. When I've talked to Kumon yesterday, he said that they believed in the draft that they had against... wait, who was it?
My brain is empty at the moment, so
My
you're
brain
not
is empty at the moment as well.
BLG?
BLG, thank you so much.
Boom!
Yeah, they believe
Big
in this
brain.
kind of draft, so I expect that they still believe in their game plan, but I also want to see more from them. I want to see them go back to something more simple. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes basic team fight is what works. So especially against a team like FearX that prove that they can be proficient in team fights, I want to see G2 take it a bit slower and more conventional here. Expected that the team would show up. Is that a case?
I like that case. I like that case. And even though Emily is the turncoat,
case for Lion.
because she's the turncoat, I want everyone to know. Look at Emily. Zoom in on her.
People People expect this from me, I think.
And it's not a good thing to expect. All right? Stop it. Okay, but anyways, for the Lyon side, for Lyon specifically, I'm just looking towards like Inspired to have the great performance that he has generally had. And I definitely am looking towards top lane a little bit more because Dokla obviously had a bad day today.
He did.
But I think what has made him kind of like the X factor on the team a lot of the times is just his general like creativity in the draft that has made it difficult for teams to really prep against him. So that's one angle of it. The other angle is Berserker is a damn good AD carry, and I need them to show up. All right, I need him to show up. I know that Gala really clean house. Please, I'm begging. Please, I'm begging, contest that, brother. That's it.
All right, this will be the last hope of the West tomorrow at Thurston. That's all first here for now. We'll be back at 9 EM Eastern and 2 PM CST for G2 BFX. Until then, take care, be nice to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow. And stop fighting, please.
Okay, we took.
Come, find this.
I don't know. For the win becomes lightning audacious charge just to get the smite. Goes in late, stunned immediately. Wildcard gets a massive knockup, but Inspired's dead before he can do anything else.
Walk into them.
And in there as well, there's the charm. They'll look for the damage hero's entrance onto Keen, who tries to shield up with repudiation. Public execution as well, and Inspired's down before he can get the reset.
Jungle's going okay. Well, yeah, jungle's going okay.
I guess that's true, as mid lane is not. As they dance around it, Inspired low, Cannon able to get away, Ruler falling low as well, but he somehow survives. As Gen.G will look to round this one out as the quickest series here at first stand.
Likely to be yes. He should have to flash here. The flash to follow barely can't get him, but he does with the Q, knocks him down. This could be dangerous here. They are TPing into the top side, and there is the detonating smash waiting for him. Xiaoshu has no flash, but is he going to need it? The crystal arrow comes from downtown, and in comes the teleport now in the back line. Don't look, it's a crocodile. Lulu is down. Venius, you asked for more kills, and now they got him. Unfortunately for Loud, it did not go their way. As JDG looking to close this one out. They're trying to fight it out, but Loud can't do anything. Gala is unstoppable. JDG looking to seal the deal. It's going to be a 3-0 sweep and a date with Lyon coming up.
Back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, he's back. I'm never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. We on the way.
Oh my God! It's a massive grab! Wow! Game time.
They about to step on a landmine. We on the way.